Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello all and welcome back to the North American Challengers League for the continuation of our summer 2026 split here. It's week 2, day 2, and I am of course joined by my partner caster to make it 2 casters here today. It is the one, the only Beat Down Boulevard. Hello my friend, it's been too long since we were on a cast together. Excited to go through a really fun set of games today here. Got some teams on the rise, some teams trying to pick up their first win. It should be an exciting one.
I mean, it's week 2, so I don't think we can fault many teams for not having their first win. Just, if they lose this week, then, I'm going to have some concerns, especially with this being a much shorter split. But otherwise, Slayer, I'm excited to be here with you live for the first time. There was nothing else going on, anything. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. And I'm excited for us to be here. It's going to be good. You're right. We should have some good games.
We should have some good games, and hopefully get to see some good games here from Blue Otter. Of course, Cupid versus Blue Otter will be our first matchup, and I've gotten word. We're already ready to jump right in to hear from the Cupid side on this one. So Beatdown, take it away, my friend, and go talk to the great Coach Bach with his new squad, Cupid.
Thank you very much, Slayer, and welcome back, Bach. Always nice to see you. Always looking fresh. Why are we thumbs downing? What's going on?
You said Boo Otter, right? Get those guys out of here.
Oh, I see. Not a fan, huh?
No, I love Blue Otter, but we're gonna have to stomp some romps today.
Ooh. First of all, it's a good wordplay. I like that. Thank you very much for coming on as always, Bach. It's always nice to chat with you. You're always looking good, looking fresh.
Thank you.
So I gotta ask, first thing, new team. You're here with CPD. You guys are starting off really good. But I want to ask you, some kind of challenges you guys have, dealt with, bringing in a new roster together like this one. I gotta imagine there are some bumps in the road, even though things look great so far.
If you asked me for like the full answer, I'd be here all day. But I just got to give you the quiche penimus, which is the quirky niche peak cinema analysis, of course. Realistically, whenever you get 5 players like this good together, it's always going to be everyone's competing to have their view of the game trump the rest. So kind of my job as a coach is just to do some wrangling, make sure that these guys can sort out what is the identity that this team is going to have. And I'm a big fan of, it's so early in the split, but the split's only 5 weeks. You only play 5 best of series in the regular season. So it's too early to like nail stuff down already, but we kind of got to keep things moving. So what I would say here is, I'm very happy with our progress, but every team goes through this process. So we'll see. Ask me this question again in 2 weeks and we'll see how we're doing.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. So I'm glad you bring up the nature of the shorter split this time around. This is the second year we've had a shorter split too in the NACL, but now we're talking to coaches, more publicly. So I'm curious how you handle that, because like you said, it's important to nail down identity and that takes time. But at the same time, you just don't have the time. So what is it that you guys work on just to ensure that you can get some results now while also having a foundation you can work on for hopefully playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I do wish the season was longer. It kind of feels bad to be a development league and then not have time to develop. But So I think the teams that kept most of their rosters from spring are going to have an inherent advantage. Right now, it's kind of just setting up structures for different parts of the game. Like, how do you deal with swaps? How do you deal with the level 1? How do you deal with objective fighting? How do you do all this stuff? Like, what is the meta right now? And you're not going to have time to like learn the whole game from scratch. So just what are some basic structures that we can get right now and do your best, right? And then hopefully by the end of playoffs, when you've had time, then you can actually, do something more complex.
Yeah, by then you'll have a good, 6 or 7 weeks, and then maybe we can bring something out of this one, right? Yeah.
Man, dude.
I can't believe I just walked into that. Oh, God. All right, well, anyways.
Shame on you.
Ruined my... Shame on me. Yeah, true. It really is my fault. So I guess the next thing I want to ask you is, when you're talking about having a sort of foundation to be working on, just to make sure I'm getting it right, is just having something you guys can play for and then having something that you can build on later on into playoffs, right? I imagine you guys will get there.
Yeah, I mean, being good at this game is never about farming Reddit clips. It's just a lot of the times, how can we make the game as structured and as simple as possible? Because when shit goes wrong, which it inevitably will, you kind of want to have some sort of framework to fall back on, or you want to like trust in the habits that you've built. Like, oh, hey, like this is a rule this team has, and we want to try to adhere to this rule most of the time, but understand like it's okay to break it. But you can't just be doing random shit all the time and then expect to win after all these other teams have gelled together and kind of worked out their problems. So what works at the beginning of the split should not work at the end of the split if everyone else is doing their job correctly.
Yeah, 100%. All right, Bach, thank you very much for your time. We got to let you go to get to your team. But before that, of course, you know the drill. Do you have any shout-outs? Anything you want to say? Any hate towards Otters, for example? The creature, not the team?
No, I actually got a lot of love towards Blue Otters. So I'm coaching Blue Otters Game Changers team in Europe right now. Oh, great group of women. Love them. But speaking of women, because just like the former late and great Chase Shochi Capello, rest in peace. Sorry he couldn't get a team to split. He also loves women. But Blue Otters doing this event called the League Impact Series. Awesome. It's like a Game Changers initiative in North America and I think Latin America as well. You should check it out. Signups are still open. I think that's awesome. So good on Blue Otter for doing that. And then I did want to say shout out to anyone who's not aware of, there's a GoFundMe going for Roberto Stray, the top laner for Ole Miss. He was in an accident, and if you wanted to donate to support him and his family in this time, it's a pretty serious accident. Just wanted to shout that out because the scene needs everybody, and medical debt is no joke. So hope he gets well, and good luck to Blue Otter today. We're gonna have to put you down. Sorry, but thanks. Great talking to you down.
You as well. Well said, Bach, and thank you for your time as always. Good luck today in your series, and we're gonna go ahead and let you go. Slayer, on the other hand, is coming right back. Hello there, buddy.
Yep.
You have fun?
Yeah, I'm stuck here for a bit. It's always fun to hear a Bach interview.
He's great.
I wasn't ready for whatever you walked him into, but he always finds a way to throw out words that I either didn't realize existed or only heard in like a high school chemistry or physics classroom. So that's always fun. But yeah, I really like the part you really emphasize about how it's kind of tough to get a team together, a new team for summer in 5 weeks, get them ready for a big playoffs push. Of course, we did have some games yesterday as well with, some teams that have already been playing for a while together. NRG, of course, came back after their boot camp in Korea beat down, and their same five looked like they were right on the same page and looked pretty scary for anyone else. We had Conviction lose their first game, Maryville lose their first game, Winthrop lost their first game, NRG come out and beat down on CCG. Looking pretty good for the NRG stocks for a summer split win as we take a look at our standings for both of the groups.
That's right, and I think we kind of all talked about it before the split started. See a little bit of a power balance, maybe unbalanced there over in Group A. And it's a lot of firepower for the teams in Group B to be going up against. But as you said, Slayer, those are the standings at the moment here. And I think we're going to talk about a little bit more on that when we talk about our first match of the day. Spoilers, guys. Blue Otter and Cupid.
Whoa! How did you deduce that so quickly, Beatdown?
First cast back since lower finals last split. I still got it, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You still got it, man. And if Sherlock Holmes ever needs to take a day off, we know we've got you waiting in the wings to do some serious investigative skills. Yes, Cupid Blue Otter will be our first matchup here, and then, of course, after that, we will see if our defending champions Conviction Esports can bounce back and take a win off of Winthrop. Somebody's got to win that in the last series, and we'll take a look at some of these predictions. Looking like, I always love it beat down when we're united front today. And it looks like we're united in our predictions.
Handshake emoji, as the kids say.
Yes.
It's good stuff right there. And I think the first one, it's really hard to... Oh, damn.
We got everybody.
Just united on this one the whole show. I mean, the first match, fair enough. I think the second one, if we see last week's Conviction, could be a little bit contentious, but it's kind of hard to deny the star power, especially when you consider they are our previous split champions. Everybody has an off day and things like that. But I hope Series 2 surprises us because, honestly, Slayer, one of my favorite things, like top 2 favorite things in the NACL is when every caster says one team is going to win and they lose.
Oh.
It's so funny.
Like when we all said
funny.
Ole Miss was going to win yesterday and then Contingent won.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
it was amazing.
Well, it is fun. That's part of the job. Is it's fun to get proven wrong. So we'll see if that happens to us today. Maybe in our first matchup here, Cupid taking on Blue Otter. Two organizations that I have known for a very long time. Again, I just want to say it's really cool to see both Cupid. Blue Otter's been up for a while, but I remember when both Cupid and Blue Otter were in the Tier 3, in the grassroots, trying to make their way back up here or really supporting the community there. And now they get a matchup in Tier 2 in the NACL with two very different looking rosters. You heard Bach talk a little bit about it with Cupid. It's a group of 5 that have, not as much time playing together, but two guys that definitely know exactly how each want to function. Is this bot lane beatdown? Mobility and Breezy, I still like running the slogan. This is an LCS bottom lane, and you cannot tell me that is an incorrect statement.
Yeah, I don't know if I could necessarily disagree, but it's also worth saying we've seen LCS bot lanes at the bottom of the standings, so maybe revise the statement a little bit. But I catch your meaning. I think Mobility has really impressed us, especially in this last split, but over the last couple of years, he's been trending upward. Personally, I want to see a little more growth from Breezy. I think he's always been a good player in the league, but if we want to talk about moving up to the LCS, maybe him and Mobility can finally push them over the edge in that category for me. And you look at the top side here, I mean, you got a lot more experience here in the Tier 2 and even LCS seen in some small ways as well with ABO. There's a lot of skill and experience on this roster, and I think we already saw bits of that last week.
And what really makes Cupid scary for me through 1 week is, you talked about it, right? It's 2 solo lanes that we feel like will threaten the top 3, the all-pro standings for their positions. It's a bottom lane that played in the LCS together, has a lot of synergy. Of course, Mobility and Breezy also have gotten all-pro nods in the past before. But who was the guy that absolutely balled out last week? It was Music, the guy that I kind of coined as like the captain steering the ship. He wasn't going to be that flashy. His Fury looked pretty darn flashy last week. Beat down. If Music's going to play like up to that level with this team around him, Cupid are a much more formidable foe than even maybe we thought with them, even though we ranked them already so high in power rankings and stuff like that.
Yeah. It really speaks to that versatility because, of course, in this team, Music has a lot of good laners that he can play for, that he can set up. And I understand why you use that analogy, Slayer, because he's historically been a really great facilitator ever since he joined the NACL. All time, his most played champ, I think, is like Sejuani and champions like that.
Yep.
So I think now that he's showing us that bit of a different look as well, it just speaks to more flexibility and what kind of drafts we can see from this team.
Well, hey, we'll get to the drafts later, Beatdown, because it is pandemonium.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
I'm sure we're going to get some crazy stuff without a doubt. But let's, of course, take a look at the team taking on Cupid today, that being Blue Otter looking to try and get their first win of the summer split here with a very different lineup. Munchie is the only returning player from last split's Blue Otter lineup that made it back up from the promotion tournament. And then outside of that, the only people that have played on Blue Otter besides that is Levitate has had stints with Blue Otter before in the past. But then it's Philip and Young, 2 veteran solo lanes. And most importantly, I'm so glad to see him back. Manui in the support role. Really feel like he's been such a big boost to the support pool and the level of talent we'll have out of this role for our summer split.
Yeah, I was really sad when he didn't have a spot. towards the end of last year, because I think he grew really quickly once he role swapped to support and became a very consistent, pretty high-performing player, in my opinion, in the NACL. So really happy to see him back. It's always fun to see Young as well, a very mechanically gifted player who has won the split in NACL in the past, in 2023 summer, if I'm remembering correctly. And of course, Philip, my favorite voice in the NACL comms world. You know, there's a lot to be excited about with this team. And to what Box said in the interview, it's tough. They lost last week. This is a newly formed roster with Munchie being the only returning player. So, unfortunately, just like for everyone else, they need to find something that works now while hopefully building on something more long-lasting as the split goes on.
And the unfortunate reality of how short our split is that if you're Blue Water, you know, you drop this series to Cupid.
You have 4 series left.
Yeah, you're basically, you're 0-2. You have like 3 series left. You're nearly at the halfway point of your regular split. Yeah. The one thing I will say format-wise for anyone that's coming in and doesn't have it completely locked down, everybody will be able to play a series to guarantee themselves a playoff spot. Our 4-5 in the standings of both Group A and Group B do get like a last chance playoff.
Yes.
Best of 3. So even if you do like somehow go 0-5 beatdown, there's a world where you could actually go 0-5 in a regular split and then win that last series and you're in the playoffs. So I guess that does take a bit of pressure off of the regular season impact of whatever your record is, right? A little bit.
A little bit. Because I don't know if you want to bet it all on one series like that, but I'm picking up what you're laying down, Slayer, and I do have to agree. I think the hope, though, that something every team is playing for is just being able to qualify the old-fashioned way with end of regular split standings and nothing more.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of stress that goes into those kind of last-ditch playoff matchups here. Well, speaking on the stress of, just playing League of Legends, a lot of the stress usually goes to one role, I feel like, especially when it comes to bottom lane synergy. That is the support role. And that's the role that we're going to talk about as our face-to-face matchup, thanks to Philip Norelco. Breezy taking on Manui. We really, praised Manui having impact, how much impact he had once he role swapped to support. You talked about that beatdown. And then you also mentioned how Breezy is a player that has always been pretty darn good, has the potential to be great, potential to be a tier 1 support. So we had to talk about these two guys matching up in the bot lane tonight.
Yeah, this felt like the natural face-to-face to really call attention to because, Breezy, I think, has been a very consistent, higher performer here in the NACL. I think Manui's quick and taller. Manui's quick rise is definitely something to be excited about as well. Always been really smart about the game. And the most interesting thing, too, is we see him play. He's willing to play these more off-meta or unique champions. We know he brought out the Shen support last week. Even if it didn't work, he's made it work in the past, and he's willing to bring out champions like this at a moment's notice to bring this extra sort of flavor to whatever team he's playing on and throw curveballs to their opponent.
It's so funny thinking about Manui and his arc as a player because, when he was an AD carry, I didn't believe too much in Manui as an AD carry because I felt like this guy just doesn't really play enough marksman. He doesn't really have a lot of skill on the marksman. Now in the meta we're in, low-key Manui might have been able to get away with a role swap back to AD carry because we're just playing all the mages in the bottom lane. But yes, his champion pool depth is such a really big strength for him. And up against Breezy should be a fun matchup. I thought Breezy looked very impressive on his new team back. And, there's a little bit of revenge on the mind. I'll always remember Music giving some kudos to Breezy after he was able to get a valuable win back over. So we'll see those two guys facing off. But I guess, Pete, now we can kind of start talking about what we can expect from these two teams draft-wise. And I know that's a hard question to ask you because listen,
how dare you?
It seems like we can play whatever we want down there at this point. I saw Mundo get locked in as an answer into Mage's bot at this point, at 80 carry. So, who knows,
I mean,
man?
I've seen Syndra top. I've seen a lot of crazy things right now, and it's really hard to know. Luckily, solo queue isn't always what gets played in, competitive play. It's not impossible. In fact, we probably will see a Syndra top someday. I don't relish it, but I think it's worth noting too because we're switching over to 26-14. There are a couple interesting changes. I think the most meaningful one, honestly, is the Azir one. It's more of I think they're bug fixes because apparently his soldiers wouldn't proc things like PTA. I know that's become a very popular keystone.
Yeah, it
maybe as teams spend a little more time on this patch, maybe Azir could pop up a little more. Although with very long-range mid-mages still coming out there, it's 50-50. But it's fearless, so maybe in Game 3.
Yeah, 50-50 indeed. And, some of those long-range mages definitely take themselves towards the bot side. If you've missed it, you haven't been watching NACL too much recently. I've seen Tomo, we'll see later, played 2 games at AD Carry. He played Talia Vladimir. So that's the world we're living in. If you're an LPL fan, you've been watching a couple AD Carries play Xerath bottom lane. We are bringing Xerath into the bottom lane. So it is, in fact, the Wild Wild West. But Beatdown, because I know this is, your first cast on this patch, right? I kind of want to ask, how do we feel that impacts the rest of the map champion pool-wise? Because the first thing that I see when you get all these mages in the bottom lane is it kind of opens up for players like Music to go towards things like the Nefiri. I feel like it does kind of help further push some of these junglers to play carry junglers. We saw Music do it last week, and we know Munchie is going to look for those angles in this matchup as well.
I think we could very well see that. I think if we're just looking at the champions that have been hit this patch, there aren't too many. You have champs like Mord, who are just, obscure as it is. Senna Seraphine, nerfed, but I think if there's an angle for him, teams are still going to go for him. Just looking at the changes, I think the really most meaningful one is that Azir adjustment I was talking about. And also Locke.
Yep.
Is something to talk about, because Locke, if I recall, is enabled in this patch.
Locke is enabled in this patch.
There you go.
And, take it with a grain of salt when we compare the stuff like solo queue numbers, of course, right? But when I look at, his ban rate right now across many high elo lobbies and his success, it is very high up right now.
Good.
So we'll see exactly how effective it is. But Beatdown, how do you feel like Locke as a champion fits in? Because we have so many champions that we can base off of, right? At a certain point, we're going to feel like some champions are models or upgrades of over others. Like for me, I remember when Kai'Sa came out, I really felt like Kai'Sa was just like an evolved version of Vayne in a lot of the ways she played. So how do you feel like Locke fits into this meta, and what can people who haven't watched a ton of Locke expect to kind of see out of a champion of this caliber?
Yeah, there are so many champions, so I can't imagine there's going to be much that is deeply, deeply unique compared to the other. What are we at now? 172? I don't know.
Something like that.
Locke honestly just reminds me most of Katarina. I think just because of the dashes and that reset after you get a kill. I honestly think there are some meaningful differences before the two champions, but if we're talking intuitively, visually, I think people will get that sort of connection just watching him dash around the way that he does. But it's always important to note that one of the main differences between solo queue and competitive play is that assassins, the only way we really see assassins flourish in competitive play is if their numbers are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just because the assassin style doesn't really suit well to coordinated gameplay, because you can get locked down and shut down by teams that are actually in sync. Which really just truly discounts the cesspool that is solo queue in any region.
Yeah.
We've all played it. We all know.
We all know.
I think if Poe Belter is to be believed, because I've been seeing his stream quite a lot as he's enjoying this champion, we could see Locke come out, because he does seem very strong when Poe Belter's playing him, but that's also Poe Belter. He's an incredible player. So.
Incredible player indeed. We'll see if anyone can raise the floor to that level. But, kind of speaking on what you're talking about on the assassin class, that kind of brings my focus back towards Munchie, right? Because you're talking about how we've really talked endlessly about how Munchie is one of those the only returning player from the Blue Otter roster from last split. It was a focal point for Blue Otter as a team, as an organization, to say, we're going to put Munchie in the most comfortable spots where he can feel like he can communicate constantly, play confidently on those carries, which a lot of them are assassins, right? Like, we've seen him play stuff like the Rengar, try to play the Master Yi, and we've seen the highs and lows of that, and I feel like that's a really apt conversation to have, knowing what you just talked about with assassins. You really have to have such perfect conditions, it feels like, to play champions that are in Munchie's wheelhouse. We'll see if Blue Otter could set him up for success here today against Cupid, as we are, look at that, diving right into the Game 1 draft.
Yeah, and I think that's a great shout, just because I really do think about Munchie as a player. On his picks, he's definitely shown us a lot of good performances, but I think for the most part, he's kind of struggled on a lot of the stock standard picks. He's just going to go
he's
full
going
send
meta
on the J4. I mean, look, especially in this Fearless system, you cannot have your champ pool cannot be Rengar, Master Yi. I think even in the best of times, even pre-Fearless. So now he does need to be able to show us similar performances on these sort of stock standard champions. So I thought he was all right last week. We'll see if he can improve this week.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's see how he does it, because he is going to get the very feared music Neferi. Yeah, he was absolutely going ballistic with the pack last week here, and he's looking to repeat it up against the J4 here from Munchie. So this will be a very fun matchup. It's almost funny, you know, the way I think about Music as a player and Munchie as a player, you would have thought that these guys would have wanted to trade their champions, but it's 2026. It's the summer split of the NACL. We are going to get wild up in here with the new jungle approach for our junglers. The Jay's going to come through here as well for Hoarder, I assume. So we're going to have Hoarder on the Jace here. I can never, you know, fully lock in champions in anywhere except jungle in my mind in this patch. I'm like scared at this point. I'm hesitant to say certain champions will go certain places. I expect the Jace to be piloted by Hoarder. That's what I'll say, lovely audience.
Probably. It's still really good in top lane, especially in competitive play. So we'll see. Not a lot of health pool on CPD's comp so far, so I'm kind of liking the Jarvan Orianna. There's a lot of combo potential there with that flag and drag into a potential shockwave. This is kind of the opening we saw from Blue Otter in their first match against Conviction, and I will say my concern with what they were dealing with then is their comp I don't think did enough damage, and Conviction's comp had a way to really jump onto the back line. They had Ezreal that game, which they banned away this time, so hopefully they're leaning into a little more firepower, because champions like Neferi, of course, are, you know, pretty good at taking alternate angles and jumping onto your backline, making your front line moot.
Well, you know, speaking on the health pool stuff there, Beatdown, Locke is going to be locked in here by ABO, because there isn't, you know, big health pools for anybody out here, and that's definitely the right conditions for Assassins. Cupid are actually leading a double Assassin comp with a poke Jace right now. So they're kind of calling their shot here, huh? They're like, I don't care about resistances, I don't care about health pools, I care about raw damage, and we're winning in that aspect. That's what Bach's screaming out right now. Yeah.
I mean, they clearly believe in Locke, just like everyone else, and how strong he is. Now they're just going to ban away. I like this one. Even removing Syndra, Caitlyn, these like long-range champions that can play either at or outside their effective range. So it makes sense to target picks like that. And that's why you're seeing the Nautilus too, because the only thing Cupid are missing, as far as I'm concerned, is someone to pull the trigger. As soon as they have that, this comp is looking very dangerous. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to remove something like Alistar as well, or any other engaged champion there, but they can only pick one.
Exactly. And, you know, the Nautilus ban makes a ton of sense for Blue Water, because there is also, you know, a need for lockdown here. That's definitely my biggest worry that I want to see Bach and Crankshank try and figure out here, is to how to, you know, supplement setting up ABO, setting up Music for success here. Breezy, you know, can play. I always think Breezy maybe might look for like a Rel angle here, so I don't see the Rel ban go down. I think that's a decent shout. The Lucian ban's going to come across here towards mobility. Definitely need, I feel like Breezy is kind of quartered into playing something that goes forward, that goes tanky here.
For sure.
There's not a lot of flexibility here for Breezy, so let's see what he goes with. Oh! It pays to know things, folks. We're getting another Breezy Rel game, and I am excited.
Yeah, I really like the Rel shout there, Slayer, and it makes sense. Just the fact that Blues Comp already is giving huge Deathball vibes is a really good opportunity for huge Magnet Storms. And again, just being that key setup that the team needs to be able to full send this incredible burst damage they're working with at the moment here.
This is the second week in a row I've seen Mobility just dripped out in all black. I think he's in his villain era now that he's away from Winthrop, by the way. I kind of like these adopting it here. Just
Dude,
like
low-key, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like dark Mobility. He's turned away from the light here. But, you know, hey, on this team, he's been looking pretty good. We'll see what he decides to go with. Is the rare 80 carry last pick will be coming through into this draft, unless we have anything crazy going on there with Cupid. The Jin makes a ton
ADC.
of Lock ADC. Oh, don't even say that out loud. We're gonna get the Olaf to come through here for Phillip, which I guess is just purely to neutralize any of the Rel shenanigans.
Yeah. The thing is, I find Olaf is best served against teams that are, you know, very CC reliant, and big on, and not so big in the damage category, but
Yeah.
I'm looking at Cupid.
Doesn't feel like that's the comp he's going into.
It is quite the opposite, actually. Yeah. So lane is going to be super important for Philip this game, because if Hoarder sets him behind, I think it's going to be really hard for Philip to be able to play, especially when you consider the mobility. You have the Accelerate for Kaisa, especially the evolved version, allowing her to go invisible. Locke has a dash. Everyone here has like a dash, some kind of move speed, so Philip really has to play this well outside of lane 2 if he doesn't want to get kited out and have his Ragnarok rendered basically useless. I think a lot of pressure is going to be there on Young and Levitate in these team fights because CPD's comp, while they have a lot of damage, they're pretty squishy. You post 2 items, Levitate will feel really good on the Jhin and able to do a lot of damage, so it's really just about helping Young and Levitate succeed for Blue Otter.
Down, I'm in total agreement with you in the sense that I feel like Cupid definitely have the ease of execution in this game, right? It's kind of a clear path of we're going to go in with Breezy, Hoarder's going to get some poke down, and we've got a bunch of people with big dashes, big movement abilities to try and circumvent and get towards these carries. In the Blue Otter side, you mentioned the Olaf, right? The Olaf's going to try and go forward once the engage comes in, but I really feel like Blue Otter have to be the ones to start fights and find picks on their own to make this work, right? We need to see Young and Munchie put a Cataclysm Shockwave together. We need to see that snap engage come first. I do really like the Bard here, but again, I think it's just, listen, if Manui's got the sauce, it'll work, but it's going to be very difficult to land these Tempered Fates. It's going to be very difficult to slow down a Cupid team looking red hot after their week 1 win and bringing all the damage as we bring that damage onto Summoner's Rift for our first game today.
Yeah, another thing, too, with the Bard, while I do like the pick, it just adds to my concerns for Olaf, most people know. To keep the Ragnarok going, he needs to keep auto-attacking, and I can just foresee potential for anti-synergy there. So I hope Manui and Philip are very careful and communicative on how they use their abilities.
We'll have to look out for that, as we'll see Philip can do some damage early on in this lane, but again, Jace is definitely a champion that is not too afraid of this Olaf with the range capabilities. We'll respect early on the wave there, Mr. Hoarder, so we'll be able to give Philip a decent amount of early push here. But we do, of course, have the Assassin v Control Mage matchup in the mid lane. ABO back in the league. We feel like he could definitely be a contender as an all-pro mid laner. This is the matchup to show it up against the guy that he has played against in past. You mentioned, Young being a champion in the ACL in the past times. ABO being a part of some of those very big contending teams as well. So kind of fun to just see these two guys match up in the big 2-6 after all this time.
And now things slow down a little bit. Lane's going about as well as we can expect. I think the big thing I'm still setting my sights on is top lane. I think Philip has a pretty hard game ahead of him, and that's outside of lane. Not to mention Hoarder having a pretty big advantage here on the Jace. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he plays this one out. We know historically Philip really good at these either tanks, facilitator style champions. That's why you saw the Gragas ban. It was an old favorite of his. So I'm gonna see if he can bring the pain with the Olaf instead.
Got our junglers both clearing in the same path here. Bottom, top going so far. Looks like, I think it's going to be a slight lead for Munchie. It's basically the same. So we could see a bit of a crash course come down onto this topside scuttle, which Music I feel like would be a bit more comfortable in. The lane states are decently even, so we'll see if anything really kicks off around this crap. I spot Manui already sprinting out of the bottom lane to maybe look on ABO.
He's got the move way ahead of Breezy, so he could potentially flip this, but instead, I kind of like the angle to put pressure mid. It does make it so that he can't move up to the crab, but still, Munchie, not eager to flip that one, is instead just going to go for the trade, and honestly, I think it's fine.
Just a split of the first couple scuttle crabs here. Nothing too big. Music just going to make sure that nothing gets too spicy on that top side with Philip on the Olaf, just to cover there. But Manui is out getting as many chimes as he can. So this is the very fun part that I feel like is a lot different from our spring split meta with these bottom laners, is that a lot of our supports just get back out on the map like you saw in 2025. But what this does give the benefit over towards Cupid is obviously Mobility gets a really good crash there, right? Beat down. This is a really good reset for the AD carry. And also XP-wise, Breezy now should be up a bit over Manui. Hasn't manifested in a full level just yet, but he collected a lot more wave XP than Mr. Manui did.
Yeah, I will. I love the call about the recall there for Mobility. Gets to come back with Boots Long Sword and a call. No, he's playing for the later game.
Yep.
And that's going to work out just fine for him. I will add, though, I'm pretty sure Bard, unless that's changed, he gets experience from the chimes he picks up around the map. Yeah, so that will make up a little bit for that disparity there in the bot lane. Probably not stressing about it.
Yep, I always forget that about the classic Bard shenanigans. It's so funny, I forget that every time, and then I'm playing AD carry, and I play with the Bard, and I'm like, why do you get level 2 first? And
yeah.
You know what?
I mean, my cousin loves Bard. It's the only reason I know anything about this champion.
It is, I will say, I have not piloted Bard ever really, but top 5 champions to watch, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
People play, because it's just the shenanigans you could get up to on Bard. I feel like there is no other champion. It's like maybe Singed with the way he could just kind of bait people to chase him, but the amount of times you see a Bard you think is dead, and then he just portals out and binds the guy that follows him to a wall and gets him killed. That's just classic, man. I feel like it's like watching old Tom and Jerry cartoons.
You know what? If you want to talk about cartoonish, I see your Bard and I raise you a Zillion.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Zillion walked so Bard could run, because Zillion came out a lot before Bard did.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. It's, they can both be frustrating champions in the right hands, and I gotta give Manui some credit. He is definitely a player I would consider. The right hands. I'm excited to see what he'll be able to do with Bard this game. We already saw a pretty good roam mid lane. We'll see what else he's got once he's hit level 6. That's the real sauce, as you said, Slayer, with Bards. Can you hit the Tempered Fates?
Can you hit the Tempered Fates? Well, not going to be needed anywhere near this Drake pit, because the Drake is just as relaxed as our early game has been. But, never mind, it isn't anymore. Breezy just flashed on Young's head. He's going to eat the shockwave as Young does expend his own flash to get away. Not enough damage to find that kill. Young pushed away because Music and ABO are going to go after him, but the flash dunked down from Munchie comes through, and now it's just pandemonium. ABO is on way up creek with no paddle here. Munchie's going to chase him down, does dodge the Q. He's going to be able to dash over the wall with the Ash in pursuit. First blood goes to Philip in the background, somehow has killed off Breezy, but the chase continues on to ABO. It's hard to finally push Manui and Munchie away. I was just about to talk about how boring this game 1 was, and everything explodes in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was exciting. Credit to Munchie. Soon as the dragon finished, he sprinted mid lane and flashed to try and defend his mid laner. And at the end of the day, both mids survive, despite being the center of a whole lot of action. I think the most crucial thing, Philip getting a kill, as long as he can get a pretty good recall off, I think would be so big for him, because he's already fallen behind in a difficult lane matchup. We already mentioned falling behind for him would be basically his doom this game in terms of effectiveness. So getting that kill, really big breath of fresh air.
Breath of fresh air, but he is still actually going to be down gold because Order collected a pretty big wave and was able to get one of those turret plates off.
True.
So gold-wise, it's not really that effective on the top lane side, but it is still Blue Otter that open with about a couple hundred gold lead, and they get that first dragon. I think we're going to accelerate the game speed here with Grubs coming up soon, but yeah, let's get a replay and look at how Philip got that kill. Oh, well, he just flashed.
He's Olaf.
Yep, and he's Olaf.
I gotta say, champs like Olaf and Darius, I swear no other top laner has won season 26 or season whatever. What do they call them now? Is it season 26?
I think it's season 16 technically. We went
16.
25 like last year.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Now we're 16.
So no top laner I feel has won season 16 more than like Olaf, Darius, or anyone who loves running Ghost. Because now Roll Quest giving you TP is just awesome.
Yep. I'm a fan of it. It at least makes top lane more spicy, because you also can see things like, we've seen like Riven's a good example. Like Riven needs Ignite Flash, I feel like, to win the lane, but you still give Riven a teleport later on to be effective outside of that. So I think that's a great shout there. As we do see up towards the top side, the Grubs are being handled by Music and Hoarder. So despite that first blood from Philip, I think Hoarder's done a really good job controlling this lane, not letting Philip get out of control, and using that pressure to manifest 3 Grubs over to Cupid.
Yeah, and the fact that he is just going to be a big problem in the side lane. This only gets harder for Blue Water to deal with the Jace as time goes on. Now these 3 grubs are going to make it even more dangerous. It's going to be so much easier for him to side lane, take down more structures. Anytime Blue Water makes a play away from him, Hoarder has that potential to take so much gold in the process so very quickly. So it adds that pressure to Blue Water once we get past that 20-minute mark and we start fighting for bigger objectives.
See if any of that fighting or skirmishing could come out. Maybe from this mid-jungle duo. Young is getting pressure in this mid lane into ABO, but I'm looking at the fact that Locke is still without Flash. Music's a little bit harder to pin down even without Flash, but want to see if we can punish any of these summoner differences with that sort of Cataclysm Shockwave combo that I know Munchie and Young want to go for. This is what Blue Water drafted for. Their 1-2 picks were, of course, this J4 Orianna, and is the entire, narrative around the success of this team is this combo. Maybe look to go for it here, but the turn on to Young is massive. That's a great Tempered Fate, though, to make sure the Purgatory can't do a bunch of damage to Young, but there's the Ashen Pursuit in from ABO, gets the kill with Music. Young is down, ABO is out of dodge, and now the Hounds have been released onto poor Manui. They're going to bring mobility over just to get the gold exactly where they want it. Great turnaround there from Cupid to pick up a pair of kills.
And this is that dive potential we were talking about in the draft there, Slayer. Really nice of Music to use that Call of the Pack to dodge the Tempered Fate. Made it so much easier to dodge any follow-up from Blue Water, and of course, be able to get that kill there onto Young. This is that concern. The inability Blue Water have, for the most part, to protect their backline, unless Manui gets a really clutch Tempered Fate, is what's going to make these later team fights so difficult for them to play out, because CPD have so much burst damage to play with.
You could maybe even see the item difference there in that burst last time, because Music, of course, had the Cyclosword completed going for his burst, but Munchie did not have an item for the dunk down. Of course, Young still sitting on components towards Aroa, so there isn't exactly that innate burst that we're hoping for from Munchie and Young just yet. Small things like that make the difference when ABO is able to limp away with about 75 HP.
Yeah, and I'm glad you point out the Roa too. It is a tough choice there for Young. I think you want as much burst damage as possible, something more like Luden's Blackfire Torch and things like that. But he wants to go for the HP route, maybe hoping that, live longer, get more spell rotations off, equals more damage as time goes on. But I don't know. I think that is a little too safe, just because if your Bard and your Jarvan can't protect you, I don't know if that extra health is even going to matter. I think you got to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, it's kind of, you're gambling that the early game would be slow enough that the burst assassins wouldn't get too out of control. We'll see how bursty they get towards this Drake pit. Munchie's been on this dragon, but Breezy, again, just going to flash on his head. Tempered Fate not going to hit Munchie, but the Purgatory does pull him down. ABO picks up the kill, and the Hounds pursue forward from Music. Going to back levitate off of the dragon. Secured there by Music. The current call going to come out. There's a nice shockwave from Young. Sets up a beautiful force shot to take down one. Music on a blinking health bar trying to run towards the back of the pit here as ABO pushes Levitate away, but the bouncing grenade picks up a double kill for Levitate, and he's got the force shot ready. But mobility wants to throw hands. Barry, your old shield is just enough to get ABO in to kill off Manui, and the Ashen Pursuit gives ABO a double dash that gets him way away from the Blue Water carries.
Ooh, CPD playing it a little close there, looking like they were going to lose out long term, but they still come up ahead, and they get the dragon to boot Slayer. So this is still a win in their favor, and again, just echoes of what's to come in terms of how quickly members of Blue Water can get bursted down by Cupid's composition. And, I mean, we look at Kai'Sa, we look at Locke, we look at Jace. This only gets more dangerous as they grow in power.
They're also just like growing. Oh, here we go. All right, finally an undertow slow comes across from Phillip. Thought he was going to pop the Ragnarok, but Hoarder does enough damage to get that Storm Surge up and Storm Raiders, excuse me, up and available to run away and get out of that trade. The aura of this Cupid draft is what's really screaming out here to me, Beatdown. How many times have we seen them on the back foot and then just immediately be able to turn it around? That's like cinema we're talking about levels of ability to turn these fights right now.
Very true. Happened in their first match as well.
Uh-oh.
Against Conviction.
Order.
I mean, yeah. I think he's just going to throw the Q. It's not actually going to... Yeah, exactly.
Mental warfare.
It's the mental win. Really, that's what it's all about here.
Well, it could actually be a little bit more than that. I mean, there's a lot of people up towards the top side. Both supports are here. Munchie's in the area. It seemed like Blue Water was maybe thinking about a dive, but I think Breezy completely deterred that.
Yeah, nice cover. I thought they were going to make a play for the turret, but instead they're going to back off. Hoarder gets his back canceled again. It's actually a pretty big deal there for Philip. Oh, I thought he would want to stay, try and crash another wave, collect plates, but instead he's just going to take the time to recall for himself. Think that's a bit of loss and potential advantage there, but otherwise things are going to go back to sort of neutral state. The lead for Cupid, to be fair, is only a little bit, less than 1K. But again, the scaling aspect is what's so important for them. And time is truly on their side.
And speaking on that scaling aspect, you can kind of see it reflected in the items here. And while, the gold lead you mentioned is close, I feel like the power of these two comps on one item is also further accentuated by Cupid, right? ABO goes this Rocket Belt. Young is trying to stack a Roa. We've got, this Ghost Blade for Levitate to try and peak a little bit now, but the Kraken Slayer matches it. Cyclone Sword is a ton of upfront damage, so I still think Cupid are right where they want to be with this super damage-heavy assassin composition that's really going to start flourishing now that we've crested into the mid-game.
Yes, you're right. And the only thing really to add is that Blue Water have one way of making these fights work, because you pointed out the Ghost Blade. I think we're already seeing Levitate do a pretty okay damage because Cupid's comp is squishy. I think really, like we saw in that Dragon fight, the only angle is that, all right, we need a big Cataclysm into Shockwave. It's really the only answer, it looks like, for Blue Water to really find anything in these team fights.
Yeah, it's, using that distance too, right? Munchie, if he has to go in and throw his life away, that's kind of his job. But if we could set up that Shockwave into a nice curtain call from Levitate, that's just nothing that Cupid can really cover for with their assassins with how many dashes they have. Despite all those conversations about how the fights could look later, what we did see in the present time was an uncontested Rift Herald. So top side objectives have been completely dominated by Cupid so far.
I will say something Cupid did with the Rift Herald last week that I really liked too, was that they were also playing against the Bard. And they kind of did a pump fake with the Herald.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that one. I think it's something that, their opponents simply were not ready to deal with. So while Bard, yes, can deny the Herald charge, Blue Water needs to be careful. The turret is what they're aiming for.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a, battering ram. Battering ram. That's the word I'm looking for to lead forward into a fight. And we could see a battle herald be used here in about 30 seconds. We split the first two Drakes between Cupid and Blue Water. And we're starting a position around here to play for the third one with bottom lanes in the mid lane. Good little poke early on with Levitate using that bouncing grenade to get the extra damage after executing some minions. So mobility's a little bit worse for wear, but the bigger win here for Blue Water, you can see the vision, you can see the trap set up by Levitate. It is a hard walk in here for Cupid towards the Drake pit.
That's right. They're going to use that Herald to make some space. Here it is. Now Manui's here. Going to be pretty able to save the turret, but they are a little vulnerable.
Oh, okay. So Manui learned. He didn't use the ult on the turret. He knew they were going to try and look for them.
Because Dragon's up.
But now the Dragon is up, and there might be a catch onto Munchie. He's trying to turn it onto Breezy, but he flashes out of the Cataclysm, and Munchie is caught too far forward. But he's able to walk away with a sliver of HP. No kills to come across on either side, but the win for Cupid. They've knocked Munchie back to base with the Dragon up, but it's looking a bit difficult to actually start this thing up 5 versus 4 for now.
Yeah, especially now.
Flourish. Music gets caught. Now he's poked out with help from the Hextech Drake. And it looks like Blue Water are going to be able to buy themselves that valuable time. Munchie with the Hex Gates will get back over here, and Cupid are going to give up the Drake.
Yeah, the health bars are not looking good for Cupid, and once their ults are used, if they don't get a single kill for it, they really just have to walk away. I don't think they'll win that extended fight once they use all their resources. Had they killed Munchie, might have been a different story, but knowing the J4 is on his way back, the longer you continue that fight makes it too dangerous. So it's going to be a Drake. It's going to be the second one for Blue because Cupid got the previous one, so it's not too big a deal. They're not worried about a Dragon Soul just yet. I think that's part of why I like the decision to back off. You can see them making use of the grubs they've got on the top side to just collect a lot of gold, and the lead has sharply risen.
Yeah, so I'm totally with you, Beatdown, because that entire time, Hoarder was alone on the top wave. He gets that first top lane turret. He's up 1,000 gold at this point, and they've opened up the map. And what do assassins love most? More jungle access deeper into these lanes. You could already see ABO trying to set up brushes to try and blow somebody up now that he's coasting towards his second item and showing why Locke is pretty filthy on the solo queue charts. The raw damage he brings.
Quite good. ABO's piloting it well. And it's only going to get more dangerous again as he gets more items.
Here we go. Now he wants all the smoke. Ragnarok pop, trying to get some of these autos down. Hoarder trying to use the Storm Raiders to run away, but that Jin trap slows him down. A low-key assist from Levitate to help Philip get that solo bolo. I guess it's not solo bolo anymore, but 95% of the work from Philip.
Yeah, and Levitate, very happy to collect some assist gold, helping off that, which is a much-needed play there. Hoarder being flashless makes it a really good punish there for Philip. And that is the danger of the Olaf. Again, as long as he's able to keep that Ragnarok going, he does have that value in these fights. It's just about whether or not CPD can kite him out. That time, Hoarder could not.
And you know, that extra gold does end up helping Levitate tick over towards that Storm Razor. There's a lot of Storm going on in this game so far. So he's on to the two items. Both our AD carries have been pretty happy to look for their decent skirmishes, but they're both aiming to scale up as this game goes on, and they're both in pretty good position to do so. But it's Cupid with those grubs like you talked about, Beatdown, that just have so much more side lane pressure right now. If they knock down both the top and bot lane tier 1s, Philip looking to maybe fight with ABO here. Doesn't have the Ragnarok jump just yet, but he does hit the undertow. It's going to have to be the Ashen Pursuit dash out of ABO, and he will be able to get away from Philip. And
it's very easy for him to jump over the wall and get out of the way. The gold was still picked up, allowing Cupid to immediately get back to 2,500 ahead here.
Oh, music goes untargetable, but the Tempered Fate catches Munchie while he goes for that Cataclysm, and Breezy likes the re-engage. Magnet Storm crash down ABO with a huge Purgatory drop through, but he can't get any of the burst damage out just yet. Blue Water able to survive, and look at the turnaround they have with the Curtain Call. Breezy gets blown up, Manui looking for the flash slow, but it's the force shot that won't find mobility. Does have to board both of his summoners, and the smite slow comes through. Has to use the Kaisa ultimate to try to look for this turn. Mobility nearly takes one down with him, but it's a shutdown regardless, and we have fights breaking out on all sides of the map. Philip gets picked off there by music to get something back for Cupid. A very messy fight, and the gold virtually doesn't change at the end of it.
Yeah, still though, Blue Water come out ahead in terms of kills traded. Gotta give Mobility some credit there. That was a lot of sauce he just played with. Almost made that a 2 for 2. But still, we're starting to see again, this is how Blue Water win out on these fights. As long as they're able to get Philip on top of people and basically just avoid a lot of that upfront burst damage Cupid are working with, they still have ways to play out these team fights. So Cupid do need to be a little more careful.
They do have such massive individual gold leads right now that you're seeing with both music and Hoarder. ABO is also going to tick over towards two items to get the Lichbane done. I know we're still, kind of learning about what the Locke builds look like, especially in competitive here Beatdown, but regardless of how Locke wants to build, I like the Lichbane on a team with 3 grubs as we get a look back at the couple of split fights that we had manifest here.
That's right. And yeah, Mobility, he's making it look real. I've never seen Dyne look so good. I'll tell you that. And I like the response there from Cupid, of course. They jump onto the other side. Philip had no ult. He had no flash. Pretty easy to just take him out of the picture there. So at least they get something in the process. Big thing now, Slayer. Dragon in 30 seconds. Cupid, of course, because they got one, means it's not Dragon Soul. But even Soul Point, not something I think they want to allow because you called it out. We have big power spikes across the board for Cupid. This is the moment that they really want to start forcing the issue around objectives.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the difference between Hoarder and Philip's inventory, music and Munchie right now. That is the focal point forward here for Cupid. Their burst damage feels like it is nearly at peak levels, especially out of top lane and jungle. They have controlled river first, And they will start up the Drake here. ABO trying to find a flank angle, but Phillips going to take the Hex Gates behind. They kind of have Hoarder pinched now here. Manui doesn't look for the angle. Hoarder's going to jump on top of Phillip, use the Blast Cone to get the Olaf away from him, who's now chunked down to about 40% HP. But they had to relinquish control of the Drake here. It's Munchie and Levitate versus Music and Mobility, trying to see who can burst this thing down for a potential 50-50. The Smite's not going to land, but Mobility picks up the Drake. Breezy goes all in, pulls all the attention away from ABO, who gets a massive Purgatory off, showing why Locke is disgusting right now. Triple kill almost instantly, making a quadra kill. ABO showing off on League of Legends' latest champion.
And that is the big lead there for Cupid. And they're not done yet. They're going to move it over to the Baron Slayer. Not only does he get the Quadra, not only do they get the Drake, now they have this big purple worm. More gold, more power, and a higher chance to win this game.
Some things just went Cupid's way in that last fight. One mobility auto makes the difference on Dragon. Funnily enough, one auto from him secures the Baron as well. How poetic. They stop the stacking and, well, just effectively break this game one open.
Break it open, smash to bits, whatever violent term you want to call it, Slayer. They've done it. And this is a point in the game now that has become so dangerous for Blue Otter because we already saw Cupid's ability to, trade across the map. ABO, especially at 6-0 right now on the lock, really strong in 1v1s, even 1v2s. And the same can be said about Hoarder. There is no good side of the map for Blue Otter to really play towards because whatever they win somewhere else, now with this Baron and 3 grubs, Cupid will win more on the other side of it. It's guaranteed.
And it's guaranteed destruction onto some of these turrets as well. Going after this bot lane tier 2, like the 2-lane setup they've got going here, but Breezy, this guy's always looking for that massive engage. It's why I love when he plays Rel. He just does not care about his health bar or his life. He just cares about how many people he can hit with a crash down, with a Magnet Storm. So just going to make sure that Young has to be careful on the bot side. His Music is the one that's actually eating a lot of these curtain call shots. Those are targetable to make sure he doesn't get hit by the 4-shot. Tempered Fate is going to stall Munchie on top of Hoarder, but it's just so they can bring Levitate over. They have more than enough damage to get rid of Hoarder. Cupid looking to maybe go for a chase down here from ABO, but yeah, great call beat down. This is actually kind of just a distraction here by ABO, trying to make sure that Blue don't look at their bot lane that nearly loses an inhibitor turret to Mobility's Wrath.
Yeah, and ABO being here too just means that with this wave and the Baron buff, you can't see a huge response from Blue Otter on the Bond side. Otherwise, they're going to lose the mid-tier 2 in the process. So it is a big kill. Shut down there onto Hoarder. But still, feels like Cupid just keep winning out like we were talking about. And it's just so much harder at this stage of the game for Blue to get a win unless it is an overwhelming teamfight victory.
Gotta find a way. There's always a possibility, right, with, like you mentioned, how low of a health pool there is here for a lot of these champions, right? If you can get that initial big burst, we have a Rabadon's on Young by this point. You could just blow up a guy like ABO if mobility, but it goes back to what we talked about in the draft. This comp from Cupid is so nice because it is so difficult to lock down. Half the people have untargetables, half the people can go invisible with a dash, like... It's really difficult to make this work. Something we saw from draft that could be a complication, and it's starting to hurt Blue Otter now, but they still have to find a way to fight. Munchie doesn't blast cone over the wall, but he does.
This is good.
He does have the flank. He's going to go after Mobility. Flag and Drag only going to clip Breezy, and Mobility's able to dash out, and just like we talked about, Cupid are just too mobile to really hold in one place.
Yeah, I thought that was the angle. I like the fish there from Blue Otter. This is what they have to do at this point. Go to wherever Cupid have the most committed members and hope you can wipe them out. Get yourself some breathing room on the map.
We'll take a look back at that game-breaking fight here, thanks to Phillips Norelco's precision play. It's Lock on the flank, showing why everybody on Blue Otters ended up in purgatory today.
You gotta shout out Breezy, too, for setting it up with the Magnet Storm. We said that he had the potential to do so in the draft. I think that play was the culmination of that potential. Really broke the game open, as you said at the time, Slayer. Allowed Cupid to get the Baron, and basically a minute or two later, they're sitting here at 7,000 gold ahead. An overwhelming advantage.
Overwhelming advantage. And now setting themselves up to play for that next Hextech Drake in about 40 seconds. And, well, with a lot longer lanes to play for, it's much harder for Blue Otter to get themselves in position here. And, well, Hoarder's starting to show He's got the poke potential. Mobility does seem to be going a bit more of an AP-esque Kaisa build, which means those Void Seekers are also primed and ready for poke as well. So many interesting folds into this Cupid composition.
That's right, and mobility, of course, because he's still got a good amount of AD. He'll be very good with auto-attacking as well. Always a fan of the hybrid Kaisa builds. It's very fun to make your opponent suffer. You know how it is, Slayer. Play AD carry.
Of course.
Mostly you're the one suffering, of course, but you know, you get it.
That's the entire thesis of playing AD carry. You're either making somebody suffer pretty badly or you're the one suffering the most. That's pretty apt description of my role in. Well, the ladder is levitate right now because he just got hit by the Void Seeker, and watch this purgatory damage. Okay, Manui's going to stall it out with the Temper Fade, but ABO's going to go legendary regardless. Levitate flashed. He used the Ghost Blade to run away. It just doesn't matter. There are too many dashes to deal with from Cupid. He goes down, and now Breezy sees the angle, and he's going to flash Magnet Storm. Only going to grab Munchie. Young's able to flash out. Breezy doesn't have a ton of help. It's ABO that's dueling with Munchie off towards the side. He gets a huge heal to come across, and now Music is here with a major Hound's Pursuit to find one, but Philip is able to get the shutdown onto ABO. That's 1,000 gold back, but can he deal with Music as he looks for the Hound's Pursuit return? And boy, do the Darkened Daggers start dancing on top of Philip. Flash forward for Music. He wants to find the killer blow.
He's bleeding.
The bleed does not claim Philip, but he's able to get away from the Shock Blast out of Hoarder. So Philip ends up cashing in huge there for the Otters.
So it's a 2 for 2. Probably the best you could have hoped for there is Blue Otter. Cupid really forcing the situation there, get punished a little bit. Doesn't change too much in terms of the state of the map. Next thing we have to set our sights on, of course, is that Baron. 13 seconds. With Munchie still currently being out of that picture, there is the angle there for Cupid, especially with bot lane being what it is. Get that first look on that objectives and see if they can snag that one away again. They take it very quickly.
Honestly, they take it with an effectiveness that is honestly scary to me with with this composition. That's a good call out there, beat down, and they'll start shifting their vision, attention over towards this side of the map here. Going to use that Void-Kissed Scuttle Crab to spot out all of these wards. So now any vision that Blue Otter had near this pit is completely vanquished.
Bye-bye. Void-Kissed, huh? I've never heard that one. Is that new?
You know, I don't think that's the technical term, but I'm pretty sure that is why Scuttle has been upgraded. It's a touch of the void. So
yeah.
He's got to be purple for
like
a reason, right? You know?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I just wanted to know if that was, if that was you stole it from someone. So I respect the vision. I do.
I definitely steal a lot of things from people. That's,
You're
creative
a caster.
fields.
That's what we do.
Yeah, but I can't claim that one. So thank you for that,
All right.
that moral win there, beat down. Let's see who could get the Baron win here, or
The
maybe
real win.
the red buff win. All right, so Music's going to smite that one away, stealing even more camps. Seems like Cupid are trying to play towards the fact that ABO versus Young on the bot side is really scary, and, well, no, they're just going to rip the Baron now. So Munchie is going to spot it up. Drops the flag.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Munchie, he's 4 levels down on his opponent jungler.
God.
So
Yes,
yeah,
he is.
Cupid can kind of do Music can do as he pleases for the most part this game.
I think ABO just blew up the Blue Otter AD carry in the background, and now Breezy finds the flank onto Munchie. Here comes that 4-level difference in the jungle as Music goes forward the Hound's Pursuit. The bleed this time
Bleed.
will not kill off Munchie again, but the victory here for Cupid is Blue Otter have no business near the Baron pit anymore, and they'll be able to secure a second uncontested Purple Worm in a row.
Whew. And it's going to be the perfect setup for their Dragon Soul in a minute 40's time. The gold lead shoots up to almost 9,000 in Cupid's favor. And you called it out. Maybe we could see a replay of Levitate exploding while we were looking elsewhere. Because, again, that's the power of that lock that we've been picking up, I think, for good reason. ABO, now level 18, 9, 1, and 4. He even has the Medjai's. And
yeah,
if you're a squishy person, and this is what I meant to with Young, like that row is not going to save him from this. Like, look at this.
Oh boy.
This is exhaust, by the way, exhaust. It's
Yep.
fine.
Purgatory.
Ooh.
Damn. Yep. See you later.
Very playable, by the way. Very playable.
League of Legends is redefining cultural trends. We used to have the pop and lock, but now lock is popping people. That's where we're at.
That's good. Is that another Slayer?
That's a Slayer one. You know what? You
Okay.
you just got
You're
me
2 for 2.
got me going today. Yeah, that's.
I like it.
That one. I think people might actually steal too. So that'll be cool.
I mean, they should. They should. That's money. That's money. And again, sorry, Young, but you know, Roa's not going to save you from that.
No. I saw the vision, but I've got blind in it now at this point here.
Yes.
His music does have to get backed off the mid-wave here. Oh, Purgatory got dropped through by ABO, and just like that, Cupid wants to scrap. There's a Hound Pursuit forward there from Music, but that burst damage is thankfully enough for Munchie to tank.
All right, we're just going to walk it out. Some ultimates used. Blue Otter still have a lot of all of their ults to play with. Again, eyeing the Tempered Fate. Manui, God bless him. He's been trying this game to make something happen with his ultimate. But overall, yeah, I mean, it's going to buy some time, but...
I mean, this is Soul, right? So Blue Otter got to find a way to get in here, but they are too little too late, and now Breezy once again gets a multi-man Magnet Storm. He's able to flash away from Blue Otter's look for the turn, but here comes the Cupid damage, ready to fire on all cylinders. Hoarder does get dropped by a nice shockwave out of Young. And Music has to be a bit careful about when he decides to go forward. Mobility, looking to dash, looking to flash, chase after Manui because he's got 4 items. He's got the killer instinct in him, and he wants to end game 1 right now. Philip gonna drop, Hound Pursuit connects onto Young, and once again, ABO eradicates Levitate. Just like that, it's an ace, and Cupid will keep their win streak going to 3 as they look to take a 1-0 lead in their second series of the summer split.
What? I don't know what the hell I'm looking at right there, but an amazing fight from Cupid. And you said it, the streak is alive. They're at 11K ahead, and now that this wave is here, they are ready to take us to game 2.
A flashy draft full of assassins gets the job done here for Cupid. 1-0 up in our series.
And I gotta give it to Blue Otter. I think they showed us some signs of life that game, but very much like I saw in their previous series, I think the draft was pretty hard to play out. Again, the Olaf there for Philip. You're laning into a Jace, which is already kind of hard, especially it being Hoarder. But it's so many options for your opponents to kite you. Look back on those fights and how hard it is for him to keep that Ragnarok going, to actually keep auto-attacking people. You said it many times yourself, Slayer. The comp, it was so easy for Cupid to kite.
Yeah, it was, and we saw it multiple times. I'm glad you talked about the draft diff there, Beatdown, because I do want to shout out Crankshank, who has been helming the drafts. A new coach here. They got an assistant coach to look after a really successful promotion tournament. Great job, Crankshank. That draft definitely balled out for Cupid, and they executed it well enough to get that 1-0 lead. We're going to go to a quick break, and on the other side, see if Blue Otter can put together a much better draft, in our opinion, to keep this series alive. Blue Otter versus Cupid Game 2 coming to you guys after this break screen.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Challengers League live stream as we get into our second game of our first matchup. Week 2, Day 2 here. Cupid with a flashy, assassin-driven Game 1 composition. We're able to dismantle Blue Otter here to keep them completely undefeated so far through the start of our summer split.
Yeah, I mean, it is only week 2, and their fourth game, I guess, technically. But yeah, it's going to be a fun streak. We saw something similar from NRG in the last split. Maybe Cupid will be able to show us something this time. And you can take a look here in this draft. A lot of damage being done, spread pretty evenly amongst the top 4 members of Cupid. Again, we talked about the firepower on top of the mobility of this composition, and it truly delivered.
It delivered in complete style here for Cupid. And you can see on the other side there for Blue Otter, it was pretty difficult for Munchie to get a lot of damage out. Then again, he was kind of playing the role of, I'm going to dunk him and die. You guys do the rest. So can't really be too critical of his damage numbers there. But definitely want to see if Blue Otter maybe try and flex more into that classic Munchie champion pool here for Game 2. We were a little bit startled to see the B1 Jarvan look for a Munchie-led comp, but we'll see exactly what they can do here for Game 2. I was just happy that we had 2 AD carries in the AD carry role for Game 1 here.
Do you need a minute? That's gotta be really exciting for you, Slayer.
You know, it's weird because before AD carries, before the bot lane was taken over by mages, you know, I used to always hate on Jhin. But now I have to appreciate Jhin because he's a marksman.
He's a marksman.
So weird.
You're like, oh my god, my best friend.
Yeah, it's like I always appreciated you, Jhin players.
Yeah. we gotta do some revisionist history. You know how it is.
Exactly. Whatever to fit the narrative.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
We are into the Game 2 draft here and seeing some usual suspects on the ban table. Camille continues to be correctly banned away by our teams as champions, discussing the support rule. Nocturne has been pretty high prio ban as well. That one will be over towards Blue Water. Looking like so far Cupid are sticking to very similar bans. We're going to make sure Ziggs does not make an appearance in this game either.
Fair enough. Ziggs good. Camille, speaking of champs, not in their proper roles. Yeah, it's I have feelings. Complicated feelings. But we'll see. We'll see with Blue Otter. They have an opportunity to, show us a different draft this time around. They have first pick once again, but this time on the blue side. Very fitting. And we'll see what they'll be prioritizing.
Yeah, we see that Cupid definitely wanted to get as many of these mages out of the way early, with the Syndra ban also being one that is warranted towards the bot side here, depending on how flexible Levitate feels on those champions. It's going to be, this is a callback to last split. We saw Karma get prioritized as a first selection a lot last split, so that's going to come through for Blue Water. Is the only reason I'll call out the hover as being funny is that Cupid are obviously poking fun at Munchie here, hovering Rengar and Master Yi.
The big Master Yi player. Of course, we're just having some fun. It's just some banter, as they say. Karma's a pretty interesting one. We know Ezreal Karma is the big combination, of course, mobility.
Split them up.
Feeling pressure to split them up, as you say. But there are still a lot of pairings that Blue Water could be going for. Of course, Xin is still strong. Works really well in these fights with the Karma, too. I think it's an option there for Munchie to grab. But if Music wanted to be really funny, you could take that, too.
Yeah, so the Karma B1, right? Does that feels like to me, you basically are signing up to play a marksman, right? I feel like if you're going to pick Karma, it's hard to warrant putting a mage next to Karma that really nerfs the power that she brings into this bottom lane. So seeing a Caitlyn hover makes a ton of sense to me. Jhin Karma used to be a thing, but of course Jhin is taken out by Fearless. So I do expect Levitate to likely lock in this Caitlyn, and I'm really just all the love to the Blue Water and Cupid coaching staff. This locking comes through because that means, and it does, we have 2 games of traditional bottom lanes, guys. It's a Caitlyn, it's an Ezreal, it's a Karma, it's a Nami. Nothing too weird in our bot lanes for our first series.
Yes.
Yes.
I saw a video yesterday about Caitlyn jungle, and it was like a 245 first clear.
What is going on?
You never know.
I saw the exact same video beat in it.
This game doesn't make sense anymore, but it's okay. It is definitely Caitlyn in the bot side. I think immediate impression, of course, is going to be some early Drake stacking. They kind of lost the plot on that one a little bit in game one. Hopefully this time they'll be able to use what I'm sure is going to be bot priority to more consistent effect in Drake stacking.
On the Cupid side, Ezreal Nami. That is definitely not a common pairing. Definitely, Nami can help out any AD carry, boosting up those auto attacks and setting up bubbles, of course, for mobility to drop some damage down. But will be fun to see how the interactions go with these two pair together, as they rarely are. Vi going to come through here. Love this pick from Music. Now, I've been a big fan of Music on these carry performances. He's been phenomenal on the Nami, but this is a pick that, to me, knowing OG Music in the NACL, makes a ton of sense on the Vi. He's going to look to start the fights and beat down into a Caitlyn and a Victor. I think this is a really good pick to round out their first phase.
I think so. Dealing with some low mobility, it is a little tough because you do run the risk of getting stunned up with the gravity field or rooted in with the karma. So my only concern for Cupid is get a dive buddy in there.
Right.
Have someone go in with Music. Obviously, it's not going to be Nami, but we could see Hoarder pull something out like that. Maybe an Ambessa, but actually like that one a lot. Or ABO goes for the Ahri. Just something along those lines. But otherwise, so far, yeah, I'm feeling it.
You see the Yi ban end up coming through here to pay respect to Munchie.
That's true. With the karma, that's actually quite valid.
Yeah, it is indeed valid as hell. The Nasus jungle ban also going to go over to Munchie. That's something that he was able to pick up and pilot pretty well. All my promotion relegation viewers will know he had some pretty big games on the Dog in the jungle. Vayne ban likely going over towards Hoarder, so Blue Otter just looking to likely cut down on any champions that Hoarder could use to counter pick on to fill up. They're predicting that Hoarder will have that coveted R5, it seems.
Yeah, and I think it just tells us Philip's probably going to be playing a tank, whether it's Gragas or something more traditionally tanky like the Ornn or something. You want to get rid of Vayne, you want to get rid of Ambessa. Still, dive is required here. So we're seeing the Akali hover. It's okay so far. Honestly, do I prefer Ahri? I don't know.
Yeah, I think I would prefer Ahri, but I think this works. At least meets the mark, right, of a dive buddy nonetheless here. I think if it's personal preference, if it's personal preference at ABO is like I'd rather play Akali versus Ahri, I think that's the difference maker, right? So, gonna see the Akali come through here. I think Philip. Ooh, this could be fun. I like if Gragas gets locked in here for Philip. This is kind of saying Hoarder, I dare you to pick Jax, because Gragas into Jax is a pretty favorable matchup towards Gragas' side, knowing how he could just interrupt that hop through and ruin the counter strike.
Well, not just that, you can really break up the fight. In general with that exploding cask, and I think considering the dive that CPD are working with, especially with the Vi Akali, being able to split that up and make spaces is pretty huge for Blue Otter as a team. So I think so far, even though the draft hasn't really completely panned out yet, I like Blue's chances a lot better than I did in Game 1 with what they've set up.
I agree with you, and we are going to get Munchie Rengar in the summer split. He was hovering
it low-key slaps. It low-key slaps.
And it low-key is going to ruin Breezy's entire game, too.
Unless Hoarder has some, ridiculous... don't tell me he's going to play Poppy. That would be crazy, actually.
Oh, we've been a far ways away from Poppy being a top lane pick, but that's a great shout, actually. Poppy it
would be funny. It would be...
Or Mordekaiser low-key also kind of ruins it. Okay, Hoarder.
I like it. I did not expect him to pull this one out. We talked about it. Lord was buffed on this patch. He did get some extra damage on, I think it was his E, the Death's Grasp.
Yep.
But the most important thing is the Death Realm stat steal went up to 13%. So not only can he split up the fight, creating a 1v1, and potentially, removing a smite from objective fights if he Death Realm's Munchie, he has more stats that he's working with, a higher chance of winning that 1v1.
And beatdown, maybe most importantly here, is I think Mord fits perfectly into Hoarder as an aesthetic. I'd like to think Hoarder, as jacked as this guy is, when he's lifted, he's probably thinking he's Mordekaiser, man. So it fits in. I saw some of our awesome co-streamers get their first look at Hoarder on camera last week, and we're like, I saw some people like, "Damn, Hoarder!" Yeah, the man is fueled up and ready to play some League of Legends, and Mordekaiser, I feel like, fits his style for sure. I love the pick with you there, Beatdown. I think this could be fun. The one thing I'm curious that I don't know you know, with that Death Realm, there's that channel, right? He's going to try and channel it onto Munchie. If Munchie has his W, the passive stacked with the enhanced W, is there an interaction where he actually cleanses the Death Realm pole as it's happening if he double Ws? We'll have to see. That's an interesting interaction to think about, though, as we head to the Rift.
That is. I don't know if it was like that before, but I don't think so. Just because I remember when they changed Gangplank and his Prevent Scurvy, you still let him out of the Death Realm.
Remember when QSS used to let you out of the Death Realm?
Yeah, I remember those two being like the key interactions, and I don't recall Rengar ever coming up. As niche as he is, I think if that was a thing, we'd know about it. So I'm gonna lean towards no, that's not a thing. And even if it was a thing before, I don't know why he would exclusively be able to get out of the Death Realm when GP no longer can. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm with you. We'll see, right? I mean, if anyone knows how interaction works best, it's going to be Munchie.
I'm gonna say no. I'm just gonna go ahead and say no. I'd be very, very shocked.
I'm with you there, indeed, Beatdown. We'll see exactly how that looks, because we know that Hoarder is going to be ulting Munchie. He's going to be trying to pull the Rengar off of his backline and force a 1v1, hopefully with no brushes for Hoarder to have to deal with. But that's a very ideal scenario. Got our first couple levels coming through for a lot of our laners. We can take a look at to see that both our junglers are on mirrored clears, and both of them have pretty valuable intel wards down there, Beatdown as well. So Munchie has been spotted going blue buff, Gromp, Wolves, and I believe Music will be spotted going for his Raptors. So both these teams are going to have pretty good intel on where these junglers want to path. I do feel like that leans a bit of an advantage towards Blue Water, knowing how Vi can look to make ganks happen at, well, to be honest with you, level 2 if she really wanted to.
Yeah, very true. And I think it would be pretty, I mean, with the changes to the map here, it's not impossible for a potential dive to be set up there on the bot side, but there's no hard CC, so I think that's a little too risky for my tastes. And I think Munchie's just going to want to be farming as best as he can. Only take ganks if there are really great opportunities for him and his team. That creates an opportunity there for Music. We always known him, while he is a good carry player, especially lately, we know him to be great on, you know, your Vi's, your Sejuanis, your Jarvins.
Yep.
So now he's on something we've known him to be so good at before, and he has this opportunity where his opposing jungler isn't going to have as much early game impact. What are you going to do for us, Music?
What does he have cooking? We'll have to see here right now. Just fully focused on his full clear, knowing that he's on the opposite side of Munchie. They're both each going to pick up that Scuttle Crab and be pretty comfortable doing so. Or, well, it looks like... Alright, I was looking to see if Music was going to look to get some advancing wards down for later. But yeah, he will just take this Scuttle Crab away. See, the solo lanes pushing toward Cupid's favor, but the bot lane has definitely been all Levitate and Manui, and that was something Beatdown you highlighted in the draft. The Levitate and Manui in this 2v2 will have a lot more lane pressure as this phase of the game goes on.
Yeah, so I'm really expecting that to basically stay the case. And I'm curious if Blue Water will be able to turn that into multiple dragons. And I think Drake stacking was a big deal for them in the last game. Weren't able to secure that soul. This time around, let's say they do have some pretty good scaling elements in their favor. I wouldn't say Dragon Soul is a must, but if you have this kind of priority with Caitlyn, Karma, I say use it. Go for it.
Dragon stacking, a thing to keep an eye on. So they were able to get a pretty successful back off here. Levitate is going to go for the Cole and the Longsword. Love when our AD carries look for this whenever they can get a pretty successful back off. You called it out so eloquently, Beatdown, when we saw from mobility in the last game when they had control over the lane. So good shot there for Levitate to just try and get himself a bit more of an edge in the gold department. Caitlyn, obviously,
like
as a champion, definitely likes to spike in the early game, but of recent, I feel like she's just such a good scaling threat, so I don't hate Levitate kind of indexing into that with the Cole buy as well.
Right. I think now, too, I like what they were doing here with the wave. You have a lot of pressure, I think in these extended trades especially here, and if they're able to keep Mobility and Breezy on this side, I mean, look who's pathing in this area. They could potentially set up a play there for Munchie. He's not quite level 6 yet. Won't hit it for another minute or so. But maybe if they wanted to get the wave bouncing back, and force Mobility and Breezy in an awkward position. It would be a great way to get first blood.
Dragon onto the Rift. Munchie not over to level 6 just yet. No thrill of the hunt to be speaking of so far. Our mid laners have gotten access to their ultimates so far. I do want to shout out ABO in these first couple of rotations of waves. He is in the melee side of the range v melee matchup, but he is up about a wave. So, you know, got to give credit where credit's due on those sort of matchups where you usually expect, even if the control mage definitely doesn't like a ton of damage early, usually we expect to see them come away with a CS advantage. So those small things going the way of Cupid's soul lanes, those soul lanes that we highlighted beat down from the very start of the split feel like such a huge strength for this team.
Absolutely. I think a big highlight when we were getting together as a team before the split started, just looking at these rosters.
Munchie. Oh my god, Breezy's health bar, but the shuriken flip forward from ABO. The perfect execution doesn't land. Mobility's flash Q also goes wide. Munchie's out of the picture here as Music decides to scrap a bit here with Young. It's a 4-on-4, but Blue Otter come out a bit worse for wear. Breezy also hurting, but Cupid retained control of the bot river at the end of the day.
Yeah, and no kill onto Munchie. Some low health bars means Cupid not excited about going for that Baron, even with Music ticking over to level 6. So instead, it's going to stay up. It's going to walk away. And everyone's going to go back to neutral. We saw some pretty good damage there from ABO especially. The Akali spikes really hard. 1 at level 6, and then 2 with that first item. You do so much work. And something we were kind of mentioning in the draft too is that Blue's comp, while it is a lot better than it was before, it's quite squishy. There's a lot of ability for ABO to have impact, a little similarly to what he did in the lock in Game 1.
Without a doubt. But there are, I feel like, better ways to interrupt him again. The Gragas can play that role.
Yeah,
We talked about the gravity field, a Karma root. Karma shielding is going to be the bane of ABO's existence on those later bursts. So definitely a bit more difficult, I feel, for ABO to just blow everybody up like he was able to do in Game 1 on that lock. We still have had very little drag and attention, and we are going to arrive at a bit of an interesting intersection here, knowing that the Grubs are going to be up in 30 seconds and the first Drake is going to be up. So we're going to see exactly how these teams prioritize those opening 2 objectives. This Mobility is going to get a really good chunk there. True Shot Barrage is going to come out, hits 1Q. Love to see him use that Essence Flux to set up a nice chunk of the Arcane Shift, give him back some more mana. So Mobility showing why Ezreal Nami works. It's because Nami's just going to keep healing him up when he goes to these aggressive looks. Manui's going to flash to get the root, as here comes Munchie with the throw of the hunt. The ace in the hole comes across as well. The heal in the bubble's going to delay. Mobility is actually able to Arcane Shift forward and trade himself out. It is first blood to levitate, but Mobility does a great job to make it a 1-for-1.
All right. On the one hand, respect Mobility. Again, never seen Diane look so good. On the other hand, Manui, brother, you were out of that fight. What are you doing? That was a little crazy. I love you, Manui, but that was a little crazy. Still, got to give the credit where it's due. Mobility walks away with that 1-for-1. Is in first blood. A slight disadvantage there, but it's the best of a not-so-great situation.
Oh, nope, doesn't get it. I think Music, yep, you got the second grub there. I thought they were going to fight him, but with Manui up, but that will not be the case. Okay, it's Manui round 2, and he's able to steal away the third grab. Music's flashing! He's really upset. It's double flashes, but the blast cone is interrupted beautifully by ABO. Tether going to come down, but doesn't matter. Cease and desist comes across to Music, and Manui must be punished for his transgression of stealing that last grub away from Cupid.
Yep. It's giving Ash Arrow from across the map, and Garen chases him till the ends of time. So unfortunate for Manui. It does deny Cupid from having all 3 grubs. I do think that matters, especially if Hoarder finds himself in a similar advantageous position like last game, where he is going to be really strong in side lane. ABO will also be really strong in side lane. So it's definitely not nothing, even though it sucks that he died.
It is not inconsequential, yes, for sure. Yeah. See Philip doing some good trades here into Hoarder on the top side. Able to use that Storm Raiders. That's going to be a big plus for Philip to try and get out of these trades with Hoarder. The whole thing with Mordekaiser, I know we haven't seen a ton of Mordekaiser. Beatdown, you did a great job calling out that he's been buffed. This guy is the king of extended trades. If a trade goes long, you are losing to the god of the Death Realm.
Probably. You remember, what's his passive called? Do you remember?
Do I remember? Well, funnily enough, Beatdown, the one top lane champion that I play when I get shoved up towards topside is, in fact, Mordekaiser.
No way!
It's called Darkness Rise. It's,
okay.
that very dangerous circle that he creates. So that's the big thing with Hoarder. Also, the thing to look out for that makes Mordekaiser so good in the 1v1 with the Death Realm is that Obliterate, his Q, does a ton more damage if you only hit one person. So that's why you see all the disgusting Mordekaiser damage when he's in the Death Realm. On top of the fact that you mentioned, he steals stats, of course.
And more of them, more than ever. Because of
13%
of the buffs he got on this patch. Yeah, that's right. That is pretty crazy. Man, I always love trying to quiz the play-by-plays, but, you know, they always have the answers. I got to give you guys some respect. Especially you and Eric. I think I quiz him more than anybody.
Oh,
he just always gets it.
Yeah, Eric knows everything. Shout out Deserux. I'm sure I saw him co-streaming yesterday. Maybe he's co-streaming today. I am a little upset at Mr. Deserux because he kept telling me to join him and shave my head, and he used Phillips Norelco One Blade against me as a proponent to do so. So,
damn.
I got my eye on you, Deserux.
You get him, bro. Right now, Munchie, we're going to see if he can get Cupid. He said he's just going to get that pink ward as that first dragon of the game, by the way, still hasn't been taken.
Yeah.
Still just chilling, hanging out. Nothing serious going on, just floating around, wondering if anyone's going to come fight him. Otherwise, things have been pretty even so far. Only 1K for Cupid.
But it's the solo lanes again, man. It's Hoarder. I mean, without a kill, assist, or anything, just a 30 CS lead. He's taking a ton of these plates off of the turret from Philip, showing why, yeah, maybe like you mentioned, these Mordekaiser buffs are something to seriously be considered. Gragas is definitely a champion that can deter a lot of Mord's ability to get these 1v1 kills that he likes, but Hoarder doing just such a good job. What he's done so far since his meteoric rise, which has been his laning, has been so pristine, and he's once again holding the largest gold lead in the game off his laning alone. There's the dragon.
Okay.
12-12 on the clock. Mark it down. Mark it down.
Mark it down. Probably maybe latest dragon of the split. I actually haven't looked. Don't quote me on that. But now Levitate gonna have to back away because knowing his jungler is on the other side of the map and knowing a Vi with ult is nearby, he's just gonna have to respect that.
Does go for the Storm Razors first. I do like that to try and get that extra mobility to get away from, well, mobility and Akali and the Vi. So that's a bit of an adaptation on the Caitlyn. We used to see the Hex Optics first. Looks like he doesn't avoid the dive because, well, Cupid do not care if there's a Karma standing next to him. They've got loads of damage. Throw the Hunt comes through from Munchie. Is able to trade back onto music, but it comes too little too late. Manui's already dead for, and Young is getting pounded down by these arcane shots out of mobility. Philip TP's behind though under the turret. Mobility does have to flash, but the explosive cast brings mobility right into the waiting arms of the fat man. Philip gonna pop him down. Body slam ABO under the turret. Philip's TP is going to rescue Blue Otter as Cupid dive far too forward, and Philip is not done. Breeze is going to land the bubble, going to flash away from one brush jump from Munchie, but there's too many brushes to avoid, and it's a shutdown onto Breezy. What a turnaround from Blue Otter.
I was going to say, that kill needed to go down for it to be worth, because a 3 for 3, despite the TP from Philip, I think would have felt kind of bad for Blue Otter, but getting the shutdown, getting it on Philip is nice. Hoarder will take advantage of the time to get first brick, get a pretty big advantage for himself. But still, Blue Otter coming out swinging this time around.
The biggest winner, I mean, both the top laners are just winners here, right, Beatdown? Because we saw Hoarder gets left alone. He doesn't have the TP up, but he still takes that first turret, gets a ton of gold back towards himself. As we get a replay look, the initial dive was beautiful. Levitate had no chance to play the game, but it was the extended part where Blue Otter were able to find a pretty good advantage.
Yeah, that's right. And again, it's off the back of that teleport. Philip shows up. He's able to turn things around with that numbers advantage. Almost made it an even trade, which all things considered would have felt pretty bad. But they chased down Breezy in the end, which I think was a critical part of making that one worth for Cupid.
And just Philip, every body slam was at the right time and able to keep the gold very, very close at this point. Just a couple hundred over towards Cupid's side as they're trying to set up shop in the enemy blue quadrant to deter Munchie, but I would be a bit cautious about fighting a Rengar in the jungle. There's a lot of mobility there for Mr. Munchie. Unless he just gets pushed out. And now he's going to get ulted on because ABO is here, and there's this assist perfect execution combo. He's going to pop throw the hunt, but he doesn't go in his in time, and the Arcane Storm doesn't bring enough damage to make sure ABO's under any threat here. Maybe Cupid aren't afraid of Munchie in his own jungle at all because they're trying to cut down all of Munchie's jungle at this point.
Yeah. And I think they're doing it very nicely. It's going to allow Cupid to get the Rift Herald as well. Oh, and another. Oh,
Manui. Oh, dash onto a trap. Oh, the auto doesn't come through for mobility.
Hold on.
And Manui is min-maxing to the best.
Hey.
And bot lane, Philip has killed off Hoarder in the Death Realm, by the way, here.
Yeah, someone cue hips don't lie for Philip. Nice solo bolo coming through here. We see the Death Realm was used as well, so really nicely done there for Blue Otter's top lane. Gonna get some gold off the brick. Off the turret plate, excuse me, as well. And it's just going to cut down Cupid's lead ever so slightly. Now it's down to only 500 gold, basically even at this stage of the game. I will say, while Cupid have a lot of ways to fight as the game goes longer, I'm looking at Caitlyn with the Karma, and of course the Victor. We have champs that, they play until they game very, very nicely. They scale very well. Even the Rengar. Especially with him going this Profane Hydra build, just full lethality.
Oh, one shot.
I mean, literally mobility and breezy, like, if Rengar touches you, you explode.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to point out, Beat, down the after track, because on the flip side, for the damage dealers of Cupid, they're going to spike at the mid game with their items, and we get a replay look at Philip just
wow, that was good, actually.
I mean, that was a pro move. He cuts down the wave with the explosive cask. He gets the body slam back into the turret. Hoarder takes 5 turret shots before he even understands what's going on.
Yeah. Really nicely done. Bit of disrespect there from Hoarder to walk into the turret like that. And Philip, our consummate Gragas player in the NACL, he took that personally.
Well, mobility got caught by a trap there out of Munchie, but Hoarder was there to protect with the TP shield. He's TP'd in, has the Death Realm. Let's see how this Mordekaiser interacts with the Rengar, because this was what we drafted mainly this Mord for, but maybe Blue Otter just don't really care about giving away another Drake. It's just the second of the game. They're trying to barrel down on this mid lane tier 1.
I think that's better, because again, your jungler is just going to get Death Realmed. You lose the 50-50 regardless, at least this way.
Oh, they don't get it.
I mean, it's basically dead. It sucks that they don't get the gold now, but they will.
They will.
Cupid get the mid tier 1.
Yeah.
Okay, that does feel bad. That does feel bad.
yeah.
I'm coping a little bit.
We all do it sometimes. I'm sure Blue Otter are doing it maybe in their comms right now as they actually let the Herald crash into the tier 2 turret as well. And that takes away nearly 4 plates off of the tier 2. So we saw the vision for Blue Otter, but the execution was definitely more towards Cupid as they use all of those Herald charges to push their gold lead back to the 1,000 it was early on.
Yeah, and Cupid, of course. Second Drake means they're halfway to what we now know as an Ocean Soul.
Look at all those
a bit of sustain. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. At least Young is able to get some here. It's going to be really nice for Victor. I think that Zanya's will be really good for him in fights. I think just being able to buy yourselves a couple seconds, dodge out on some key spells, is going to be really huge for you when you're facing off against Vi, Akali, things like that.
ABO, only the audience understands how much trouble you're actually in here, but they were very much so expecting ABO to try and take that classic Akali side lane fight into the Victor that was alone. But ABO, word to the wiser. Doesn't see Manui or Munchie anywhere on the map, so he's not going to look to press the issue here. So the Death Brush stack for Munchie, not going to manifest in much. Of course, doesn't really cost anybody anything. There's no big objective to play on the map, so side lanes are going to be a pretty big focal point, and it's a spot where we do feel like Cupid have a pretty big advantage in just the straight 1v1s.
It's pretty accurate, yeah. Especially ABO, Hoarder, as long as he's not taking turret shots. They're both really good. And you're just going to see that example right now.
Yeah. Oh, there's the arm guard.
Seekers, yep.
Ah, you manifested it, beat down the TP from Philip. He's going to try and chase down onto ABO, holding onto that explosive cast to see if he can flick the Akali back towards Young. Another body slam comes down. There's the explosive cast. Beautiful combo from Philip. Young picks up the kill, and meanwhile, we manifested something else. Munchie one-shotting mobility anytime he's alone on the mid-wave.
Hey, this is what we're talking about. 2 lethality items and a Dirk. Like, Munchie kills squishies, man. They're going to explode like a sack of blood. Now it's going to give an opportunity for immediate Baron start. I mean, if it's not now, when is it going to be? You got rid of ABO, you got rid of mobility. I love this call from Blue Otter to immediately pull the switch on this.
And they've got more than enough damage with, I mean, Levitate and Munchie alone are just frying this Baron. Hoarder had just taken a base. It's basically going to look like it's going to come down to music to try to 50-50. Gets away from the ground wheels, uses this to get back in. Hoarder's going to flash over the wall. This is getting a bit antsy, but Philip
they got him.
blows up music and takes down Hoarder and completely solves any problems. And Munchie's able to come in, secure the Baron. A one-of-a-kind Gragas performance from Philip has Blue Otter in the driver's seat for the first time this series.
And again, this was one of Philip's big champions when he was back in the NACL in 2023. Cincinnati Fear, you fried. This was pre-Fearless. You let this guy get this champion. He does some nasty things. With that in mind.
Oh, boy.
Now, oh yeah, we're just going to watch this one again. I mean,
I've been there, mobility. I've been there.
Yeah. Moment of silence for 80 carries. All right, moment's over. Now we're gonna watch the. Now we're gonna watch the Baron play again. Of course, I like this angle here. It's just tough because you can see Hoarder. He misses the grasp. He's trying to pull Munchie away so his jungler can win the flip, but unfortunately, he's not close enough. I think overall, Cupid were too late for that play to ever really make it work. So they give the Baron. They give the. Baron. They give the kills, and now Blue Otter are in a very similar position to Cupid after the first Baron in game 1. Let's pick up a lot of gold.
And the bigger plus is that they're the team with the two guys on your screen, Levitate and Young, that want to scale. They're going to try and challenge Big Bag Philip. Good flash. Explosive Cast gets some people away. Music's still chasing, though, with the Vault Breakers continuing to come back up. Needs the body slam, create some distance. He's going to turn and burn because he knows he's done for. Shutdown goes over to ABO. TP's coming through here. Young wants to fight. The tether onto music, not going to land. Now Manui is in trouble, surrounded by enemies with a ton of damage available. Hoarder still holding on to that Death Realm as Cupid are going to consolidate as 5.
Ooh.
And are going to be able to get away with that big shutdown to fill up unless Hoarder face checks. You are not on a tank, my friend. There's a lot of traps to walk around, but the short can flip. ABO wants to go back forward. The gravity field's going to stun him, but he's in the shroud, so Blue Otter can't touch him. And they're going to have to let him get away. Cupid wanting to walk down this dragon. This would be Ocean Soul Point if they can get it.
Kurgan flip. Is ABO going to take it?
Death Realm. Hoarder 1v1ing Munchie. That lethality doesn't matter.
Wow.
Into the death god himself, Mordekaiser. Hoarder gets the shutdown, and that should all but guarantee the Cupid get themselves onto Soul Point. Unless Levitate has some headshots in tow, but ABO on the flank finds him, pops into the shroud. Cannot chase down Levitate. Mobility can't get close enough with these mystic shots, but it's Philip that arrives to the party. Levitate blows up ABO. Young gets rid of music, and Blue Otter come to the rescue behind their fat man once again to make sure Cupid have no chance in hell of getting back into this game, to make sure Cupid cannot get onto Ocean Soul Point, and to make sure that Hoarder will fall once again to get Blue Otter the ace.
I think it might be more than the Ace Slayer. They still have Baron. They have minions coming right now. Are they going to push for more?
Oh, Baron's out.
Expired.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I thought... I saw the vision, man. I saw the vision.
But still, just such a huge fight. Blue Otter in that last one, such a good job kind of stalling out that burst damage, right? Levitate buys all this time up against ABO, doesn't end up getting one shot. It's buying that space. The longer fights for most of these Blue Otter carries are the way to success here. And maybe the secondary win, I'm not going to call it the biggest win, but getting that dragon is a pretty huge thing as well. That felt like the one remaining win con we had for Cupid being an Ocean Soul, not going to be a part of the equation anymore.
And if Blue have an opportunity, if they're able to secure several more Drakes, it's not just the Soul. 4 individual Ocean Drakes, crazy amount of sustain that I think will benefit them very well, especially if Cupid make these fights a little longer than necessary. And then for Philip, who already has so much sustain on the Gragas, is this going to make him a nightmare to kill, more so than he already is.
Check out that mandate, too. Philip is evolving the Gragas
Oh, wait,
builds.
that's so based, man.
Yeah.
He's so based. He's so based.
He's almost on 4 items, too, with that. He's
I mean,
cruising.
it's cheap, but yeah.
Yeah. He's going to be cruising towards a very healthy Gragas at this point. Our scalers have also, for Blue Otter, are just very much so scary. Not as much Young, still want to reach 3 items, but Levitate, the guy you're going to look at, i.e. LDR Stormrazors, almost full crit by this point and has got a ton of damage loaded into those headshots. You saw it kind of play a big part in that last fight. He was able to get a huge chunk before the second fight kicked off.
Yeah, now we're seeing it too. This setup around the Baron because we're a minute away from that one coming again. Zoning CPD off is such a big deal because this comp, especially when you look at ABO and Music, what they're playing, they need to get close. Face checking into Blue's comp, I think, is very difficult. If they don't get value out of their ultimates, they insta lose the fights. Because you talk about that last fight, that was a key point there. ABO isn't able to get much out of his perfect execution, and especially at 2.5 items, rank 2 ultimate, that's so much damage. And of course mobility, be able to move around the map, to move around these fights, just to ensure you can reposition yourself to land more 5-point strikes.
It's really hard for mobility and ABO to overcome the power curve dynamic that shifted away from both of their champions respectfully, and maybe the side lanes aren't their strength anymore either. It feels like Philip will happily 1v1 3 levels up on ABO as we arrive at an unfortunate pause here right before that Baron in about 10 seconds.
Even though that one is forming in the future, which is...
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. There's something science-y involved. But as we pause and take a moment to take stock of how Cupid might be on the verge of losing their first map as the NACL started.
They are teetering one team fight away from that very thing. Looks like whatever pause issue we had was very quickly solved. And we're going to have time for our precision replay, thanks to Philips Norelco. It's going to be, of course, Track and Munchie. And we got to show Munchie some love for Philips Norelco on the Rengar, and we get a cinematic look at him ruining an 80 carries day.
Yes. Love the way he pressed 3 buttons to be able to explode mobility. Very cool. Remember, we did say this was a big pick there for Munchie. Played it last split in the NACL. It didn't end up winning. He's going to get his first win on the champion here today, it's looking like.
Barring anything crazy, feels like that resolution towards a win could come at the Baron Pit. Is everyone's attention focused in on the top river, trying to battle for some of this vision. Arcane Storm going to come out a little bit early from Young, just try and protect these pig wards, try and get rid of the enemy pig wards. Hoarder's going to flash over the wall. He's trying to ult Levitate. He does finally pull him in, but he's far too low. Levitate might just win the 1v1.
Wow.
And he does! Hoarder dies in his own death realm.
Nice.
Music gets interrupted on his cease and desist, and Munchie hops in and pops a member of Cupid with that thrill of the hunt. No Baron needed. Blue Otter masterfully punish a panicked engage from Cupid that's going to completely cost them the game.
Oh my god. And they are going to chase mobility to the ends of the earth. As they're going to be, or Levitate, excuse me, as you said it, they're going to be able to knock down this tier 3 turret. The wave is big enough, and I think the spawn timers are going to mean we're going to a game 3.
There it is, Cupid's first loss on Summoner's Rift, Blue Otter's first win on Summoner's Rift, and is going to push us the distance. Blue Otter force a game 3 up against Cupid, thanks in large part to Philips's Gragas.
Yeah, I really like the setup there for Munchie to be able to play that Rengar. And yeah, I think if we're talking, MVP performances for one game, I'm looking at Philip, man. I'm looking at Philip. Again, it's a really big pick for him ever since he joined the NACL, even before when he was playing to qualify for the NACL in Tier 3. So him bringing it out here today, a bit of nostalgia for me, and I'm sure the other guys who were watching and casting at that time. So it's cool to see that one come through, and it's good to get a win there for Blue Otter. I think we were kind of wondering where this team was going to end up, especially given how short a timeline this split 2 is. So being able to get a win against one of the top 2 teams in the Group B, that's something.
That's something that they hopefully can build off of. Of course, Munchie, congratulations, my friend, getting a win on one of your staple Rengar carry performances as well. we'll see how much Blue Water can use this to channel some future success here, because we're going to go back for one final Game 3 that will decide our series. Cupid will have first selection or side selection over to their side, so Coach Bach will use that to hopefully cook something up. But it's do or die for the series, folks. We're going to go to a short break on the other side, start up the draft for Game 3, Cupid Esports versus Blue Water.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
One of the best parts of the regular split here in the NACL has arrived. It is the coveted Game 3, the decider game, and it comes between Cupid Esports and Blue Otter. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, beat down, we can take a little bit of a stroll down the very recent memory lane of this Game 2. My big takeaway here is just good to see Blue Otter put together a constructive win. This very new team of new pieces able to show what they look like at full power. Of course, led by Phillips on his classic Gragas, causing pandemonium for this Cupid roster that they really couldn't solve.
That's putting it lightly. Got to give a lot of credit too for Blue. Things were looking a little hectic for them early on, but at the end of the day, they scaled. They didn't overextend themselves too much. And they were well within a position to allow Phillip and the rest of their gameplay to get them back into this one, because honestly, you're dealing with a dive comp. If you can survive that initial dive, you win, basically. And we saw that clearly start to happen around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it really just felt like he was always there to kind of stopgap the snowball here that Cupid wanted to go for, because they obviously picked, Akali, Ezreal, these champions that really want to spike around that mid-game. You could see it was starting to manifest on the gold graph, but it was stymied, and it was constantly Phillip able to find himself 1v1 wins on the side lane, TP to ruin dives, and by the time the game got late enough, your Victor was pretty scaled up, your Caitlyn was pretty scaled up, and they had more than enough damage to out-trade Cupid in this one.
100%. And now, nice bounce back from Blue, especially considering the massive shifts in this roster, and Munchie being the only returning player, so them being able to come back a little bit, take us to a Game 3 after a tough Week 1 loss. Conviction, I think, is a big deal, especially considering that something I don't think we mentioned yet is that this is basically their two toughest matches of the split are Week 1 and Week 2. So if they can get any positive gains out of this one, it only gets easier from here.
Yeah. 100%. You think about the consensus on the rest of the members in this group. Contingent's a new team. Dorado, finished towards the lower of the standings last split. And then Winthrop has a lot of switches of their own. They're not the same Winthrop from last split. So definitely a good omen to think about Blue Otter's start to this year. And how good would it be if they're able to split those two games against the two hardest teams in Group B with a Game 3 win over Cupid? We are in to that final draft. See if we can get crazy here, but ban-wise, we're sticking pretty similar. The only one that seems different to me is an early Anivia ban, first rotation Anivia ban from Blue Otter.
Wondering if they're going to priority Rise or something like that for Young. Something that Anivia kind of owns, or maybe or something not so mobile can get really taken advantage of with that Anivia wall. Oh, there you go. That makes sense too.
Yep. Cassiopeia does not want to be outranged, and Anivia ruins that completely. So going to prioritize picking this with the first selection. Just have to say it on this patch. Cassiopeia can go bot lane or mid lane, so keep that in mind.
Not top lane? You sure?
Not, I'm not sure at all, Beatdown. I am not sure, but I'm confident it will not be in Phillips' hands. That's what I'll say.
Okay, okay. Fair enough. Just wanted to throw the curveball, see what you thought. But you're right. I'm going to predict it's going into Young's hands. We always knew Young as a very mechanically gifted player. Imagine if he is set up for it in the right comp, he's going to be able to do quite a lot. Of course, ABO says, I hate you, Young. So I'm going to pick Annie, and I'm just going to try and make your lane a nightmare.
Yep. Just face roll the keyboard with Tibor's hammer and look to blow up some people with that combination. We did see this Lucian banned away from mobility in Game 1 on the second phase when he was yet to lock in an AD carry. And we're not going to see it. I've fallen for the hover because Music is calling his shot and saying, I want to style. And there are a few junglers that you can quite style on as hard as the Lee Sin here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect it. In Game 1, you were talking about most fun champs to pilot, my number one, I think until the end of time, is going to be Lee Sin.
I'm with you. It's
Excited
got to
to
be up
see-
there.
Yeah, like, I'm excited to see what music we'll be able to do with it. We got a hover there from Munchie. Something facilitation-wise is going to be pretty important, so I expect, yep, it is going to be Wukong. Something to make space for Cass and just allow Young, who's probably playing the champion, to get off as much DPS as possible.
I like it. Wukong and Lee Sin, two powerful jungle picks in this final game. What do Blue Otter want to look at to round out their first phase? Do they want to see? We'll see if they decide. Yeah, I was curious if they were just going to try and lock down a support they like. So they're going to get Manui, the Nautilus, which has a ton of pretty good pairings and still leaves the door wide open for Levitate with champion pool preferences. We'll see what Breezy looks for on the response here. I expect the draft, the first phase of the draft to round out like this. Each team kind of handshaking the matchups that they've selected. Mid laners, junglers, and now supports.
Yeah, and there's a lot of options there. Breezy cycling over, I think, his favorite ones. They're going to land on the Leona. I kind of do like this one just because you're dealing with the Cassiopeia. If the Miasma comes down, whether you're Nico, whether you're Alistar, you're not going to really be able to get your combo off. But with Leona, you can still toss up the Solar Flare. You can still set up your team to come from a different angle. So I think into what Young and what Blue Otter are pulling this game, I really like Leona.
I'm with you, Beat Down, because it's also like non-committal engage, right? Like, it's such a short ultimate cooldown. It's like, all right, guys, I'm going to look to see if I can hit Cass with this. And if it lands, the stun, bam, ABO's going to fly in. Lee Sin's going to fly in. Like, but it's not too risky. So I think I've been really impressed by some Leona play we've seen the split. I thought Bounty played a phenomenal Leona game in an Ole Miss win. So good shout there on the Leona. We're into the second phase of bans, though. Looking like Blue Otter are going to keep up the trend of just trying to slow down Hoarder, make sure he can't get to his coveted champions. And Bessa would definitely be one of those champions we talk about that could follow up a Solar Flare engage very well. So I like that ban initially out the gate.
Yeah, and it fits too, just because it's a tough matchup for Mbessa. And I think that's something we could see Hoarder towards. I think they have enough dive. I'm looking at Lee Sin and Leona, but if you want the Miasma to come one direction and hit this Cassiopeia from as many angles as possible, it wouldn't hurt you to grab a little bit more there for Hoarder on the top side. But we'll see. We'll see what they actually go for.
Narban, too. So Diamre and the coaching staff really making it a point to just try and keep Hoarder as uncomfortable as possible. And we now will see what the bot lane looks like.
Oh my god,
here.
your favorite champion?
Oh my gosh! You know what? I have come to the conclusion that if you are picking Misfortune in a do or die win a series game, you will lose the series. I'm saying that right now. And if this gets locked in, I'm saying it. Please, mobility, don't do it. Okay, it's a Corki.
I want
right.
him to do it so bad. Oh, you have no idea.
Listen, it still hurts me to this day. Beat down. I watched my legend Viper lock in a Game 5 Misfortune of that MSI Finals, man. It broke my heart. It broke my heart.
Well, mobility, not going to break your heart in Game 3 today. He's going to play the Corki, also buffed on this patch. It's a small one. I think it was when he crits. Because for those who don't know, when Corki gets a crit, he gets a refund on a little bit of his missile charge time. So they increased it a little bit based on critical strike chance. It now caps out at 6 seconds, which is actually kind of seems like a lot.
Oh, we're going to see how much of benefit it will be for mobility here. Corki and Leona again, another pairing that maybe is the new look here for this meta, not one that you normally expect. Xayah, Nautilus, also not a pairing you normally expect, but I will say for Levitate, I love picking Xayah into a Leona especially because your ult just flat out can counter that Solar Flare and maybe even an anti-stun, right? And just completely get out of the two abilities that really can shut down the Xayah so far from the Cupid draft.
And I think it feels good for Young and Levitate because I think both their champions really like the kite. And just be able to space, get their damage off. And of course, yeah, like you said, Levitate, there's a lot of dive there. I think there's a lot of chances for him to dodge it, protect himself, even set up his team a little bit with the Blade Caller route that we know Xayah is so good with. And of course, Philip also has that opportunity to play from pretty far range as well with some well-placed red carpet on that Rumble. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for Blue Otter this game to find advantages in these team fights. Cupid, of course, really easy and consistent way to play front to back as well. If they can land their spells, they can land that CC, I can just see ABO and Mobility ripping them up.
Yeah, Cupid definitely have the benefit of being able to kind of operate front to back, right? I actually think both these comps can kind of just operate front to back. It's going to be, it seems like to me, a battle of whatever frontline melts down the most, which is why I do spotlight Hoarder here with this Cassante pick on the B5, right? But the final pick of the draft, if you will.
Yeah.
It's the first time we're going to see Hoarder kind of play the neutralizer role in this series. He tried to play he played the Jace well to try and get a big lane lead. He played the Mordekaiser, does get a pretty big lane lead, but then falls off as a neutralizing Gragas up against him. So let's see how Hoarder looks like on that just big, stable tank that Cupid are really going to rely on to survive Cassio burst, or, potential Rumble burst, Xayah burst, to try and make sure that this Corki and Annie can win out on that first initial brunt trade of the fight, as we will look to go to battle in this series for one final time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Blue Water, it's Cupid Esports. Only one can come away with a series victory here, and we return to Summoner's Rift to find out one final time.
And I will say, this top lane matchup, I'm curious as well, because I know Rumble pretty good into that Cassante. Philip, I think we'll have a pretty good time in this matchup, just being able to cut Hoarder down. So if he finds advantages, it's going to add to the value Blue Otter are working with into those later team fights. So really, again, I think there's quite a lot of pressure on Young, not just to play his own life, but to be able to really space his opponents and make space for his team with the Miasma as well. You have so much power to be able to kind of slow down, borderline shut down an initial advance that Cupid could be going for there. So if he lands some good ones, it's going to be huge for Blue Otter, but if not, it can be the difference between winning and losing.
I think that's a great shout, Beatdown, because I while you were saying all those smart, fancy words, I'm just thinking everybody on Cupid, virtually none of them outranged Cassiopeia. And that, to me, is a great sign for the snake to slither her way onto a win. Also, just could be a big statement for Young, who has been out of the league for a bit here, comes back, has been on his streamer grind, so we know he's been playing a ton, been able to climb the ladder very high. What a statement win this would be to get Blue Otter, what would we consider the upset win over Cupid at this point, with a Cassio performance to remember.
And right now, junglers having opposite clears. Just going to finish off on opposite ends of the map. I think that makes a pretty big gank opportunity here for Munchie in particular. You can already see Hoarder gets a big wave crash. Isn't going to use this time to back, it looks like.
Uh-oh.
There's a chance.
Get rooted here. Levitate looks for a trade. They're trying to focus down Manui, but Levitate's able to back off Mobility for now. See the play going to come down. Breezy re-engages. Cled's going to come out. Flashes galore, but Manui is able to get the dredge line down, and the Blade Caller pullback gets Levitate first blood. Breezy trades one back out, but that's a huge win for the Otters on the bot side.
Hey, you know the rule. Trading ADC health for support health is never worth it. Music's going to try and clean this one up.
All right, Levitate's got no summoners. Turn aggro hasn't been hounded. Now Music will pick it up. Levitate's buying a lot of time here. And Breezy will just be able to juggle the aggro correctly. But he takes the kill once again. So it's 2 kills to Cupid, but both of them are on the support Leona.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit less worth. I mean, it is nice kind of early on, because those extra defensive stats, they can really help you a lot when it comes to some of these early trades. But I think overall, you want those kills on Music or Mobility. I think the key thing there is that whether or not Mobility can actually crash that wave that was building.
That is a big focal point. And a good shout. Tanky Leona, again, I just think the tankiness in this game, we've talked a lot about health pools in this series. Beat down, and early on it was about the lack of them. I think they're just paramount in a game like this, where both teams are going to operate fights in a very similar fashion. Is, oh boy, Mobility going to catch another anchor from Manui and take quite a bad trade. And look at that wave state.
That's so
Levitate's got it right where he wants it. Mobility is in trouble.
Yeah, he has to stay. At least Breezy is here, but this is so dangerous. Manui's running Hex Flash, so all he has to do is just walk up, make his presence known. Mobility is just forced to hang out, barely in experience range as Breezy's trying really hard. Like, please don't hook my AD carry. Please don't hook my AD carry. Please don't hook my AD carry.
Hook me, hit me. Yep, just standing in
Don't
the way
I look
of
so
that,
juicy?
Yeah, it just doesn't want to see a lollipop effect happen on mobility with that classic dredge line. The wave stay has not gotten any better, by the way. It looks like mobility is waving the white flag on that one. He is going to bleed a lot of not just gold, but experience here, losing out all these minions that only Breezy can collect. Seeming to me like Breezy's the carry in the bottom lane for this game for Cupid, scoreline and XP-wise at this rate.
Yeah, I think you might actually have a lead up on mobility there, which feels bad. But yeah, mobility, and coming back to lane in that wave state and losing all his health like that is honestly lane ending. I mean, you're a marksman player, Slayer. You know it better than anyone, how difficult it is to come back from that situation. The wave is still frozen there, and only now is Music making his way to that side of the map, so it might be possible for him to help get that one crashed out. But of course, he's a jungler. That second crab spawn is priority overall.
Or just the dragon in general. Music with two
It
long
doesn't
swords.
fit my narrative, though.
There's no crab for your narrative. It's just
It's
a
there,
big...
though. I see the hourglass. It's coming.
Maybe after the dragon, Music can secure that second crab, because it seems like he won't be contested on this dragon. It's far too low. Manui's looking to walk in now. They do have a collapse manifesting here. They're trying to make sure the exit routes are all covered by Blue Otter. Breezy testing how tanky he is with those 2 kills, but I fear he is soon to fall as long as Manui's cooldowns come back up. He's going to use the heal. Dredge line is going to be interrupted by the wall, but the Blade Caller route will come across nonetheless, and that is a shutdown over to Levitate as well. 2 critical kills towards the Xayah that we feel is going to be very hard to lock down if you're Cupid.
All I can think about is like that that Facebook Messenger calling sound, and it's like owner is calling, bro, after that Lee Sin play. It looked like he was gonna body block the hook, and he just doesn't. That's pretty funny. I'm sorry.
He tried to just aura Manui off of the hook, but it did not work at all.
It did not work. But you know what? That's okay. I think losing Breezy for that dragon is not too big a deal. I think the bigger concern is the growing CS gap in the bot lane, and of course, again, the experience mobility had lost in the process too. That's the bigger concern.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't seen a ton of Corki as of late. You mentioned the buffs, but Corki is not a champion where it's like, I lost lane, it's okay, right? Like this is an AD carry that definitely wants to come into the mid game feeling pretty powerful. Another one of those Triforce, more mana sort of AD carries, and we think about Ezreal as a huge 2-item power spiking AD carry. Corki in the same vein. So this is a huge win con that is manifested here for Blue Water. And it's cool to see that it's Levitate. Munchie, of course, returned from the spring roster. Levitate was on a different team, but when you talk about time playing on Blue Otter, Levitate is one of those that has a lot of time here. So it's cool to see him back in a position to get Blue Otter their first series win as he returns.
And he's definitely in a lead and in a good position to help contribute to that. You can see it, not only ahead in CS, also has a call or mobility with such an expensive first item, just not in a position to be able to grab something like that. You look elsewhere on the map, ABO got a pretty decent lead there over Young. It isn't huge, but it's still noticeable. And again, that pressure that Annie is able to put onto Young, onto the Cassiopeia, really shows the pressure, again, that Young is under to really get good miasmas, to be able to, again, cut off the engage there from CPD as best he can.
Grubs have spawned on the top side here, and another big win for Blue Water is that the junglers have had similar impact without their ultimates up. As I say, that Young does have to flash away from ABO's threat of a stun. Munchie is going to face check to try and look for a trade. He's going to pop the Cyclone here. Does expertly dodge the stun out of ABO with the Trickster, though. But that does trade a lot of his health bar, and he's walking away from the Grubs side of the map. So I wonder if this is just signaling to Music that he's going to get the Grubs as bot side.
For sure.
Breezing, mobility, are able to throw hands. Young is actually going to get caught by Music, of all people, on the mid wave. So big kill over. Music going to ward hop forward. Has the Dragon's Rage kick. Going to land the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike comes across, and Munchie once again bailed out by the Trickster. But a bit of a head scratcher there from Young to still be on that wave so far up.
I'm going to have to agree with you, Slayer. Just got to accept that your jungler can't help you. And Lee Sin is very much in your area. He gets punished for that big time. I think he doesn't quite have teleport yet, so he's going to lose out on that wave. It's going to increase ABO's advantage quite significantly. is dangerous, but, you know, as soon as he kills the one, he's going to heal. Jungle privilege. You know how it is. And that actually...
easy, man.
It is a risk there for Munchie, but I kind of like it just in that it's paying off big time because, what is this? He still has his smite, and he's able to sneak away all 3 grubs. Again, like, it was a risk. If that doesn't pan out, if Music kills him and then gets all 3 grubs, that would be just cataclysmic for his game. But it pays off.
That was game 1, man.
And it's huge.
Cataclysm was game 1.
True. My bad. You're right.
No,
Catastrophic?
Catastrophic.
There you go.
I like cataclysmic. I just, you know, it's my job to rage bait to some degree.
It's a
here on
rib.
this
We got a
broadcast.
rib, of course, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm unrage baitable, but, you know, good luck.
True, right. I forgot who I was dealing with here.
Yeah, man.
Well, hey, listen. Blue Water have a bit of a scary Lee Sin to deal with by this point. Music, I know he doesn't get those grubs, but getting that big kill, he's able to get over to the Sundered Sky early, and of course, knowing Wukong with Munchie, he's playing for the Triforce, so it's going to be a bit before that bigger first item comes across. And we obviously know deep down how much you like to watch Lee Sins play. I, of course, do too when the best of the best go at it. But we also know that Lee Sins love to snowball when they get a lot of early gold. And Music is looking to make mid lane his point of pressure here with that lead.
I think putting Cassiopeia behind is great, especially given that Young very likely going towards that Roa build. I mean, I think maybe not. Just given that he had to go for the early Merc treads. I'm probably thinking maybe he's just going to go Archangel Staff and then a different mage item.
Oh, here we go.
Nice
Breezy always looking to flash in. Good cancel with the Cyclone, but it's going to cost Munchie his life because the Solar Flare still landed, even the Zeta Blade didn't. Depth Chart's going to land on ABO, and now he is completely cornered as the TP from Horner comes flying in. He's going to try and pull someone all out as Music jumps in with a huge double kick on the Dragon's Rage. Manui's going to drop, and Music gets a huge heal to get himself out of dodge, and all of Cupid consolidate around their jungler to knock down the Snake once more. Cupid pounce and find themselves the victor of our first big fight.
And it's a 3-for-1, so an overwhelming victory, no less. And it's going to allow them to also pick up their second dragon of the game. The fight was looking like Blue Water could have taken it, especially with that equalizer, but nope. The consolidation, as you said, was too strong. And now we're halfway to a Dragon Soul.
It's Breezy again, man. That's why it's so fun to watch him on these carries. He's always so aggressive, willing to trade his health bar. He gets that first kill on a Munchie, and that did feel like the difference maker after the fact. Yeah. Even though this equalizer is great, it's just no Cyclone making such a big difference here.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, because...
all right. Well, here comes Blue Water beat down. They just got a double kill back over to Young just like that.
And that basically just eradicates the lead that ABO had over Young, so that's nice for Blue Water. I had a whole thing about how that last fight, you know, maybe Munchie didn't have to try and defend his AD carry, had ult, had clever. You know what, it's fine. It works out. And it's a big deal for Young, who is starting to fall behind. Oh, he's still building Roa.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see how close he gets to this Roa on this back here before I reserve any of my judgments.
I suspect he has it. Oh.
He does not have it deep down. We are in fact not stacking the Roa yet. How much? I feel like that's gonna, you know, be a sore spot for the Cassiopeia's back conversation. Where was my support and AD carry walking up to here?
That is a good question. Well,
looks like a Young TP did it.
Yeah. Which is, does that mean he also won like a solo and then TP'd for a second kill?
It looks
we came in a little late on that replay.
Well, not going to be able to focus on it now because topside some dive shenanigans were brewing until Philip drops the red carpet.
Kill this guy?
And get rid of the minion wave. I've heard a lot of people say kill this guy to a Cassante and beat down. I'm afraid to tell you that usually that doesn't happen with this champion.
That's, you got me there. But if it was a 1v1, if it was a true 1v1, you know, Philip could have done it. It was possible. Yeah. But, you know, he's being respectful and, you know, keeping a mind of the enemy jungler's location and all that boring stuff. So he's just going to settle for clearing the wave and walking away. Now Rift Herald is the next thing to keep our sights set out on. Big opportunity for gold, regardless on who picks it up. And if I'm just looking at items, I'm honestly liking Cupid's chances a lot better. Because again, Young
Yeah.
just completed that Rod of Ages. Yeah, he has tier 3 boots, but I mean, Roa at 0 stacks is just kind of nothing. And Mobility was finally able to build that Trinity Force, so it's something.
Yeah, I'm personally waiting to see. I'm confident Levitate's sitting on a ton of gold here, but we're not going to be able to focus on him because Munchie gets caught trying to go for a casual recall. Solar Flare's not going to land the stun. The slow does come across. He's going to flash, but ABO's going to flash of his own, and he brings down what we like to call the Tipper's Hammer. Double kill over to ABO as Philip expires under his own turret.
That kick for Music was kind of nice. I kind of hope we get to watch that one again, but nice dive there from Cupid. Applying some pressure, no response able to be had. Because Mobility playing his life very safely in the mid lane. Gonna allow Cupid to extend their lead even further. 2k ahead, Herald spawns. You can see them starting to converge on this top side.
And a lot of gold towards that Annie burst equation, as we will get that replay look at the nice kick you called out.
Yeah, it's tough. Because Cupid working with a lot of damage right now, able to blow up Munchie really quickly. I just like the kick and then jumping to ABO outside of turret range. Just good stuff. It's fun.
Clean lease in there from Music, and he will now dance with the Herald alongside his bottom lane, Blue Otter. Trying to walk their way in, but Manui can't really find an angle. Munchie doesn't find a spot to get close enough, so the Herald will go over to Music, who is feeling pretty audacious to maybe chase down this Nautilus, but won't. So 2,000 gold lead for Cupid. They got the Herald they can use to, that I suspect they could use in a battle stance format. Beat down with Dragon about 45 seconds away. This is a pretty big inflection point for Blue Otter to try and stem the bleeding because down this much gold and on the cusp of an Infernal Soul in this game 3 is a bad spot to be in.
I was just thinking about it. We haven't mentioned that it's Infernal Soul, and yeah, I'm looking at Annie, and it's just, to some extent, a Corki. To Sheen, you can do some pretty good upfront damage. That is going to be a very powerful soul and something Blue Otter don't want to let go. I don't know if they have a choice around letting go of this dragon. That's the problem. I think it's too risky. You just don't have the power.
And they're going to lose Phillip as ABO sets up a great stealth op in that bot lane River Brush and shows that he's got more than enough burst for the Rumble. It does go down, and that should signal for sure now that Blue Otter have no chance at this dragon, and they will back off. But it's not looking good for them to gain anything on the side lanes. There's nobody on the top side. There's no threat onto that bot lane tier 1 turret. So this is just another outright win for Cupid.
Yeah, they were going to get this dragon regardless, but getting a kill on top of it is just icing. Oh, did I say 1 kill? I might have meant 2 kills. Oh, I definitely meant 2.
Might have. You definitely meant 2. And a turret at it. Petrified Gaze is going to be looked away from by ABO, so nobody even gets stunned. And they've also brought Hoarder into the fray as well. Solar Flare not going to land a stun, but Breezy just fishing for more here as Cupid are playing with boundless confidence in this mid game. Up nearly 5k gold. They have taken a stranglehold on our do or die game 3.
Yeah, it's tough. Members of Blue Otter, got to recognize when you are the play your opponent is looking to make and move accordingly. Cupid now, Infernal Soul, got 2 kills, 1 before, 1 after, now 4,500 gold up. Munchie, is probably fine.
Breezy's so tanky. The depth charge is going to hit Music, but he walks away from it. Here comes the Equalizer. Not a ton of value there, and they've been able to catch on to Munchie. The Trickster provides him some space. Young TP in, trying to sink his Twin Fangs in. Remember, this Cassiopeia is sitting on a non-stack Roa. There really isn't a lot of damage outside of Levitate, so no kills going to come across, and the wave cut down. They don't even get a chance at the mid-tier 1 turret with a bounty on it.
And that was a good angle there for Blue, but the gold is really just not in their favor, and I think that fight shows it. They just don't have the stats. They just don't have the damage to really turn this fight into anything, which is why I was kind of preaching being careful, backing off a little bit, letting this dragon go and trying to minimize your losses in hopes that you hit big breakpoints going into this soul fight. But instead, you fall further behind. Now Cupid going to be able to get even more with this Herald into the mid-tier 1 turret. And Blue Otter's chances of blocking the soul are pretty low now.
Pretty darn low indeed. Lot of decent damage though out of Levitates. The turret is not dropping at any rapid pace. Finally, tier 1 turret will fall. Munchie tries to use the trickster to get out, but he gets pulled back in. Nice Tofo strikes from Hoarder to do so. Herald won't get a second charge into the turret. They've also TP'd Philip in off to the side in Fog, but again, just can't really pull the trigger. It has to be Manui. They've lost Munchie, but it's Music that's looking for the kick. That is a nice Feather Storm to come out from Levitate. He will not be kicked back into the team, but ABO has tons of damage to Levy. And now Music gets the flash kick to go for the style points. Mobility flashes forward to secure the kill. That's why you lock in the Lee Sin, Music. Love that Lee Sin kick.
And we're still 20 seconds away from the Baron, but Cupid already have an enormous lead over Blue Otter. You got to imagine that objective is the next thing in their sights, and it's just been marvelous play after play for Cupid Esports.
They are a freight train, only picking up pace at this point. 7.5 gold up. Baron is on the Rift, and well, the gold lead is really going to manifest in some of these items. You're starting to see people cash in. That's a Medjai's again for ABO. The Manamune is purchased here for mobility. It is looking dire for the Otters here, Beatdown.
It's tough, especially considering how difficult of a game that started out for the bot lane of Cupid. Mobility falling behind the way he did. Now hitting that second item, just a good bit ahead of Levitate, actually, who was ahead of him for a little while, is tough.
Ooh, that any damage.
Yeah. Oh my God! Wait a minute. That's crazy.
Shadow Flame and Malignance is just that's the snowball build on to Annie. It is just really unfortunate when you look at the difference in mid laner itemization at this point. It is a hard issue that Blue Otter really can't solve. They're gonna try and maybe pick off Breezy. Equalizer gets the slow. But they're going after the support, and Breezy's just going to casually flash. He gets the Solar Flare down. Munchie uses the Trickster to get out, but there's the Sonic Wave. Music, are we looking to get feisty again? No, he's not going to push his luck too much further. Allow Cupid to just maybe look to crack the last tier 1 turret left up on the Rift.
Cupid in a very strong position to be able to kind of take whatever they want on the map. And you're seeing some gold spent here. We're recalling. I think it's just focusing on this dragon. Because even though you can take Baron whenever, I think you really want to secure this Dragon Soul. That permanent buff should be a big part of what you need to be able to close.
And the waves are just in still a not great spot here. They've got a full wave crashing into the tier 2 turret. Philip just now going to solve the bot lane wave equation. But now it's a very dark, fog-riddled river for Blue Otter to stare down. And with the burst that this Corki has at this point and Lee Sin's damage, I actually think that Mobility and Music could kind of just look to two-man this dragon, but they're not even going to have to think about that. Blue Otter completely relinquishing any presence around the Drake Pit, and they're going to give Infernal Soul over at 22.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you're behind the way they were, you have a choice. Fight for the third Drake or fight for the fourth one. Unfortunately, Blue Otter chose the third one, and it cost them pretty dearly. And that's Infernal Soul in the pockets of Cupid. Really big buff, really going to amplify the burst damage they're working with, and it's all but guaranteed they're going to win the series.
I am waiting with anticipation to see how much damage the Fiery Bear is going to do at this point when that combo comes out. The Medjai stacking up. ABO, we'll see what he gets on this back as well. Baron going to be the next target here for Cupid, and if we thought it was difficult for Blue Otter to work their way into that before the Infernal Soul, you called it. It's just a much worse scenario, and Hoarder and Breezy are tanky enough that any upfront burst that Young or Levitate can provide, I think they'll be able to survive it. It's still just such a pain point that Young is just now going to get those stacks done on the Roa. Phil Zorelko going to come in with the precision playing. You knew we had to get the cinematic view on this insect from Music.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Oh, that was so good.
Picture in picture, we have a complete fight breaking out, by the way, here, and it's going to be Young. This called out. ABO goes godlike. And Cupid feel like they can fight even without the Baron Pit as a point of pressure.
I mean, yeah, this is just kind of a do whatever you want and you'll win the game situation for Cupid. Hey, man, I granted there are some limits to that, but really not many. As you saw it there, they took that fight and won. They're going to two-man the Baron, likely successfully, even though Breezy is also coming to aid a little bit in the taking of this objective. I mean, this is Blue Water's praying for Cupid's downfall. They're playing for a throw.
That is the stakes we're at. 11,000 gold. One of the highest marks we've seen of a single game so far in the summer split from Cupid. It was a big point, right? We felt like Cupid hadn't been super tested off of a loss just yet. And now we get to see that they are a team that shows that they can rebound after what I would say is a not great loss. They had a lot of control in Game 2 and then relinquished it rapidly. So this is a really positive sign for anyone feeling like Cupid could be a contender for split champions.
Looking like it. I mean, this was a team where, we've had players who've done really well on this league in the past. Kind of top to bottom. You got to imagine that this is a roster that you got to keep your eyes out on. I think something we talked about going into the split, too. I wouldn't say Cupid are necessarily heavy favorites, but they're certainly a team to be looking out for. A team we expect to make it to playoffs and do some serious damage as well, if especially these first 2 weeks are any indication.
Blue Water still have only one option to try and salvage this Game 3. Look for some Hail Mary fight. Bunchy playing right on the line of vision here, trying to use the Trickster, seeing if he can catch APO. Doesn't have himself a defensive Zanyas or anything, but feels like that'd be a one-way trip for Munchie. And now he can't even look for that flank because turrets are dropping in their base. Middle inhibitor going to go down. Hoarder has brought up a wave and a Baron-empowered cannon minion. Seems like the top lane inhibitor turret is not long for this world either. So 2 inhibitors going to come off the rift here for Cupid. Let's see if they want to go for that end game push now, or looks like they'll slow their roll a bit more. They do have the Elder in about 2 minutes that really is the decider of all games in League of Legends.
For the most part, especially here in Tier 2. Thing right now, on the TP with Hoarder.
Munchie.
Oh,
3-man Cyclone, but the Blast Cone, it gets all of Cupid away from that Equalizer, and now Munchie will be killed off by Mobility. They still have the Baron. They're not going to look for the end here now, but they're going to look for the real classic death sentence of a League of Legends game beat down, which is triple inhibitors.
Yep, and you called it out. You got Elder Dragon coming very shortly. This is their angle to really polish up their Baron power play with all 3 inhibitors going down. Now with Munchie out of the picture, though, they could look to fish a little more. They have a lot of ultimates to play with here.
Still have a bit more time with the Baron. The super Baroned up wave will be cut down. Mobility has to be careful trying to auto this turret. They're sticking around, though. Here comes another wave of supers that will be baroned up on both top and bottom. But Breezy is caught. The Miasma's going to lock him in place. He gets the Solar Flare down. ABO drops a huge stun on Levitate. Does get the Feather Storm. Levitate gets himself out. Music now going to have to back away from the turret. Hoarder standing in the middle of all of Blue Otter with his huge health bar. Knocks down the first Nexus turret. Music going to look to re-engage. There's another stun lands onto Munchie. The Trickster will not save him this time. Levitate rushes out of the base, fully healthy, but I don't think he can match the might of Hoarder, who goes all out and blows up Levitate. Cupid dropped their first game of the split and respond with a 16k gold lead to win the series 2-1 over Blue Water.
And you can just see it on the cams. Cool, calm, and collected, not stressed whatsoever. And I mean, Slayer, would you be, after such a dominating mid-game, through an incredibly one-sided late game, Cupid reminding us why we thought so highly of them at the beginning of the split, showing us a bit of what we saw in week 1. Falling behind a little bit, things getting a little shaky, but they managed to team fight their way to a win.
Yeah, and you know, Hoarder plays pretty well across the series. I think Mobility's as polished as ever. Breezy has a lot of big moments, but across the 2 wins beatdown, mid-jungle for Cupid is just, they were just completely head and shoulders above Blue Water in this one. The game 1 Nefiri and Lock combination from Music and ABO was gross. And we saw in this game, both of those guys were up nearly 4k gold at the end of the game over their counterparts on the Lee Sin and Annie. This mid-jungle duo from Cupid is terrifying right now for the rest of the North American Challengers League.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they beat Conviction in week 1, right? You know, our reigning champs in split 1 of this year. They're already showing us the potential ceiling that they could show us towards the end of playoffs. Of course, it is a short regular season, so starting ahead the way Cupid have, is really beneficial.
Oh, look at those damage numbers from ABO. He nearly eclipses the combined damage numbers of Munchie, Young, and Levitate. It's just a couple thousand, I think about 1,000 off alone, eclipsing those damage numbers. Don't do quick math on stream, folks.
I was going to say.
The short part of it beat down here is the Annie deliver for ABO.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good. He ran that lane against Young, was able to find the right targets on basically every fight we saw. I think it was just good gameplay, top to bottom. I mean, it did Annie, so there isn't too much else to say, but he was hitting those stuns. He was hitting those bears.
He was bringing out the fiery bear to fire up his squad and help them lead to a Game 3 win here. Also, of course, if you missed Game 1, if you like the new champion, go back and watch Game 1. His lock performance was amazing as well, showing why that champion is busted enough to make its way into competitive play.
Yeah, lock's good, guys. I don't think it's going to take very long for people to really catch on. So I imagine it's going to become permaban pretty soon.
And that is all, and thanks in part to ABO. So now Cupid at the top of Group B, up at 2-0. And now, you know, we talked about a little bit beat down during the game, but
yeah,
it's a pretty positive sign to me that they lose that Game 2 and then come right back out the gate and look like this in a Game 3, look like this off a loss. That's a very important thing when you factor in, you know, fearless best of fives for playoffs down the line. How you look off a loss is very important to me.
Yeah, very true. And on that same note, I know I'll give a little hopium to Blue Otter as well, just in the fact that, you know, off a loss themselves after week 1, and were able to show us, you know, something a little different, a little better. Yeah, they lost Game 1, but they had a pretty good win there into Game 2, getting themselves their first game win. That matters, especially because, again, last week and this week were their hardest matches of the regular split. So getting those out of the way, already showing us signs of growth. I really do think that shows that bodes very positively for them in terms of getting standings, trying to get into playoffs at the end of the split.
Totally. They now their next 3 matches, well, we said it earlier, but we'll say it again, is, you know, against Contingent, who just promoted up from Tier 3. Congratulations, though, on your first NACL win, Contingent, the very first series. That's very fun. They get to play Dorado, who, you know, also have a pretty big win. Maybe it's not as easy as I thought it would have been, is what I'm slowly convincing myself.
But it's
Dorado,
easier. Relative.
It's easier. Yeah, easier, and then they'll get to play Winthrop, who, you know, we will see later on here taking on Conviction. So, with how everybody, you know, power rank the teams beat down, I'm with you, right? These were the 2 toughest games, it felt like, for anybody from Group A when they had to come over and play Group B. And Blue Water had to play both of them right out the gate.
Exactly. So, you know, there's a lot of experience to be gained from that. And I think the kind of the best you can hope for in these losses is being able to take something away. I mean, Bach said it again early in the day. Just being able to learn as much as you can, improve as much as you can, because this is a short split.
Short split indeed, which means there are very few MVPs to gain for our players in our series. And the MVP of our series here for Cupid, of course, had to go over to A Blaze Olive. ABO was fantastic in the wins here for Cupid, and the stats really back it up when you look at it. The KDAs this guy was able to get across the lock and any game alone are astounding. And, you know, there were a couple candidates we felt like Music played really well.
Oh, yes.
We shout out Breezy's ability on the Engaged champions, but at the end of the day, it felt like it had to be ABO.
Yeah, I think Music had a really strong candidate, but at the end of the day, ABO, especially on the lock and on the Annie, was good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. We talked about both topside members there. You mentioned Music. We talked about ABO. And our interview is going to be with the final member of the topside of Cupid. So I'm going to say, sayonara to you, Beat, for a little bit. I've heard the ding. I believe Mr. Hoarder is here and ready. So we'll be speaking with Cupid's Hoarder, the victorious top laner. There he is. How's it going, Mr. Hoarder? Looking jacked as ever, my friend. My first question, I made this joke when you locked in the Mordekaiser game 2. Do you feel like you're Mordekaiser when you're in the gym? Because that's like the mentality I have when I'm in there lifting weights, man, that I'm just Mordekaiser. What's the champion you want to be when you're getting jacked in the gym?
I mean, personally, you know, I'm more of a Jax guy myself, you know. He's like my main champ, and that guy's like,
true.
That guy's a Sigma, so just trying to be like him.
Yeah, that's true, man. He just needs a wooden stick and a lantern. He can do anything. Yeah, that's a good call. Congratulations, Hoarder, on your win. Of course, now Cupid is 2-0, but you guys did suffer your first game loss here in this one. I kind of wanted to ask because you guys had such a huge comeback game in Game 3. It was like a blowout, right? How much do you think that speaks to your guys' ability as a team to kind of rebound from your first game loss and have a Game 3 like that up against Blue Water?
I think it's honestly, I am kind of like, I'm not glad we lost, but like I like to see how we dealt with like adversity, because there are some teams that I've been on where it's just like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then as soon as we lose a game, it's just 0-2, something like that. So I'm glad to see that we can bounce back very easily, and I want to take full responsibility honestly for that loss. My Mordekaiser is just not up to par yet. Philip Gragas is too powerful.
Philip Gragas is one hell of a thing, but I'm glad to see you pull out the Mordekaiser. We were talking about it a bit. It has gotten buffed up. Is that one of those champions you feel like you want to try and add to your repertoire as we expand the Hoarder champion pool? Of course, we know you as the Jax guy and many others, but has that been a champion? Are there other champions you're trying to expand the pool with in this new meta on the freshest patch?
Yeah, so I've been kind of experimenting with a lot of champs. Mordekaiser is definitely one of them. I have to, get it back into the kitchen and start cooking it again. But for the other picks, I think I'll keep that to myself for now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, don't want you to divulge too much there. We did get to talk to Coach Bach before this series, of course, and he was kind of talking to Beatdown about how difficult it can kind of be as a new team with a lot of new players to get going and find your guys' like identity in such a short split. How would you say that's been, right? Getting to come in with all these new guys on a new team and seeing like, hey, we get like 5 series in the regular split before playoffs kicks off. Is that something that's been kind of difficult to acclimate to?
Honestly, with this team, I feel like there are some, we have our issues like any other team, but I don't see anything glaring that can really affect our season. I think that if we just keep scrimming, we keep working throughout the season, we're just only going to get better and better. Like, I think some teams crash and burn, and I just don't think that's us.
That's a real positive side here. You guys have definitely looked like one of the scariest teams through these first couple of weeks. Talk to me what it's been like, just in general, getting to gel with some of these guys, because we really felt like this Cupid roster has a ton of firepower. ABO in this game we ended up giving MVP to. Like, Music's been showing out on these carries, and then Breezy and Mobility feel like just like such a succinct bottom lane. Has it just been a joy to play with a team like this that just has so much firepower, especially once we include you into that equation?
Absolutely. I think like on a team that's full of such like, not only do I believe like everybody can carry a game on this team and be really the star of the match. I think that one thing that is really that really stands out to me in this team is I feel like everybody is very stable. And in the past, like I feel like me as a player personally, I haven't been as stable. So this season I've been really trying to just make sure that I'm winning lane, my CS is high, and just not trying to go for anything like too flashy. Because like I think if you have 5 stable players on the team that are all good, I think you'll just win. I don't have to do anything like crazy.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, Hoarder, and the games are backing it up by this point, up and 2-0 for you guys on Cupid. That was kind of my final question to you, my friend. I guess I guess I can ask the expectation question. Obviously, you guys want to win the split, but are there any more underlying things that you guys want to accomplish as a team besides like the most obvious thing of winning the split and trying to play for that LCS spot?
I mean, personally, and I can't speak for my teammates, but everybody on my team, of course, we all want to promote and win that LCS spot. But personally, I'm just trying to make sure that I play the best League of Legends possible for this split. In these games, I'm not focusing too much on whether we win or lose. I just want to play the best league that I can play. And when I do that, I feel like the wins come a lot more naturally.
Yeah, I see it clearly too, my friend, Hoarder. So you're trying to scale up game by game as a player. You're scaling up in the gym as well, getting jacked continuously. Well, someday, maybe we can both get in there and you could show me some tips on how to get the Hoarder jacked form.
I got you.
I appreciate you, buddy. Any final words, my friend? Any shout outs you want to give? The stage is yours before we let you go.
Yeah, I want to shout out my parents, shout out my sister. I want to shout out my teammates for giving me the best birthday present that they could give me, which is a win. I think that honestly carried me the series, so it's really nice to win on my birthday.
Well, happy birthday, Hoarder, and yeah, what a great gift. The win for Cupid. We're gonna let you go back to your team. Keep flexing on them, my friend, and we'll see you the next time off a Cupid win.
All right.
Let's
see you guys later.
Peace out, Hoarder. Let's bring Beatdown back in here. Always fun to talk to Hoarder. This guy, man, it's just ever since he really broke out last split, he's just getting better and better as a top laner. It's been fun to see, and it's cool to hear that he's just feeling so comfortable. I mean, it's easy to see how comfortable you could be on a team like this from Cupid with all the firepower they got.
Yeah, a lot of experience, and he said it best. You have 5 good players, you're just going to win. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. I love it. It's simple, and it's more importantly true. But of course, Hoarder himself as a player is someone I think ever since he joined the league, I've been super excited about. Because I always bring up how I was such a doubter. And then in his first split, he said, Beatdown, shut the hell up. And just had the greatest opening split I've ever seen. And he's just been shooting upwards ever since. You love to see it.
Yeah, Beatdown, you know, I'm with you there. It's like, it's always fun to like see a guy come into the league and be like, oh, I think he's going to be good, and then see him flourish. But there's something special about, you know,
I love being wrong.
I
love doubting and being wrong. You guys might think I'm joking, but it's truly just an unparalleled joy in life. Thinking a player in this league, you know, might not be able to do it, and then they just have an incredible success. Like, it's euphoric, bro. Seriously. I love when players do well in this league.
I'm right there with you. I you know, speaking of our next matchup, right? We can throw. I can parry this in. Conviction Windthropper is coming up right now. I was doubting Kim down last split, the entire split.
Yeah, that's right.
You knew I was. And boy, have I looked wrong here. Kim Down had an amazing spring split, and let's see if he can help get Winthrop their first win of the summer split up against Conviction. That will be our next matchup here, and I'm already getting word. I heard the pleasant ding in our virtual studio here, Beatdown, that you
Discord.
are ready with your coach interview here ahead of our second series.
I am. I believe we're getting an interview with Winthrop University, so let's go and switch that over. Here, Tails, good to see you again. What's up, bro? How are you? Are you excited? Second match?
Yeah, you know, last week we're off to a slow start for sure, but we're definitely excited to be playing again, so you know, glad to be here.
I mean, after what you guys did last split, I think no one should ever judge slow starts from you guys ever again. You just got to trust the process. And process is kind of what I want to talk about, because I think this is an easy topic with every coach that we're going to be talking to for the first little bit, talking about the format, processes for trying to improve in such a short amount of time, especially for you. You know, you had a number of changes in the roster. So has it been tough for you to integrate newer players like Sammykin, who's joining you for the first time, Barrick, who hasn't played NACL in quite a while as well?
Yeah, I think for the newer players, it's just getting them up to speed and kind of helping them build their confidence, especially in comms and making calls. I think, you know, I think they're starting to get used to how we run things at Winthrop. So, and we do have veteran voices, like we have Tomo and Kim Down Wilson, who's been playing for a while. So, it's been going well in the past week of scrims. So we're hoping to show some good stuff today.
All right, I'm happy to hear that, and I'm glad you bring up veteran voices, especially Tomo. 'Cause something I'm interested in is the fact that Tomo was very recently part of your coaching staff. I'm curious, just because, you know, you've probably seen him around the scene for quite a while, and I'm wondering, do you think that's impacted his gameplay at all? Like his time, you know, coaching with you guys, and I'm curious if that helps you guys as a team, especially you as a head coach, to have somebody who is literally part of your staff kind of in the game as well with the player.
Yeah, I mean, his presence, like, I don't know if there's like, they don't really do captains in the league, but he would be like our captain now that he's gone from coach to player. He would make good calls and like lead reviews as well, you know, giving feedback immediately. So I think it's been really nice to have his voice around, and it doesn't feel any different. He's a player, and he's doing well for us, so we're just hoping to mesh well and make it click together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to unofficially call him Captain Tomo. So, I mean, and that kind of has a nice ring to it either way. But it is interesting, yeah, because we don't really see too many players, you know, go to coaching, go back to playing. So I was interested if, you know, he's almost like your inside man. Because I always see with coaches, you can't really talk to your players during the game. I was wondering if there was a process there. But now you guys are playing Conviction today. Yeah, they looked a little tough last week, but I think we know they are a strong team. Just talk to me about your expectations on what they might look like, how you guys match up into them, and what you're hoping for, besides a win.
Yeah, I mean, they've made their own roster changes, and it seems like they're off to a slow start as well. So, hopefully we're improving faster than they are, and, maybe we can catch them off guard today and get a good W in. So, but otherwise, we're just trying to play our game, trying to make sure we've been focused on what we're working on, and, let's just see how we do.
Fair enough. Again, hashtag trust the process here from Tails. So I'm going to let you go, Tails, but before I do, you know the drill. Any shout-outs to anything you want to say before you go join your team?
Not much. Thanks for everyone for supporting us. We're glad to be here, and hopefully we put on a show. Thank you.
And we're happy to have you. Good luck, Tails. Nice to talk to you. And we're ready to bring back Slayer, my co-caster in crime. Any second now. There he is.
Hey, there's B down. Hey, listen, I love that that anecdote about no captains in league. That's a great thing. But once you said Captain Tomo, the only thing I could think of was Captain Timo reporting for duty. Captain Tomo reporting for duty. That's the only thing that came in my head.
There's something there. If he does something sick, you have to say that now.
That's true. Or you listen. Hey, the guy played 2 AP champions in the bottom lane the last time we saw Winthrop. Timo's AP.
That's true.
Just saying.
So what you're saying is, you know what's even crazier? It could be Timo Cassiopeia. Have you ever seen that in the bot lane?
that sounds like a lot of poison.
Because when Timo autos, it counts for the Twin Fangs. Just saying. Anyways, Winthrop University featuring some new faces and some old faces that Slayer doubted last split. So I just want to quickly throw it out there. If Winthrop win and we interview Kim down, you should apologize to him live on air. Anyways.
I will apologize to him. You know what? I will do that. I 100% will. Okay. You gotta own up to your takes. But yeah. I'm excited to see how these solo lanes look after another week. Obviously, Samikin's the huge pickup here. Very happy for him to get to go, pursue more further degree at Winthrop and get to play in CELOL of future with this team. It's very fresh for him, but of course, with Denethor, we're very happy going to Dignitas, but Barrick, we gotta think, had very short time to just come into this team, try out, adjust. So I'm not too worried that week 1 Winthrop, lost in 0-2 fashion. I want to, even though the regular split is very quick here, beatdown, I think we got to give some grace over to Samikin adjusting to a new team, a new environment, and especially Barrick coming in even more short succession than Samikin did to this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we got to be realistic about our expectations. It's great to hear from Tails that scrims have been going well for them, focusing on playing their game, and just being realistic about this matchup today. Knowing that conviction are starting off slow and saying, look, we can sneak a win from them. This is the perfect time for us to do it. But again, the focus is them just playing the way that they want to play, which I think is a great attitude for them to have. And we'll see. I mean, again, after what they did last split, really can't doubt Winthrop. The bumpy starts, it's fine. I'll allow it.
Well, speaking on bumpy starts that you can't really, sign off teams on. Let's introduce our new look at the defending champion Conviction roster, because they also had a bit of a bumpy start in the spring split regular season, and then of course turned into their third, another championship, led by the 2 guys who are 9-0 in grand finals since they've teamed up and have 3 NACL titles between them, Tomio and Insanity, alongside Sniper, the same top side. And it's Cody-san and Zyko that, we were very excited for. I think started out a bit lackluster, but if there are any guys that are going to be able to find a way to rebound, it's veterans like Cody-san and Zyko, who, is always bringing the vibes too, even off a loss. So we'll see how they look after the week 1 stunner that they got from Cupid.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup. I think both teams off to a rough start. Very curious to see how they'll be able to match up into each other. I mean, of course, so much expectations on a roster like Conviction, not just because of the individual skill and experience here top to bottom, but just also the fact that this team, even if the roster was slightly different, did win NACL Split 1 just 2 months ago.
Less than 2 months ago. Yeah, less than. It's been a quicker turnaround
5-6 weeks ago.
Yeah, but champions nonetheless. And, a big focal point of their ability to be so good in the playoffs, of course, has to be one of the players we feel like has been the greatest that NACL has to offer for a couple splits now, being Insanity, up against, Samikin with Winthrop, a player that's had such high highs in this league as well. There was no better pick for the face-to-face matchup, thanks to Philips Norelco, than Samikin versus Insanity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Insanity, of course, really just experienced mid laner in the league with such great performances. Samikin, of course, on a new team, but a player who we really believe that you could build a roster around, especially when you look at Samikin as a player. He always was with Blue Otter ever since he and that franchise joined the league. So now in a new situation and a new team, new roster, trying to adjust here over at Winthrop University, how's he going to be able to compete with someone like Insanity, who's just had incredible accolades here in Tier 2 space?
Yeah, simply put, if you want to be the best mid laner in the NACL, you have to beat Insanity at this point. That's how my view's been for many splits. Some regular splits, some mid laners have been able to do it. 5 Mini was a consensus really big performer of last split that was able to perform over Insanity, but it is a tough task to match. My favorite part about this matchup between Insanity and Samikin is I think these are two players that have been very successful at adapting whatever mid lane meta there is to their unique champion plays. You could talk endlessly about stuff like Samikin with his Zoe, Samikin with his Lux, and I think we'd be here for 30 minutes if we talked about all the things that Sandy has tried to play in the mid lane. The only champion I would mention right now is he's been spamming the lock mid on his solo queue stream, so keep that in mind as a champion in the back pocket. But these two have an ocean of champions to pull from as mid laners, and why it'll be such a fun matchup between Winthrop and Conviction with them as the focal point.
Yeah, and it will be really exciting to see if any of those spicy picks converge this time around. I mean, for Insanity, we know he's got a very deep champion pool, but of course he's also able to play a lot of the staple stuff, the meta picks. I think that's been the question for Samikin, where, yeah, he can play the meta picks pretty well, but we've always seen him shine on his personal picks. Sometimes they're meta, sometimes they aren't. And I think that's going to be a big point of growth and adaptation for Samikin this split, and we'll see if he can show us a little bit of that today.
Well, look at that. The lock was the first ban that Winthrop threw out there, so definitely don't want to deal with that champion. We have dove headfirst into our first draft of the game here, and Conviction are going to lock in the first selection Vi here for Tomio, so looking for some control and ability to dictate fights. Jace is going to be the trade back here, very much so likely to go into the hands of Barrick. The blind Jace, though, is definitely an interesting thing. We'll see what Sniper wants to do with that.
That is the question. I mean, it's been, I think, a pretty safe pick, considering how strong it is in lane and how well it scales as well. I'm curious how Sniper will be responding to that one, and what else Winthrop want to be grabbing. I was wondering if we were going to see jungle right away, but that focus on mid lane there. Getting Samikin onto the Victor.
Yeah, so both solo lanes quickly locked in here for Winthrop, which, does give some benefit, again, over to Insanity and Sniper. It's rare that you can have games where, you could technically counterpick both of the solo lanes, especially when you're on the side of first selection, right? So we'll see what Conviction want to do. And it looks like for now, they're not going to look to kind of pounce on those counterpicks just yet. I kind of like the hesitancy because Tomo did play stuff like Vlad and Talia in the first Winthrop series, and Victor has been one of those other mages that has gone towards the bot side. So maybe Conviction are smelling that we can pump the brakes on Victor for sure being a pick here for Samikin.
Yeah, and it is interesting because it's, not something we typically associate with him. Just really what we were talking about with the champions we are used to seeing him play. It was more of the Aurora, something that was huge for him. Mel, if he was allowed to get in, things like that. But, it fits. You have range to work with alongside the Jace. And you do, as long as you remove another dive element to pair with Tomio, I think you do have a decent amount of safety with that gravity field as well. Oh, Shen also helps.
Yeah, Shen definitely helps any sort of anti-burst, and that one will be locked in. Pretty confident we could say that one's going into Kim Down's pocket. So maybe taking a page out of Manui, like you mentioned earlier in the split for Blue Otter. Piloted this. We've seen this at the Tier 1 level as well. I always like to say, BLG's own loves to go for this champion. I feel like he really pioneered it first. Maybe that's, speaking on the Victor again, maybe that's what the new look Winthrop are going to have as such a threat in drafts, is that Tomo can play a lot of the mages that Samikin can, and in the current meta, you can make them so interchangeable in a draft to try and make sure you maximize comfortability for those scaling champions that both of them love to pilot.
Yeah, now Winthrop kind of leave where the Shen is going a little up in the air. Conviction, just being careful. Banning the Nefiri in case it really is Shen support. I think it is possible that we do see Shen in the jungle.
Good
I
call.
could see Wilson
River
grabbing too. Yeah, River Shen. Very much a real thing. Where Winthrop, they just want to remove some engage options. I mean, Karma makes sense because Ezreal Karma is very strong. And the Rakan I love because, I mean, it's a great champion for Zyko. And again, it's a dive buddy. Tomio needs someone to go in with him. At the moment, he has no one. I mean, my immediate thought is the Ambessa. It's not great into Jace, though. I think Sniper is in a bit of a tough spot there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I wonder how he feels about Irelia versus Jace. Just always has to be a shot with Sniper. It's not banned. We'll keep that in the back pocket here. I like Winthrop's identity, though, of kind of trying to beef up a front line. And just try and play range, right? Because you talked about the Jace and Victor, regardless where the Victor goes, really feel like the range advantage is a clear staple point for the Golden Eagles right now, and they will lock the Skarner. So Skarner in the jungle, I guess there is worth a shout that we've seen Skarner support. Regardless, Shen and Skarner is a lot of HP to chew through for Conviction. Or go around, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Orianna and Israel alone, not really feeling their chances at being able to kind of cut through this front line. Rel makes sense because again, you needed something to go in with Tomio. But yeah, I'm not too sold on the amount of damage. At least Shen, if it really is Shen support, not gonna be that tanky. It's gonna be down several levels compared to what we're used to, what you'll usually see with a top player. Oh,
that's a good shout. Playing off the hovers, I really think Cassante is not it in this draft. Unfortunate. So this is a really low damage Conviction comp for sure, right? The value of Skarner in this game just went up 1,000,000 to me.
I think I agree. I'm kind of curious what the marksman pick is going to be there, because surely it's not Tomo playing Victor, right, guys? Come on.
I mean,
that's not real.
I've said it on repeat. The guy locked Vlad in his first game with Winthrop.
That is true.
That's a marksman.
It's a marksman, and it's Vayne in the bot lane. We do not see that a lot, bro. Okay.
Hold on.
You're the AD carry.
Is it Vayne in the bot lane?
Bro, no way it's Jace Shen, bro. No. They're going to swap. Talk to me about Vayne bot lane. No, it's okay. It's not real.
Be down. I'm scared, man. I'm scared.
It's a bait. It's a bait. It's a bait. It's a bait.
I don't think it's a bait, man. I think this is Jace. I think this is Jace bot lane, and they counterpick the Cassante with Vayne.
Oh my god, it's real. It's real.
It's real. Yep.
It's real.
All right.
Oh my god. That's kind of funny because I swear, Jace also smokes Cassante.
He does.
He does. But that's fine.
Okay.
This is fine.
Jace AD carry is going to be interesting. You know what? I think this kind of... How do we feel this neutralizes Rel in the lane? I think it makes it very terrifying to play Rel. Because, Jace is obviously going to play in his range stance and farm and maybe look for poke onto Ezreal. But I really just hate the idea of a Rel crashing down into Jace with hammer stance and a Shen with taunt.
Yeah, that honestly just doesn't seem like an enjoyable lane for Cody Sun and Zyko. Because, in range... You're mostly outranged, and if you go in, you have Spirit's Refuge, and you have Taunt, and you have a surprising amount of damage in your kit. So I feel like you win trades at both ranges, which is kind of insane. And smart move there for Winthrop University. Feels bad that you can't get to level 20, because, it's not top lane Jace, but otherwise, it's kind of fire.
Kind of fire indeed. Tomo really trying to... limit test the ends of our current meta with his champion pool and make Winthrop such a threat with their drafts. Jace AD carry, Barrick takes the Vayne up towards the top side. So it is going to be an intriguing game one as our two squads hunt their first series win of the summer split. Onto the Rift we go.
And Tomo said they were going to try and play their game. He was not joking. Tomo is not afraid to play anything interesting. You said it, he played Vlad. And he's also playing the Jace now. Again, it's going to be a very interesting. I think overall, it doesn't change the strength of Jace and how it relates to this comp. You still have a lot of range to work with between Sammykin and Tomo, which is really nice when you're setting up around objectives. And of course, Skarner and Shen make it really annoying to have to face check.
Very annoying indeed, as we see an early taunt come down from Kim down just to get some decent trades onto a Zyko. Definitely going to see how Cody Sun and Zyko want to pilot a lane that I'm sure they are not too comfortable in the 2v2 matchup like you pointed out. Does help that their jungler is pathing down towards them. We have mirrored clears coming across here. Tomo going top down. And Wilson going bottom up here. Trying to play towards the Vayne from Barrack with Exhaust that will have, we expect, complete control over the top side unless City junglers make appearances.
Yeah. Tomo can definitely influence that matchup, but not on these first couple levels as he is pathing downward. And isn't going to be able to influence top lane. And it makes sense. You want that first Scuttle Crabs. You are not pathing towards your Cassante while he's facing Vayne top. And I think, yeah, we're seeing the wave push come through here right now. I think you need some levels for Tomo and Kim down to really get obnoxious with this bot lane duo they're working with at the moment.
I would assume that the Jace AD carry build is basically identical to the Jace top build too, right? Just the classics. Well,
that's what I assume.
We can talk about that in a second. It's a great flash stun from Zyko to get Samikin locked down. And Sadie's going to flash out of the ground and kill him with the heal speed up. They've got him. That was a clinical engage. The flash from Kim down is going to make sure that Sandy does drop as well. But that's a support trade back kill for First Blood onto Insanity for Conviction.
Yeah, at least Samikin was able to get some, you know, get the gold and experience from the assist. But yeah, not as ideal as you would hope. Really nice roam there from Zyko. Be able to get that pressure on Samikin. Plus, this is a Victor now who is flashless. Big opportunity for Tomo to gank later.
Ball breaker is going to land on the Tomo. He's going to hold on to his flash. And, well, it looks like that is going to be the right call, as not enough damage comes across from Tomio and Cody Sun. Just realized how funny it's going to be with the Tomio-Tomo interactions as this game goes on, as Wilson's going to use that Ishtal's impact to get a chunk in onto Sniper as well, who is, well, just not having a good time. And the wave state he's got to look at doesn't make it any better.
Nope, and it's only going to get worse. I will say I like what Tomo was trying to do there. I think he was trying to sidestep and knock Tomio into the turret. But it doesn't pan out. And now we're seeing a little bit more of the obnoxious trade patterns I was talking about earlier. Where now, you know, Kim down can taunt, and then you have nothing you can do other than eat Jace's entire combo, because sure, why not?
Sure, why not? Stay to the bottom lane in this current meta. Very fun, though. Very creative, nonetheless, to see this Jace come across. And now it feels like what we should expect from this look of Winthrop in the summer split. Wilson going to pay his time towards the bot side. He is on a ward, though. So Zyko and Cody Sun have an inkling that they could potentially be dove. And there is no help coming anytime soon. Tomio is on his Raptors. So let's see if Winthrop will commit to this dive. That they will. Ishtal's impact. Great interrupt there from Zyko. Wilson now just has to try to walk at Cody Sun, but after the Ishtal's impact doesn't land, this dive feels pretty rough. Tomo's going to go all in to get the first kill. Wilson will grab it, but that's a trade kill over to Cody Sun. And all that time means that Tomio can walk over and ruin the exit route of the Golden Eagles. Down goes Wilson. Cody Sun is going to hamper even more shots into Kim down. He's got the full lethal tempo stacked up, and he will find the kill onto the shed as well. Great response to the dive from Conviction.
And a great dodge on the taunt from Zyko. That is literally what turned that dive from a catastrophe to an overwhelming success for Conviction. Now, Cody Sun picked up 2 kills off the back of that. This Ezreal is now massively accelerated. And of course, Tomio was able to get into the picture there with the Vi. Get a little gold for himself too. So overall, it ends up being a great opener there for Conviction. And this Cheese bot lane is starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, this Ezreal's off to the races, to say the least. Gets the... It's always nice. The pristine Ezreal first back is Sheen and a tier. He's even got enough for the Ruby Crystal as well. So cruising towards that classic Ezreal 2-item spike. And Kim Down's now been released onto the map. Sniper did not expect a Shen to pop out of that brush. The final hour has been channeled. He's going to go all out and pull Kim Down away. And that's an expert use of the Cassante ult to make sure Sniper doesn't lose it. A 1v2, he had no idea was coming. But guess what? How about a 1v3? Here comes the cease and desist onto Tomo, trying to run away from his turret, but the crash stem will land nonetheless, and Tomio will find that kill. So Sniper survives his dive, and Conviction make a dive work in the bot side.
Yeah, very successfully, I might say. Even now, I think they're going to be able to take the red buff as well. Tomio taking advantage, hitting that level 6 first, putting Tomo even further behind. Lost a pretty big wave as a result.
Sandy now caught, though. It's the Shen that's everywhere except where you expect him to be. Good kill back over to Samikin. A lifeline to the Golden Eagles because they've been bleeding these last couple of minutes.
They have. Very much needed kill there in their favor, and Samikin being able to pick it up is really nice. Victor's going to be a big source of damage this game, especially with Tomo kind of struggling a little bit. It's going to be more pressure onto him, Samikin and Barrick to be able to pick up the slack there. I think Barrick's doing fine, so that should be okay. It really is just about conviction and how much they're going to be able to get out of this early game and whether or not their wombo combo can actually do any serious damage. We saw Young in game 1 of the last series with the Orianna. There was the Ezreal pairing as well. They didn't do a whole lot of damage. I think Insanity with the Lost Chapter probably just going a much more damage-oriented build, and I think this game it's even more appropriate. Because it's really just you and Ezreal, man. You need all the damage you can get. Forget your life. Just focus on taking theirs.
Yep. I like that. I like that adage. Beat down. We got Wilson, though, on the Drake. Looking, slowly but surely going to sell this out. Tomo will come over. Good window here for the Throps to find this because there was a lane swap the Conviction do force. So I do like the read from Conviction. They're trying to slow Barrick down, but it's good on Winthrop to recognize the, I guess, cross-map play off of that is to just take that objective for free. So Barrick slowed down, but Winthrop stacking Drakes.
And I'm wondering if Winthrop will be able to also get themselves grubs. Back is canceled there for Barrick. I mean, him backing means he's just going to be out of that picture anyway. I think with the rotations... Oh, actually, I think keeping Barrick here makes it a little harder for you to have a meaningful fight around these grubs. I mean, he has a big wave, so maybe they're occupying him, but... Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it looks like Conviction are just saying, all right, well, we'll just play for gold, right? They're just playing for pure gold at this point. Oh, nice Mystic shot, Cody's son. Okay. We've had some grub-stealing heroics in both of our series today, beat down.
We have. Still, two for one. It's something. You definitely wanted all three, so props to Cody's son for being able to steal that one away. Yeah. It's quite meaningful. I think 3 grubs is honestly just noticeably better than 2.
Especially on, Jace and Vayne in these side lanes, right? So,
of course.
All the time that was going on. We got to see Sniper get some valuable alone time on the bot side of the map here to get some gold back into Barrick. And also, Tommy was able to steal away, I believe, 2 of Wilson's camps to really push his gold lead to the max. Conviction right now leaning heavily on Tomio and Cody's son, both up 1,000 over their counterparts. That's the big reason why Conviction are holding on to the gold lead they're looking at. And these 2 champions are perfectly designed to snowball into the mid game with those leads.
And now as things slow back down, see Conviction, about a 2,000 gold lead. Especially with how expensive Cody's son's first item is going to be. Those 2 kills, you're going to really see them pay dividends soon. Alongside Insanity, who's getting closer and closer to his first item as well. I think that 1 item will be pretty good for Conviction. I think they need a Dragon Slayer. I think as time goes on, Samikin going to get stronger. Tomo and Barrick are the same.
All right. Kim Down has been expert on these roams. Insanity gets it burns his flash. This is a really fun matchup. I know we didn't touch on it, but why this matchup is super fun for me in the support category is that I feel like Zyko and Kim Down are both so just smart on the map. We'll talk about them later because Insanity without flash is getting nabbed by Wilson over his own Raptors pit wall. Samikin grabs that kill, and well, here come the Golden Eagles with a serious lifeline in the mid lane. Tomio, though, trying to clean things up. Going to commit the cease and desist onto Wilson. Gravity Field going to cut off one exit plan. Wilson's going to flash, gets the impale, and pulls Zyko under the turret. Samikin, I don't know if he has enough damage to make this kill happen, but it gets the flash out of Zyko nonetheless. Fancy footwork from Wilson Skarner.
Yeah, and also all that attention means Cody's son's laning 1v2. Going to allow some turret plays to go down, but the teleport.
Oh boy, here comes Sniper.
That's
easy peasy Kim Down. All right, that wasn't much of a TP at all.
That actually feels horrific because look at where Barrick is right now. He's already finishing off a wave. There's a huge chance for him to just walk it into that turret. He's not wanting to take his chances. Maybe he's sitting on a lot of gold. Yeah, maybe he's got his first item. There's a plate opportunity there that I guess he doesn't want to take. Oh, he definitely
call beat down. Yep. gets that first item over for that extra ultimate ability haste here, but Sniper has, at the end of the day, gotten more time on this turret. All the alone time and extra plates he's done has actually given him a slight goal lead for now over Barracks. So I think that is, something big to note, is that Sniper in a matchup that we felt like would be pretty terrible, and we saw him get froze off of a wave early. Conviction have done a pretty good job to help him kind of neutralize a counter matchup, right?
A little bit, yeah. But I think it isn't, you kind of said it earlier, Slayer, it isn't going to change too much. I think if you consider what Tomo is going to be able to do later on as a Jace with 2-3 items, especially, and his items a couple items are pretty cheap. Ghostblade, Manamune, things like that. So I don't know if this lead is big enough to be seriously concerned about his impact.
Insanity, he just can't trust this topside jungle, man. He takes a blast gun away from Kim down. He finds Wilson waiting for him over the wall. He's going to get the shockwave. He's trying to make sure Samikin can't get the kill, and he, well, at least succeeds at that. But Wilson going to kill off Insanity for his 4th death of the game.
Yeah, they are punishing the hell out of this guy. They force his flash. A second later, they dive him again. Oh, he's alone topside. We're going to attack him again. And I really like putting this pressure because, again, we talked about the damage being solely on the shoulders of Insanity and Cody Sun. So Cody Sun is a bit ahead. He's in a pretty strong position right now, but Insanity is a big part of this equation. So knocking him down over and over again, giving him 4 deaths this early in the game, which almost never happens, is going to significantly impact Conviction's ability to fight.
Yeah, that last part you mentioned, it feels like a weird thing to say, to see Insanity set this far
Insanity's
behind.
1-4? I think I've never said that.
I've definitely don't recall ever hearing it. At least for now, Conviction can rely somewhat on Tomio's damage. Not for long, though. It's not reliable. I do think that, having Sundered Sky and building towards that second damage item on the Vi can be a threat to whoever we see Tomio ult onto, but like you said, this puts a ton of focal pressure on one of the new additions to the championship lineup of Cody Sun to be that main damage dealer for a while, because it's going to take Insanity some time to really catch up in this game.
That's right. Still hasn't been able to pick up that first item, whereas pretty much everyone else is starting to get components for their second. It shows you the pressure he's been under this game. Again, very unusual situation for Insanity to find himself in.
Yeah, Samikin's got 2 or 3 boots and the Blackfire Torch already done here. Oh. Condemn. No, Cassante, you do not get to any interaction. All right, let's look forward here for a second here, Beatdown. We got the Herald in about 30 seconds, and you've been talking to me about how nice of a spot some of these Winthrop members are in items.
Yeah.
Could have potential fight start up around here. The main thing I want to focus on, the vision that Winthrop have been able to hold down on this top side has been phenomenal this whole game. It's what's been able to go to things like this. Diving Insanity, using the shockwave on the wave. He does dodge around the Ishthal's impact, gets out of the impale as well, and the Arcade Storm will not actually catch up to him. Nice fancy footwork there from Insanity. Not even the enhanced Shock Blast will find him. So Insanity is not getting kills, but he's starting to win the mental warfare of the camp he's been gotten here from the Golden Eagles.
I mean, that's some crazy footwork there from Insanity. Good on him to be able to survive that dive. Unfortunately, damage is still done in a sense. He doesn't lose his life, but they lose the tier 1 turret, and of course, they're already on that Rift Herald. Very much gained. I say this, but
he's got Kim down. He's got Psycho behind him, and he's got enough damage. Zyko's going to grab the kill. Tomio set up so well, and now Samikin going to have to look for this flash. Maybe just hold it because he feels like he's dead. He's going to flash over the turret. Sniper follows. The Total Strikes won't get the kill. He's going to pull Wilson all out to try and get close enough, but Samikin is out of dodge, baby. Both of our mid laners getting fancy on the footwork to, test near death.
Yeah, Kim down unfortunately dies in the process, but Conviction able to take priority over that Rift Herald. Going to grab that one for themselves. Good chance, too, they can turn that into knocking down a turret, getting a ton of plates, and equalizing this gold lead a little bit, or rather, advancing their gold lead, because they're the ones who are ahead at the moment here. Most importantly, should give them a good setup, as long as they hold it, to get in and around that Dragon Pit, pick up their second Drake.
Yep, good call out. 2 minutes away from our first Ocean Drake in an Ocean Soul game. I think that's worth pointing out, Beatdown, because if Winthrop can get an Ocean Soul into a very, still bursty comp of insane, Ezreal, Orianna, I think that could be like the huge win con for Winthrop. Still a ways out, right? Both of them on one Drake apiece, but I think Ocean Soul plays a pivotal role towards the game state of our opening match.
I would agree. Right now, Harold. Oh, we're not going to wait. We're going to summon that one right away. See, with Tomio, look at where he is. At Wilson's Raptors pit in that area. They want to play.
Oh, they want to scrap. Shelly going to crash into that mid-tier 1. Not enough to kill it off, though. The smite is true from Wilson. So, on a blinking health bar, but Cody's son showing why Israel is such a premier pick as AD carry. It's such a stable one to leave in the mid lane and try and threaten these turrets. But with all that tension towards that lane, Eric's getting some quality alone time with the tier 2 turret on the top side.
Yeah. 2 plates grabbed. Already a nice chunk of gold, forcing Sniper to have to show up and respond. There's a chance with this wave stay where it is. Barrett could recall. See him TP to show up to this dragon fight. He could be the difference maker if Winthrop wanted to 5v fight for this dragon. Harold already dropped, so.
Psycho down to about half HP, 40 seconds away from that dragon. It's going to hamper the vision game of Conviction here, which, again, I think Winthrop has been much more pointed on so far. It's why they've been able to get so many of these picks and leave the kill count at this point. Looking harder and harder for Conviction to look in towards this Drake pit. Tomio is on his red buff now, and they've TP'd Samikin in, so all signs point towards the Golden Eagles getting that second Drake with relative ease.
Yeah, especially given that Sniper is on the top side without TP. Looking like Conviction are abandoning this one. And I think it's alright. I mean, Dragon Soul would be really great for you to play for. But I don't think they could go for it without sacrificing a lot or even potentially losing a fight. So instead, they crash a wave top. Try to maintain control here over this top side. I don't know if it's going to really amount to anything. Maybe you've isolated Barrick just with the pathing that Zyko and Tomio have taken. You do force him away from the turret, so that is something.
They steal some camps away. I think also what kind of deters that dive is something that we weirdly haven't gotten to talk about, Beatdown, but is a clear deterrent to any sort of pick potential. Stand United is in this game, guys. It's just I have yet to see Kipdown actually use it.
But it's always there in the back of their minds, waiting. That is a good call out. Yeah, we haven't mentioned that yet. It does limit somewhat that dive potential Tomio and Zyko are working with, especially if they combo only one person. That's an easy save for Kim down to make in theory. Drop that Stand United. Our face roll on the keyboard.
See how that plays a pivotal role, because the pick potential is really a lot of what Conviction are hinging themselves on. What does help their side, who are still, up about 1,000 half gold, is, well, Cody's son is 1,200 of that 1,500, and he's got the Moramana done. Pre-20 minutes. This Ezreal about to hit like a truck at this point in the game. We might be able to test it out right here, right now. As this assist goes down onto Wilson. Vaultbreaker to throw him into the Magnet Storm. Nice little combo there from Tomio and Zyko. But the Impale will land onto Zyko. Nobody really willing to step up to do more damage because Cody's son is here with all of it. Mystic shot to the forehead. Down goes Wilson.
Yeah, no TP from Barrick. He's going to be able to keep working on that wave, but I think the direction he's walking in is a little dangerous. This is tough, though. I'm surprised we don't commit to the play because, well, Conviction now have an easy opportunity to turn towards this Baron, and Winthrop are going to feel forced to try and stop them, but look at his defense.
And look at Samikin. He just completed his recall. He doesn't have teleport. Shockwave going to find Tomo to poke out the other remaining damage dealer. Barrick tried to force his way in, but he's all alone. Conviction, what a call. Basically on spawn Baron they go for, and they're going to secure it. Tomio gets it. That's just what champions do, baby.
That's it. So, again, that decision to try and just have Wilson disengage instead of committing to that fight, it costs him the Baron. That's a big jump in gold there for Conviction. Opportunity to get a lot more gold as well. Should they be able to get a touch on some of these tier 2 turrets. A little surprising there for Winthrop.
Yeah, very slow to the play. Looks like they were kind of just wanting to play for Samikin alone time on the bot side. That's the silver lining here. He does get a full turret on his own. and he is still about 1,000+ gold up on Insanity by this point. Has the Rocket Belt done? So a lot of people were super hyped for Winthrop Samikin. Well, here comes one of the biggest early tests you can see. I mean, just take a screenshot of the gold graph alone and tell me who's got who has to be the big player for Winthrop going forward.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you still have a lot of damage there from Tomo as well as Samikin. But right now, yeah, it's as you say. And second item for Tomo is a big deal. Barrick. Probably. Okay, he's fine.
All right. More
actually never
on this top side. He gets away from the Tomo strikes into the taunt. Condemn. Sniper, that's one dash too far forward.
Yeah.
Man, we need to stop going after people under the top lane tier 1 turrets because they're just going to juke you at this point. That's what we've learned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only explanation. And it's tough. You lose a Baron buff, so that does mean it's one less lane you're going to be able to impact with it. And Tomo smiting away the chickens.
Oh, cease and desist onto Tomo. Flash from Insanity. No Shockwave just yet. No Stand United yet as well. Down still holding on to that. Yeah, he really wants to use it when it's dire. Oh,
no, he wants them to forget about it.
True.
They think, oh, there's no Stand United. They're just not even considering it, and then boom. Shield, Shen TP's in. It's gorgeous.
What about this cross map going on here? Winthrop are fighting the Baron power play of Conviction with a split push of their own. They lost the mid tier 2 turret. Samikin does not collect the top lane tier 2 turret, but again, more alone time for Samikin. Yeah, he's just accruing gold at a rapid rate. Kim Down going to dash out of a crash down, coming across from Psycho. Tomio here though, the Shattering Strike forces Kim Down to flash. This tells Impact not going to land. Tomio condemned out of his Vault Breaker. So Kim Down will survive. Impaled, forcing a flash out of Zyko. Samikin is here. Tomo as well. Down goes Zyko. Conviction are on the back foot. And they're luckily healthy enough to just get out, losing their support. But that's another Baron that comes off the map. Another good pick there for Winthrop.
Yeah, very slowly. Winthrop are chipping away the amount of Baron buffs Conviction are working with. It's done now in about 10 seconds. So not the most amount of gold gained total for Conviction, just plus 300. Right now, they're getting zoned off their mid-tier 1 turret really nicely by Winthrop.
Vault Breaker from Tomio. Ocean Drake has spawned, by the way, so I think Conviction kind of signaling that they were willing to flip their mid-tier 1, it seemed like, for control over the Drake, but as I say that, Sniper and Cody Sun move out of the river, Winthrop move in. This would be Ocean Soul Point, such a huge win con for a team that wants extended fights, where their Victor and Vayne can thrive. Conviction are here as 5, stacked up further down the river. No flank angles really manifesting at this point. Dragon hasn't been started yet either.
Yeah, I love the call out to Ocean Soul and its value for Winthrop. Right now, Conviction are the ones who have that first touch. Flank from Tomio doesn't work out. Everyone has their ultimates ready to go, so I think we just have a pure 50-50.
All right, Zyko very, very low. There's the Arcade Storm out. Shockwave hits onto 2 from Insanity. Kim Down looking for the flank. Tomio marks him. Vault Breaker doesn't land, but Winthrop have pushed Conviction out of the pit and do grab themselves Ocean Soul Point.
They just gently escorted Conviction away, saying like, no.
This way, please. This way, please.
It's past your bedtime, guys. We'll take it from here. And they just go ahead and snag their Soul Point very easily. Didn't honestly cost them very much in terms of resources. Just what? Arcane Storm from Samikin? Really not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. And now, critical objective coming up in about 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Conviction, you need to be careful. You can't let that go. You stated the value perfectly, Slayer. These long extended fights that Winthrop want only get better when you have the Ocean Soul.
And Samikin is the main proprietor, and he is almost 3 items with the Zanyas. Again, Orianna Burst, a Vi Cease and Desist. With the Seeker's Arm Guard alone, I feel like it's almost eliminating Samikin as a target of that burst, but he has to be the target. It's such a tough spot for Conviction, despite having this gold lead. It really, these last 5 minutes, doesn't really feel like Conviction have been leading the game ever since the Baron went off the table.
I agree, and it's tough, yeah. I think you're right. Stasis does mean that Samikin, he's not going to be an ideal target, because he has Stasis and his Flash up.
And Rocket
It's hard. Yeah, at this point, you're just hoping for a flank angle. You can get on him and still take him down if Tomio is able to eliminate his retreat, get him from behind, but... Or just go for starter.
To Wilson, yeah. Gravity Field not going to land a stun. He goes for the Ixtal's impact. Flash out of another Impale. Shockwave going to grab Wilson. There's the Stand United to arrive. Kim down here. Wilson is properly tanky, though. And Conviction just can't really afford to use their main engage onto the tank Skarner at this point, and now we know it.
Yeah, and this is the problem. We talked about it all day when we saw Orianna Ezreal. Just the fact that it was Hex Flash, no?
Yeah, it was Hex Flash. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
no, it wasn't.
Oh, no, it was Tomo.
It was not. It was Tomo.
I'm just going to close my eyes and say it was
trying
Hex
to cope.
Flash. No, we're coping. We're coping. But we've hit that damage trough that we talked about with this Orianna Ezreal. The damage really isn't quite there, and their target selection is also not ideal because you saw that cease and desist onto Wilson. Unfortunately, Wilson's the best target for the dive. Or rather, he's the only target because objectively, he's the worst target. They can't kill him. And now that we've reached this point where Wilson is basically impossible to take down, Conviction are really running out of options this game. They might be out of them already.
Yeah, and it slowed the game down to a grinding halt where my Vayne gets to try and get to 3 items if I'm a Winthrop fan. Samikin, I'm assuming whenever he wants to take that back, he should just have the Zhonya's locked and loaded. Going to be playing towards a Rabadon to make this Victor, you know, the Thanos of our game. We'll see. Conviction, they still have a decent window, which will be around this Baron, which they have controlled very well. Tomio will be spotted trying to look for a flank on this Vi, but it's a very dark topside river for Winthrop to walk into nonetheless. Samikin on the bot side this time does have TP, though. That's a big difference from the last Baron take we saw beat down.
Yes. And right now, I think all the R-side wards are expired, so Winthrop, they're going to have to face check the old-fashioned way. You can see them getting pushed out. Just respecting the fact that, you know, Barrick is pushing out top lane, Samikin's pushing out bot, and they want to let them push a little bit before we actually commit. Lucky for them, Conviction, they haven't started the Baron because they can't. They don't do enough damage, Slayer, so they have to fight.
And they're going to go after Kim down with the cease and desist this time. Shen not that tanky, and Cody Sun's brought enough damage there. Down goes Kim down. Magnet Stormer to hold Wilson in place despite the fact he uses the Impale. And Winthrop are going to have to let their Skarner go. This time, Conviction have the fight they want to burn through the tanky health bar of Skarner. And now they're on to the Baron. It's Winthrop in a 3 versus 5. All their damage dealers are the ones remaining.
That's right. That's the angle they needed. They get Kim down, who we said it. Shen support, not as tanky, and now we see the Shockwave as Conviction go for the Baron.
Samikin, very low as well. Sandy uses the heal to get out of it, and Sandy is fine. He's interrupted Samikin long enough. Makes this very fed Victor wary of walking in, but Baron's doing a ton of damage. Zyko low, just going to re-engage onto Barrick, but he gets popped.
Here we go.
Baron goes into the final hour. He's starting to kite around. Kim down gets a double man taunt. Tomio secures the Baron, but can Conviction get out with these purple banners? Cody Sun will be able to kill off Tomo. No swing of the hammer will find that kill. Sniper drops to Barrick, and the Arcade Ray finds Insanity in the middle of his back. Gravity Field will find the stun. Sandy walks right back into it, and Samikin will punish. Conviction get the Baron, but it only remains on Tomio and Cody Sun.
That's not the worst part. 40 seconds on Sniper and Insanity.
Oh, no.
And Winthrop, they have enough for the Ocean Dragon. It just spawned. You're seeing the teleport. They are full sending it, and if Conviction can't stop them, that's the Ocean Soul. That was the bane of Conviction's late game that we were worried about for them.
Barrick's heroics buys just enough time for Kim down to use that offensive Stand United. Winthrop are 0 for 2 on Barons, and they couldn't care less. Ocean Soul secured for the Golden Eagles.
And these long fights just got astronomically better for Winthrop University, and now they don't even care about the Baron. They're going to use this time they have on the map to start hitting this bot tier 2 turret, knock down several plates. Now they can get a little aggressive. They can trade, because they know as long as they walk away, they'll heal.
Sniper going all out here. He's got Sandy behind him.
Good bait.
But all of Winthrop is up here. They're going to survive, and it takes them a lot longer to get through that tier 2 turret. And on the top side, Cody Sun will get a turret of his own with the Baron play. Remember, Baron on Tomio and Cody Sun. So nice little cross map. And now they're trying to cut off the exit routes here from Tomio. Or maybe Wilson is the one that's actually hunting here, trying to chase down Tomio and Zyko. Zyko gets slowed. Rock thrown on the back. But Conviction get back to their side of the map, and the cross map is over with.
Big wave crashing, topside. Looking like, yeah, no one's just going to be able to get it. Right now, we're just trying to get a focus on allowing Winthrop to get at their own jungle camps, while Conviction are going to try and take away some of their own. Baron buff is there for 45 seconds, but other than that tier 2, I don't foresee any real value coming out of that buff beyond that. You know what's nice for Cody Sun? He's approaching his 4th item. He is very strong at the moment, but otherwise,
5th item.
Not too much to show for it. Oh yeah, that's right. 5th item. He's working on his 5th item. So it's he's looking pretty strong. You see what he did there to Tomo? That's crazy.
You see the damage he did in the last fight? Holy moly. Along with Samikin. Yep. Stop me if you get hurt this before, everyone, but the 2 people with the most gold do the most damage in the fights. It's
what?
Groundbreaking analysis from Play-by-Play Slayer out here.
Dude,
look out for your job, Beatdown.
Well, we need to switch roles, bro. I can't keep up. You just bogged me, bro. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, man. But, hey, listen. That armor pen item will be a big one for Cody Sun to get. I'm a little surprised he waited this long, but actually, the more I look at the Winthrop inventories, there's not really any armor. They fully itemized to ruin Insanity's day. They really just did not want Insanity to be a part of this game. And, well, yeah, he's still not at 3 items, and we're 33 minutes in. So
yeah, that's right. I mean, to be fair, he has a Death Cap 2nd, a little expensive, so he's not doing too bad. I like that Samikin is refusing to finish the Zonias. I see he's also a big fan of the break the Seeker's arm guard, immediately buy Zonias to have stasis yet again.
Min-maxing.
Yeah, min-maxing. Honestly, it is the greatest feeling like in the entire universe, by the way. You like break Seekers, you TP, you back, buy Zonias, TP to the fight, you get to stasis again. Like your opponent is fuming, bro. They're fuming, seething.
Seething indeed. He does get the Void Staff done, which is a very big item for this Victor. There's a ton of MR on this Conviction side, mainly through Sniper at this point. So this Victor is approaching maximum velocity when we talk about this scale factor. Though this game will be slow for the next minute or so, unless anyone is in an audacious position. Baron's up in about a minute 30, but the main focus is actually not the Baron. The Elder coming a minute after. I wonder if we're going to see both of these come up at the same time.
I think we're going to be... Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at the Elder. We're going to be looking at the Elder.
Good old Graybeard.
Yep. The great equalizer, as I like to call it. Doesn't matter how far behind you are. I mean, sometimes it does, but most of the time, you snag Elder, you can turn a game around. And I think we're at the point where that's what Conviction might need to be hoping for, which is so strange.
It's so weird to keep talking
because
like this.
Because they're 5K up.
And 2 of their members are 4,000 up. Like Cody Sun is so far ahead. Tomio, gold-wise, so far ahead of Wilson. He's so far at this point that he was able to get like a Serpents to try and just get rid of the shields. And I like that buy a lot. Let's see how he gets through some of these shields now, as they may have found a pick onto Wilson, but you're about to see the value of Ocean Soul, and Insanity, that's a shockwave to forget.
Was he trying to shockwave Kim down? Yeah, I guess he taunted and got out of the way. That's huge. A lot of damage.
Soul, man.
Yeah, just immediately denied, and you're just going to watch everybody heal back very quickly.
Ooh.
As long as they're able to... No, it's fine. It's fine. See this? They're able to walk it out.
Well, Baron is going to hit the Rift. I wonder how Bold Conviction are feeling, because they have the top side of the map covered. But keep in mind, with all these shenanigans in the mid lane beatdown, Barrick is on to Conviction's bot lane tier 3 turret right now, and he is wailing.
Oh, he is. I wonder if they're just going to delay the backs. I mean, you're seeing...
Stop the ports.
True Shot Barrage. It's going to be able to... Okay, it's fine. He's going to be able to get the turret. They did manage to get Insanity able to stop him from going any further. But I think now it's just time to start.
Zyko, Magnustorm Crashdown. Kim down is the ideal target when the only frontline squishy members up. Impale coming across here from Wilson. Here comes Samikin. Huge Arcane Storm potential. Gravity Field down as well. Tomio does have the GA, so he's not afraid to keep going forward with Sniper. Zyko going to re-engage, but Cody Sun can't really find a way in here. Where is the damage for Conviction? It's all on Cody Sun. They still need Insanity to TP in, and he'll finally arrive, but the fight has dissipated with both supports on the gray screen.
Insanity joining this one a little late. Doesn't quite have access to the Shockwave just yet. We'll have it soon. And then now's the time to do something if you're going to go for this Elder Dragon, because it's up. Both supports are down, as you said, but worth noting, Kim Down's timer is shorter, and he has the Stand United, so he can instantly join. So it's just about buying time. You got to imagine very soon Winthrop are going to force this.
And here comes the range. Tomo walking up. He has Stand United with
It's coming.
him. Kim Down arrives. They're not going to look for the engage. They're going to take control of the river. And there is the majestic Greybeard. Elder Dragon waiting in the pit. Both our teams just want to rely on their poke. It's Winthrop, Arcane Ray, Shock Blast, Conviction away. And they don't have the luxury of an Ocean Soul to top them up.
Yeah, so we're just seeing the recalls right now. And Samikin just poking as much as possible. It's tough. You need to be careful because Tomio has access to that cease and desist, and anyone on Winthrop who oversteps is done for. But right now,
Zyko, he gets stunned by the gravity field. Ishtal's impact gonna throw him into the wall, but Zyko's out and Sandy poked away. But again, they can't just sit and wait for regen. They need resets, and resets means Elder will be Winthrop's. And it's gonna go uncontested and beat down. They can just mosey their way right up the river. Oh! Okay, all right. Okay.
That scared the crap out of me, bro.
I could tell. But now, Winthrop, I mean, is Baron just theirs too?
Yeah, that is very much unquestionable, unless Cody's son wants to try and steal that too. How are you going to fight them? You are already losing. Now they have the Elder Dragon buff. So we're getting really close to dotting the T's and crossing the T's, dotting the I's in this game. Winthrop University already finding a lot of advantages. Now they pick up some gold here with this Baron. They still have a few minutes on this Elder Dragon buff too. So they can really push into Conviction's base very quickly with these next couple of waves coming through here. And Conviction, their job is just the turtle.
That is a tough task, though, to say the least, with how synced these two buffs are on Winthrop. Effectively, 2/3 of the Baron push will have Elder alongside Winthrop. And, you know, we didn't get to min-max the stasis there for Samikin. He does finally complete the Zondia because he just had too much gold. He's almost full build with a Rabadon's Death Cap coming. Barrick has the Jock Show done. These two scaling carries for Winthrop are fully online. And unless you could kill them off quickly, Conviction, it seems like your chances at a Game 1 win have dwindled.
Dwindled to almost nothing. Now the Elder Dragon buff is coming through here. Bottom inhibitor is the first thing to set their sights on. Now watch the poke. Winthrop able to apply that burn so very easily and just whittle down Conviction's health bars. And when they're good and ready, all they need to do is pounce.
Yeah, they're pressing that bot lane wave into the Nexus turrets because Barrick and Tomo are the real winners here. Going up mid lane and just making that turret feel like paper mache. Mid lane inhibitor is down next. Conviction, all they can do is cradle and hide near their Nexus turret. Shockwave doesn't do much to Samikin, and he's got an Ocean Soul to tap him back up. First Nexus turret is down. Wilson has pulled Sniper away from the rest of Conviction into Barrick's waiting arms. He goes all out, trying to create distance, but there's Elder with one execute. Barrick has the final hour going. Tomio Zyko the last disc to engage, but they just can't lock down Barrick, who's running amok around Conviction's very own Nexus. Winthrop bought their time, said gold leads be damned. We're going to scale, and we're going to win. Winthrop 1-0 up on Conviction.
And I can't wait to watch the gold graph of this game because it's going to tell a very confusing story, Slayer. And I don't think it will at all represent how much control Winthrop had over the game post that 20-minute mark. And I got to give him credit too, really just playing that Elder Dragon till the very last moment. I think we had 10 seconds left and they said, okay, it's fight time. We've done enough damage. And you got to give it to Winthrop.
Really, yeah.
And that was a tough early game. It was a very interesting situation that happened in the bot lane, but they made it work.
Yeah, it felt kind of like odd for us because we kept talking like this is Winthrop's game, this is Winthrop's game. And you just look at the gold graph.
It was Winthrop's
game. It was. We were right, of course, beat down. That's the most important part here. But it felt weird. But that was just the way Winthrop were able to really stick to their guns in this one, recognize that they were going to scale up and be the threat, especially once they got that Ocean Soul. Really well played game. I have to shout out, think back to what you talked about with Coach Tails, having Captain Tomo there. I'm sure having like a Coach S player in a game like that was immensely valuable. Winthrop gain their first game win of the summer split with their new look lineup. Conviction on the back foot for a second series in a row. We're going to go to a break you all are expecting, and on the other side of that, Game 2 draft, Conviction taking on Winthrop.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Back in a flash here on the North American Challengers League live stream as we are in the thick of it for week 2, day 2 of the summer split. Winthrop getting their first game win of the split with their new look roster and beat down. It was really impressive in the aspect that they, in so many stats were pretty far behind for a lot of this game, but they stuck to their guns, stuck to their scaling, and come out with the win at just 40 minutes time flat.
Show me the gold graph, baby. That's what I need to see.
Yeah, that's what we're really waiting for, right? Because
yeah,
how much of that
was some funny stuff.
How much of that game were they just down 5K gold per? Oh, there we go. Holy moly!
That's it. It is crazy, and I think it really it speaks to the lack of damage that Convictions comp had that we were highlighting as a problem. And you know what? We got to give a lot of credit to Winthrop and how they played out that early game. It was a very clear, concerted effort to shut down Insanity. And it worked. They had him 1-5 before 15 minutes because they were jumping this guy on repeat. Wilson was sacrificing farm. Good timers to just make it happen. And it worked because he was a key part of their damage. And he set them so far behind that this Ezreal couldn't do enough on his own to really make it up.
Yeah, it was so smart. The Vi Orianna combination was all they were leaning on, and they knew that they had enough health on the front line for an Ezreal to just not be able to chew through. But that very successful Game 1 win is in the rear view mirror. We are into the Game 2 draft here now, where Winthrop will have B1, classic draft we're looking at here, and Conviction will have the counter pick for them to once again maybe get I think the one thing that we also outlined with the R5 was we called it out, sniper R5 Cassante, when we felt like he really could have picked like a classic sniper carry champion. That could have been a big difference maker. So maybe we'll see something more like that for this game 2.
And we'll see. Interesting. The lock, of course, being banned, as again teams are learning. You said it. Insanity plays a lot of it too. Otherwise, pretty standard stuff, nothing too insane. Really interested in what Winthrop are going to be
ban yet.
Prioritizing with their first pick. No what?
No Camille ban yet. The dastardly support Camille ban.
Kim down? Camille? Thoughts? Eric's also a big Camille player, if I remember correctly, so,
it's very funny. There's the Camille ban, but it's hilarious. Now, I know we lost Denethor, but Barrick's a huge Camille player. I got to learn Johnny Rockets is a huge Camille player, but we keep seeing Conviction. We keep seeing teams pick up Camille and then move it to support because it's better. It hurts me because we still have Camille players, guys. But that's not.
I know.
That's not the conversation to have anymore with the Camille ban. It's going to be another first pick Cassio coming across. There is no Anivia ban this time, and I think Insanity might just be our best Anivia player here. I just want to say that before we see a lock-in.
Yeah, but also there was the Kog'Maw mid that he played into it and smoked last split too. But he's just going to go with the standard in the Syndra.
Could go bot, just saying.
I got to imagine, both can go bot.
Oh, yeah.
You got to imagine both are going to be pretty... the word I'm looking for. Oh, why he picked it?
The Tomio Kiana.
Holy crap. Where is Mark, guys?
Where is Mark? We're going to get some... I like that. Tomio, he got such a big lead in Game 1, but we knew the Vi damage was going to fall off. This game, if he snowballs like he did on Vi, Kiana will not fall off. It would have to be a pretty bad game scenario for Fed Kiana to not lead to a win here. So that will be fun. Tomio flashing his carry potential on the jungle lock-in. Renekton going to be the turn here for Barrick, and Wilson will immediately go for the Lee Sin. I would say the top side is locked up here for Winthrop, but knowing Tomo's champion pool so far this split, don't hang your hat on it being a Samikin Cassio just yet.
Yeah. Also, because we look historically, not very much. We don't really see Samikin play much Cassiopeia, but we'll see. We'll see how that one pans out. I think right now, lane prio is the most interesting thing. I think that's why the Renekton for Barracks really good. just because when you're, playing a champion like Kiana, you do want to farm a little bit in those early levels. Lee Sin, really good at skirmishing, really good at aggressively invading. The lane prio is going to be pretty critical here. So how they plan to answer this one is going to be important. And as long as they have Syndra follow the Cassiopeia, I think that's whatever that lane is locked down. I just realized Varus is there, but it could be Varus top.
Could be.
So,
Well,
Actually, it actually genuinely might be.
It totally could be. We'll see how the teams are feeling about that as well, with maybe how their bans look. But for now, they're gonna target the surefire thing that hasn't been picked by either of our teams, which is of course our support.
Yes.
So Poppy, Alistar, Poppy just to make sure not Kiana's day isn't ruined. Alistar, Leona gonna be the 2 bans here from Conviction. Wouldn't be surprised if we just get rid of a ton of our engaged threats because, even with Elisa and Kiana, we do need some just surefire CC dive buddies, and a lot of them are coming off the table.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm wondering now, they're going to ban Bard. It's a good ranged option here. Thinking in terms of supports left. I mean, obviously there's Nautilus. You got to imagine Conviction are just angling for that one, like no brainer.
Nice.
So that's an easy guaranteed engage. Engage from range similar to Leona's Solar Flare because of that depth charge. And how is Winthrop going to round out this composition? Because they don't know if this is Varus top. I'm sure they're assuming it's Varus top.
That's the picture. That's the power that Conviction really hold here, is that they can, still get somewhat flexible, and Winthrop have to show their whole deck at this point. They're going to go with the Rakan first as a great engage pairing, I would say, towards the Lee Sin and Renekton.
Yeah.
Tomo is yet to play. Tomo is yet to play a traditional marksman yet, so this will be the first one.
I mean, this is the time.
You're calling it? All right, this is the one.
I'm calling it. I think he's gonna. I think it's a strong pairing. I think they are. Oh.
It's a marksman nonetheless. It is. So
it's a marksman.
So
that's good too.
Yep.
Range utility first. Woohoo.
Yeah, you don't really need to help out the damage of your top side. I'm with you on that one. So Tomo will just look to find these deadly flourishes to help back up his team further. What does Conviction want to do here? Where are we sending the Varus? Or is the Syndra really going to be in the mid lane? Tristana's the hover, but, the last time we really saw Tristana prevalent in the meta, I've seen it play top lane. So I still have no clue where this is going. The Tristana will be locked in, and swaps coming through. It does look like, knowing Cody's son, he loves his Tristana. So he will pilot that, and you called it, beat down. Sniper will go with the Varus into the top lane Renekton.
So these lanes are very tenuous. I think that's the best word I can think of. You do have prio advantages in, I think, all of them, and that's really important for Tomio on this Kiana because Lee Sin is going to be looking to invade. You need people to move to you, or just make it so that Wilson is uncomfortable actually trying to disrupt your first couple of clears. Because if you can get those off without any problems, Kiana is you got a lot of damage potential to work with here. You have some great team fight potential with that supreme display of talent. I've always been curious how Kiana plays ever since they updated the Baron pits, because now sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's more open, more options for that huge stun. I'm very excited.
I'd just like to see the Conviction were so upset at themselves. You can tell that they had not enough damage in game 1, and then they indexed into 4 damage dealers. So, listen, guys,
true.
Damage is not the problem for Conviction in game 2. It is certainly an overcorrection, but I don't think it's too bad of one, mainly like you were talking about, because into the Cassiopeia, we've got a Varus that outranges it throughout the entire game. Syndra outranges it with the Scatter of the Weak. Tristana, if the game goes late enough, will also outrange the Cassiopeia. And there isn't a ton to really punish a lot of the damage dealers of Conviction in my mind. But let's see if Winthrop can put together another great game plan to try and find themselves their first win of Summer Split. And it's going to start out with Barrick dashing expertly away from the dredge line. Not fun to start E first, but better than flashing or dying.
That's right. It is a little unfortunate there, but it would have been way more unfortunate if that dredge line landed. So, I like the cheese. I respect the angle. And now, really, my eyes are on Tomio. and Wilson, both these junglers, just seeing how they're going to be able to interact. Tomio hoping they don't interact at all for these first 5-6 minutes. And vice versa, Wilson, he wants to interact immediately.
Okay, we're flashing. We're rocket jumping forward from Cody's son here. Grand entrance knockup going to land onto Zyko. He gets the reroute return. Cody's son does have that lethal tempo, so he does like those longer trades, but he's not able to get any further autos. Flash off of Jin. That is the big win here for Conviction.
Yeah, and especially because Zyko, it's half a summoner spell in exchange for 1, because he has the Hex Flash. It's quite good. We're going to see now if there's some advantage to be taken, either from a move from Insanity, or if Tomio, excuse me, actually finds the rare gank opportunity on a jungler that wants to farm it up.
Going to see that we have the clear of Wilson already in classic Lee Sin fashion, getting interrupted as he looks for potential gank angle. Or he wants to reset for that first longsword back. Doesn't seem like he's going to do either. Was positioning to go after Insanity, but does waste a bit of time. It's going to slow down his clear.
Yeah.
Tomio will be much faster through his first clear now.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big deal. Wilson using that time, maybe debating or covering like you were suggesting. But for Tomio, he's almost done his clear. Might be able to just hit up that Scuttle Crab and get it back off immediately. Do wonders for his timing getting back on the map.
Red slide down from Zyko. Kim down. Will have to use the Grand Entrance to create distance. Is Samikin very, very low into Insanity here in the mid lane. And we're not going to see that top lane crab Tomio's going to go after. He's going to reset and go for the bot crab. I really felt like he could have gone for that top crab, mainly because, now that we see Samikin after back, these two solo lanes are very much so pushing in Conviction's favor, but Tomio just not going to take the risk, it seems.
Yeah, I think it's fair. At the end of the day, you want Sniper, in lane, keeping Barrack back, not allowing Barrack to actually touch this wave on the way that he's pressuring him. So it's a free crab on the bot side of the map. I think Tomio's still fine with that.
Still fine, just farming up, and every minute that Lee Sin doesn't have a huge gank impact, that Kiana can just try and grab as many resources as she needs, is a win for Tomio in my book. Despite the game 1 loss, if you missed it, Tomio and Cody's son had massive leads throughout the entirety of the game here. So no real worry that Tomio won't do what he's done best in the NACL for a very long time, which is accrue these leads over his jungle counterparts.
Oh! Zyko trying to accrue a dredge line to his opposing support. Gonna force him out, which should allow him to wrap around with Tomio. Maybe they look again.
Here we go. Kim down. Has to be slip around the recon, but it's the flash onto Samikin. Gets the root into the dredge line. Tomio and Zyko. Another game where they link up so well for these early kills, and it's the second game in a row they get first blood for Conviction.
And a little taste of Winthrop's own medicine. The way they pressured Insanity, got his flash down, and went back on him. Now Conviction are doing it this time around to Insanity's advantage here. Setting back behind Samikin on the Cassiopeia. That's going to make this game a lot harder. Big source of damage here for Winthrop University, much like Insanity was in the last game.
Oh, this is the unfortunate. Yeah, our replays have been bugging our lovely producing team for a while here, and unfortunately they got Nocturne ulted right as they tried to go for that replay. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
I really think the truth is that gank was so nasty. We just decided, last second really, without telling Slayer, we just decided that we shouldn't show it. It's not appropriate.
I love how this is a we thing. Like you have decided this without me. As
of
well.
course.
Oh, of course. Okay, yeah.
Like what? Did you assume differently? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I just got distracted by the fact that Zyko somehow had a dredge line aiming it at a minion wave, but that's just how.
First time seeing Nautilus.
First time seeing the lollipop affected D. I don't know if this guy's missed a dredge line yet, by the way. He lands another one onto Tomo. There's the rocket jump. He's going to flash out of the Grand Entrance. Great usage of the flash there from Cody's son, and he will get the kill through the exhaust. Kim down going to fall next. It's Zyko and Cody's son that each get on the board here, and Conviction are coming back in this series with revenge on the mind. 3-0 start after the game 1 loss.
And Cody's son and Zyko are just running the bottom lane, absolutely dismantling Tomu and Kim down. Now 1 kill apiece, and of course, Cody's son just being part of both of that is so big. Already has the call, is able to add the pickaxe and longsword on top of that. It's going to do wonders for his ability to do that all over again, Slayer.
All over again indeed. And the one part of the map we haven't seen pictured that helps accrue this 2,000 gold lead is Sniper in that Varus-Renekton matchup has a sizable CS lead. So even he's up nearly 500 gold at this point. Conviction have their perfect early game start. It's saying he's going to flash out of a grand entry there from Kim down. So support flash for mid flash. That's a win there for the Golden Eagles.
Yeah. Even though Kim down doesn't have a Hex Flash to speak of, still worthwhile trade, especially if they follow it up like they have done in games past. Just being able to punish this not-so-mobile Syndra who doesn't have that summoner spell available. Otherwise, everyone else, another pair hasn't done a whole lot of fighting, or really the junglers. Just the one gank mid for Tomio, but otherwise he and Wilson, they haven't seen much of each other so far in this game. And again, Tomio, very happy with that one. That's just how he likes it.
Just how he likes it indeed. First Dragon secured as well. Conviction off to the races, looking much more like the terrifying form they held across those spring split playoffs. And no signs of really slowing down here. It's very interesting to see. Oh, Sandy getting jumped on by Wilson. That's the first thing we're seeing. Dragon's Rage kick, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Clean Lee Sin play from Wilson. And a kill for Winthrop finally on the board.
Antonio will take that time to check, see if there's a red buff to steal, but otherwise, no response for Conviction to that kill. Really big for Samikin, who was falling behind a little bit, but now you can see he's actually gotten a pretty big CS lead on his own side. Allows him to mitigate that lead Insanity got off of that one kill. So things are still slow. Conviction, very minor lead. Really, a lot of that danger is in the bot lane at the moment. Just because the Tristana, once we get to 3-4 items, this champion pounds and is so hard to pin down because of that rocket jump.
Like that one?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the trap saved his life, actually.
The trap into the Deadly Flourish. Jumbo's going to step back up, looking like he wants to trade. Goes for the curtain call himself. Can he hit this next shot? Not if Cody Sun creeps out, but he's holding the threat of it, so Wilson can walk in. The alcove is not your friend, Cody Sun. Here comes Wilson, Sonic Wave blind. He's just landing these casually. Wilson saw the Lee Sin play of our first series and says, I got to get in my bag, music. I got this too. Dredge Life from Psycho in the mid lane, though, does hit onto Kim down. Turn around with the quickness knock-up. There's Unleashed Power, and the Scatter of the Weak gets the kill, even despite the fact Samika gets the stun with the Petrifying Gaze, and now he's all alone, not against two, but against three members of Conviction. Gonna flash, gonna dodge out on the supreme display of talent. Fancy slithering there from Samikin.
No,
and
he
here
just
comes
stunned.
Wilson. He walks back up, gets away from another stun out of Insanity. Sonic Wave being held. Wilson likely just to take the free kill onto Zyko here, waiting on cooldowns. Miasma gonna throw out another dredge line miss. Samikin hits by the double Scatter of the Weak. Ward Hop Q follow. Nice. Wilson gets a second shutdown. A lot of high level movement out of this mid lane fight.
And this is a 3-0 Lee Sin at the end of it all, Slayer. Wilson really in his bag this game, just finding all the cleanup kills to help out his laners out of any situation. Started with Cody Sun, moving his way up to Insanity in the mid lane. Does mean he is a significant damage threat that Conviction are going to need to worry about as time goes on. You got to watch out for those Lee Sin Qs.
Got to watch out for the Lee Sin one-shot at this rate. You are playing a full damage squishy composition. Zyko's the only one I feel like could survive an all-in here from Wilson at this point. Finally getting a look at topside where Sniper is stacked up Lethal Temple all on his lonesome. The Dominance doesn't do much here for Barrack, but a nice Cold to Meat gets him enough health back, but Sniper flashes out of Wilson's waiting arms there, so Sniper has completely taken over the topside here for Conviction to keep the gold lead in their hands.
Yeah, and at least that one lane is panning out really nicely. There's bot lane, a little bit of trouble.
He's holding on to the rocket jump, and he's fine.
It took him a lot of health, but yeah, he's fine. So, respecting the fourth shot. Oof. Gotta give it to Tomo. There's a lot of weird stuff in the bot lane, but of course, he's a marksman through and through, player, as you can see. So he's almost 22 CS up, Jesus.
Yeah, Tomo is completely mitigated the fact that Cody Sun and Zyko got that 2-0 win on the bot side earlier on here. Samikin keeps dodging every
Oh.
CC ability Insanity throws at
wait,
him.
hold on.
Petrifying Gaze
Insanity's
doesn't
kinda
land, but the
goated.
Charm for the Quickness does. Insanity gonna flash away. Samikin trying to slither his way forward, land these Twin Fangs, but Tomio showing up will keep Insanity alive. But Samikin continuing to just constantly outplay with some of these engages that CNV throw at him.
That's a good look. Sanity gonna back. Oh wow, he's gonna let go of another pretty decent sized wave. Tomio's gonna be able to collect that one instead. It's gonna decrease
They
the gap a
flourish
little
through.
bit more. Oh.
All right, there's the blast cone. Kimdown's on the wrong side, but Wilson's here. Hops towards his teammate Sonic Wave,
Goodbye.
and Samikin sinks his fangs into Zyko. It was a 3-0 start here for Conviction. They went up 2K gold in minutes of our early minutes of our game, and all of a sudden that's completely gone. We are back to nearly an even game state.
Yeah, Tomio. Ooh. In danger.
All right, there we go. He flashes for the Spring Delays talent this time to lock it into place. But Samikin just shrugs it off. I mean, Samikin will not die, and Tomio and Insanity are really looking for it.
Yeah, they don't actually catch him out, so it's going to be a dragon secured for Winthrop. And them really slowly pulling back into this game. Like you said, 2K gold lead, now it's down to, what, 400, 500 gold? Depending on what second you're looking at it. So all things considered, despite the pretty serious laning advantages, Conviction don't find themselves with a big lead.
No. Hex flash, depth charge. Barrett gets knocked up. He's going to flash away from Chains of Corruption. Zyko hooks the wall, goes into turret range. Barrett maybe looking for a bit of a turnaround. Here comes Samikin with the home guards. They're going to force feed this very large serpent of Samikin. Picks up a second kill.
You say force feed, but I think the Serpent is delighted. Samikin, happy to collect any kill his team is willing to send his way. It really just complements the huge CS lead that he's been able to get with the help of his team. So between him and, of course, Wilson, who's also pretty strong at this moment with that Sundered Sky, I think Winthrop, they have a lot of fighting power in their back pockets at the moment here. So when that Rift Herald spawns, really liking their chances of being able to fight it.
So obviously we know this Conviction team has a ton of damage. That they won't have an issue with that. It really feels like to me if we enter this mid game with an even state, the team fight anatomy could be the difference maker for me. Beatdown, how much Conviction can get like reliable flanks. Because Winthrop, I feel like are going to stay strong as 5. That's where they're best with everyone just piled on top of Renekton, piled on top of Cassiopeia. So that's something to watch further for with the current game state we have. Pretty dead even outside of Sniper's heroics in this top side.
Yeah, right. It is really going to come down to, I think, a lot of how well Conviction played these fights. Because you called flank angles. He's good. He's fine.
Yeah, well, he's definitely looking to try and fight back into Sniper. He's going to slice him for a bit of distance, and that's why you're the color caster. You understand who's actually going to die or not. Let's see if Insanity does die. He gets slowed by the Petrifying Gaze, and honestly just gets walked down by a very fed Samikin.
That's just the way it goes, man. You get hit by 1Q, especially at this point, and you just get walked down. It's just the way it is with Cassiopeia. Samikin very happy to flex his lead at any opportunity, really getting ahead here, despite both teams doing their best to put the opposing mid laner in the ground. Looking like Samikin is the one coming out on top. And on Cassiopeia, which again, you know, as a player, we always talk about his more unique picks, not so much the meta champions that he plays, but the Victor game was pretty good. Cass game is going well for him, all things considered. So that was the question with him joining Winthrop. It is cool to see that he's getting with the program.
And it's very cool to see for the Gold Eagles that, you know, one of the most reliable strengths of Conviction has always been Tomio and Insanity. Right now in this game, Wilson and Samikin are just kind of outclassing them in this game, and it's gotten Winthrop back into it again. It's another game state where they really don't care where the gold lead's looking at this point. They know what they have to do to get the win. Definitely going to help the gold department, though, that they do secure that Rift Herald. And Conviction's response, again, is just to try and cross-map and punish poor Barrick. But there's not enough damage out of Tomio right now to just burn through Barrick. He doesn't even pop the Dominus. Scatter the Weak gonna land, but no unleashed power to come out of Insanity. His Dominus just now comes back up, and Barrick plays the weak side beautifully.
Yeah, and also, unfortunately, it's Kiana, one item. Not a whole lot you can do to a Renekton, especially with plated steel caps. So, yeah, you get some pressure. And I think the important thing there is really just making space so Sniper can hit that tier 1 turret unencumbered to kind of go back and forth with this top tier 1 that's also being taken down.
Turret destroyed, immediate Herald usage, but like you called out, because the trade of the turrets, Conviction still clinging to that small gold lead. And, you know, as much as we talked about game 1, Conviction, you know, their gold lead felt fake because they didn't really scale. This game, they do have those reliable scalers. That is important to mention, like Tristana and Syndra scale very well into this game. So that is at least there on the back foot. They're not just going to get completely outscaled and diffed in a later game team fight if we get there.
Yeah. It really, again, it comes to team fight anatomy, as you pointed out so aptly, Slayer. The fact is, Conviction, they don't really have a front line. It's just Nautilus, who, as Cubby loves to say, is made of paper, which, honestly, correct. And especially him being at level 7 means that there's only so much damage he's going to be able to soak up. And it does mean that positioning and target selection for Conviction is going to need to be mint. They want to come out on top, especially against Lee Sin, Renekton, Rakan, who are just running at you full speed.
Conviction are sacking mid lane tier 1 to play for this dragon, but Winthrop are coming back in here. Sniper has his fight with Barrack off to the side. Tomio will join. Barrack even with Dominus should be as good as mid speed here. One more piercing arrow will do it. Winthrop, though, looking to collapse here. Deadly Flourish is going to land and touch on to Tomio.
Oh.
Great find there from Tomo. Kim down going in with Wilson. Does find Sniper. Great Dragons kick
Nice
on
kick!
to 3 from Wilson. That's absolutely disgusting. The Gold Eagles soar behind Tomo's triple kill. And it's only Cody-san left to tell the tale of Wilson's Dragon Rage.
Unfortunately, Cody-san's going to have to tell everyone what he saw here today because he's the only one left. This is what we're talking about. If Winthrop gets on top of you, you're squishy. For all your damage, you're not able to actually fight Lee Sin in his face. Same with the Rakan, who's getting the grand entrance, who's getting the charm on you with the quickness and everything like that. You have to keep them at arm's length, and unfortunately, Wilson, Zamikin too, they are just so good at getting on top of you.
Beatdown, this single day of the summer split alone might have a highlight, at least in highlight reel. Just today, at the rate we're going here. Wilson picking right off where music left off if you missed our first series. And it's got Winthrop ahead in the gold lead. If you think about the total time of games we played, we had a 40-minute game. We're about 19 minutes in. That's what? We're thinking like 60 minutes, right? An hour worth of this matchup. I would wager Winthrop have had the gold lead in this matchup for maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. I think 5 minutes might even be, it might even be a little generous. It might be too long. We'll give them a few more minutes. They definitely have a lead at the moment. 2,000. I think this game, despite, you know, some scaling offered on Conviction's side, I think their ability, it's really starting to show their ability to team fight based on their composition. It's not really there. It's so hard.
Yeah, they can look for these decent picks behind, you know, a Kiana. Sniper obviously can look for these James Corruptors or a Scout of the Week, but yeah, the team fight, it's a skittish follow-up when you go this damage-oriented. And it's starting to really cost Conviction. Tomio is very deep in enemy territory. Wilson has an inkling, but I think he should be able to get out.
Nope. Oh!
Ooh.
I thought he was going to keep chasing. Okay.
All right, so he is fine. We're looking forward to, you know, Baron hitting the rift here. You've got the nice picture of the worm hitting the rift here. Samikin has dodged the Chains of Corruption here from Sniper. A little bit hesitant to walk up to Sniper, who does have some decent range. Piercing Arrow is going to get the Seraph's shield out. Sniper going to flash into the petrifying gaze from Samikin. Kim down gets the knockup. Going to McHale's the exhaust, and the Twin Fangs will find you nonetheless, Sniper. Samikin on a rampage.
And Wilson in the back pocket, just in case, as Barrack is forced to use the Dominus. They're defending this turret as best they can here, just to ensure there's no response to what Winthrop were trying to defend on the top side. So it only gets... There's really no response there for Conviction after what just happened in the top side. And it's tough. They're really losing control of this game here. And their few scaling tools just quite aren't up to the level they need to be at yet. Cody-san, He needs to finish that second item. So does Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, Collector on its own is not a lot, and then Insanity has gone the Blackfire Torch. I believe he's going towards a Cosmic Drive, so we talk about the Syndra scaling, but indexing into the most upfront damage for Syndra is not really there at this point. What I think is valuable in the back pocket for Conviction is that they do have the Drake lead, so a very important Hextech Soul in this game that we can talk a lot about here. Beat down. It'll take a while for Winthrop to get there.
Now we're going to have the precision play. It is the...
It's the fight here. It starts with the Deadly Flourish.
And it was the one where... Oh, this was the
kick.
A few minutes ago. Yeah, it was the kick into, what, two people? Oh, my God.
Yeah, the
delicious.
Dragon's Rage of Wilson. Picture-in-picture, though, back live. We do have a fight breaking out here. Supreme Displays. Down comes across.
Oh,
they blew up Kim down. Was the last thing I saw. Wilson almost dropped as well, so Conviction going to find themselves a skirmish win that they've desperately been looking for.
It is something. It was a good catch out. Didn't quite see how that one started. But just being able to get some breathing room is so important for them. Conviction, small thing they could play for is this next dragon. If they get it, that's their soul point. Hextech Soul could go a long way in this composition. Be able to get them a little more firepower in these team fights. Any little bit's going to help them. Considering how easy it is for Winthrop typically to just jump on top of them. Oh yeah, he's fishing. You're in danger, brother. You're in danger.
Yeah, he does not know who's actually waiting for him here. Kim down, grand entrance. I think he was trying to predict Tomio's dash, and Tomio will dash back over the wall here. Tomio relentlessly defending this vision, and Winthrop don't really care too much. They're going to pick up that dragon, eagle-eyes the Drake takes. The one thing here for Conviction is that Sniper does knock down a tier 1 turret. Sniper still retains this massive gold lead, but we haven't seen it really manifest into much. Let's take a look back at this fight we missed a bit of.
Oh, wow. That was actually a really nice ultimate there from Tomio.
Oh my
Over
God.
the wall and hitting that all. Okay, so thanks, Rob. And we see exactly how that one started. And something, yeah. I think a quick Baron start is why we were seeing Tomio put so much effort into trying to control this side of the map. Just because Conviction's comp, well, kind of squishy. They have a lot of damage. So they take Baron very fast. And that's something they may want to rely on if the opportunity presents itself. So Conviction has to be careful of that too. Wow, there's so many Jhin traps.
There are so many. It's such a very niche thing that I think provides so much value for Jhin.
Yeah.
Those traps, because this comp is decently designed to kind of just go off a Deadly Flourish. We've seen that a couple times. We saw that last big fight win. Tomio got grabbed by one, and that sent Kim down running in. Wilson is very strong at this point, looking to almost complete this Death Stance as well, where he will confidently go forward. That's why we saw the value of Tomo playing this Jhin. I know you would the Rakan, Zaya was a bit of a look, but that extra initial non-committal CC has been very valuable for Tomo here in this game.
Agreed.
Oh, Kim down. Oh, nice dash away from the Supreme Display talent. And there goes Wilson with another beautiful kick. He's able to kick the curtain call shot right through the middle to find Tomio. Sniper goes down as well. Wilson, it's another Sonic Wave over the wall, showing why he is just the least sin to fear on this rift. He goes unstoppable, and Winthrop have their crack at the Purple Worm.
And they do enough damage on their own to take this one pretty quickly in their own right. Only 2 members alive, Insanity and Cody's son. Looking like they don't even want to try their luck for this one. 3 minutes till the next dragon. Nothing for Conviction to play for, as they're going to get that notification soon that Winthrop have slain the Baron.
Wilson is playing out of his mind. Samikin seems even more comfortable on his new squad, and it's awesome for the Golden Eagles. We're starting to see, what everyone was hoping for with this acquisition, the power that it could bring to bring back, a Samikin that we felt had such high peaks when he first arrived in the ACL. It had been a bit murky these last, I'd say couple of splits, of course, last split as well. But this is what a guy like Samikin can do when you put him in the comfortable scenarios and when you put him with a jungler playing out of his mind like Wilson right now.
Tomio, ooh. Needs to get the hell out of Dodge. This is Winthrop University with that Baron buff in tow. They're ready to start knocking on the doors of Conviction's base.
Gonna whittle down this tier 2 turret with ease and accrue more and more gold. Winthrop's biggest gold lead of the entire series, up about 5,000 gold up until this point, but they have to be a bit careful. Chains of Corruption from Sniper doesn't land. Thought Psycho might pull the Hex Flash trigger off of that, but he's still gonna Hex Flash him down. Able to once again dodge out on that dredge line, dodge out on that Scatter the Weak as well. Winthrop are just so good at eluding all of the CC Conviction have to throw at them. Nice dodge from Psycho on the force shot somehow. It buzzed right by him, but Wilson will pick up the dominating kill nonetheless, and Conviction are once again forced back.
And still Baron for another minute 30, and waves are starting to approach the base here very soon. Winthrop are going to have what they need to close out this series here, Slayer. All it's going to take is one more slip-up. One more pick for Winthrop. And the match is over.
They're just going to take that top lane inhibitor for now, and their many, many piles of gold back to the fountain. They've got that Hextech Drake in about a minute's time to seamlessly set up for, and well, it gives us a little bit of time beat down to really, maybe hone in on some of these items that are starting to come through to show how much harder this is going to be for Conviction. We even have this Jhin almost scaled up into a very scary point is what I'd like to point out. That IE for Tomo will come through, and these Jhin crit shots will do a lot, but Conviction are looking to set up shop around this dragon first. Tomio waiting over the wall. Sniper teleports in here. Winthrop are just going to handle the mid-wave. Dredgeline going to land, but it's Kim down. It's Tomo that's going to flash with the 3 lane down that doesn't get any stuns. Kim down going to flash out of all the engagement. Samikin over the wall, the Petrifying Gaze grabs all of Conviction by the bootstraps. Sniper going to flash over the blue pit wall, but all he'll find is Wilson over that said wall. Samikin picks up a double, and that just might be it as the Golden Eagles soar to their first series win of the summer split.
And what a win it is. Struggling or not, this is against our spring split champions in Conviction. Winthrop University, Tails told us that it's all about the process. He said it last split, he said it today, and the process means they get their first win in week 2.
Couple Nexus turrets standing in their way. Their health bars are getting whittled down pretty low. Kim down went a little too far forward. Barrack's going to get hit by the dredge line. Winthrop can't really make up their mind if they want to stay or if they want to go. But they've got to pack up shop nonetheless with 2 of their members dropping. Conviction survive for now.
Yeah, although this is an opportunity, maybe they could rush towards this dragon. They'll pick up that third one. Unfortunately, it's not a soul. Not much else can be done with
Wilson's
it.
waiting.
Here is that good
Find Psycho. Dragon's Rage kick right into those waiting arms. He's got the GAs. He gets rooted up by the Chains of Corruption. Kurt Call going to come down. Samikin and Tomo are just too scary. Nobody can commit to kill off Wilson. Tomio off to the side, trying to look for a flank onto the Jhin. It's so hard to get in here. Wilson low with no GA though. Does mean that Winthrop have to be a bit cautious about forcing down for this dragon. Again, Samikin gonna dodge a Scatter the Weak there from Insanity. As Tomio starts up the dragon. Kim down gonna rejoin the fray. Wilson still decently low. But Winthrop are forcing their way into the conversation for this Soul Point Drake. And with respawns and TPs coming in, Conviction cannot secure the Hextech Dragon.
No, it's not sold for either one, but even that small win Conviction we're looking for isn't going to come their way. Psycho has respawned. Now they're just trying to preserve their base as super minions are coming in through the top side. And even though we were a little early to call the end of the game, we are very close to that point regardless. Winthrop University still in an overwhelmingly powerful position here. And all it's going to take is one more fight.
And with all that commotion the last couple of minutes, a lot of time has passed so that the next Baron's actually up in a minute. So it's not like there's a ton of time for Cody's son to try and farm up to get to a 4th item, Insanity to try and farm up to get to that 3rd item that could make a big difference. Maybe Insanity reaches that 3rd item before the fight. I don't know what that needlessly large rod's building into, but safe to say they're going to have to immediately scrap here soon in 45 seconds.
The problem is they are not strong enough to do that. Unless they get a pick right here, probably not. Oh.
Winthrop are just so consolidated. I like it. They're moving as a unit because they know when they're apart, they're much less greater than, the sum of the parts is greater than the parts themselves is what the Winthrop identity is for these fights.
That's right. That's exactly right. Right now, though, gotta say, Tomio, he's starting to hurt. You can see those Qs doing some meaningful damage now that he is approaching his 4th item. We're starting to see a little bit of the payoff when we saw that champion pick there in Champ Select, but otherwise, power isn't there for Conviction to fight this Baron. Winthrop very easily are going to collect their 2nd Baron of the game, and we still find ourselves in a position very close to the end.
Down to the weak, lands on a Kim Down. They're just going to blow him up. Supreme Display, talent, and the absolute power. Gets rid of Kim Down. Man advantage over here to Conviction. The Baron decently low. Tomio can get in here and look for the steal to save the game, and he gets it for Conviction. Baron secured. Engage on to Samikin, but he's got the Seraphs, he's got the Actualizer, and he's got the damage. Scatter of the Week going to land onto Tomo, but it's Sandy can't commit any further, and Conviction are very happy with their jungler steal. They will once again keep their series alive.
That is a crazy gold swing. One huge shutdown, another kill, and the Baron. That's almost 3,000 gold Conviction were able to get, just cumulatively. And we're really starting to see it again. Tomio, this Kiana hadn't been able to do too much damage up until this point. But now finally, really showing its value here towards the end. I mean, this is by no means suddenly a game flipped in Conviction's favor, but this is a huge first step.
A massive climb up the comeback mountain at this point, but the next test is right on the horizon. 2 minutes out for the Hextech Soul. As we get a look at that gold graph, sizable chunk, as you called out, Beatdown has been taken into the Golden Eagles lead. But again, really want to stress the fact that Samikin is not only is he like scaled up, you know, levels wise, damage wise, but his protections are very scary at this point. He has the Seraph Shield, he has the Zhonya's to go towards. Let's take a look back at the Tomio heroics first before we talk about our Drake fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great steal after picking off Kim Down immediately. And this is the problem, because when Winthrop's comp is working its best, they're playing front to back. They're going for very clear targets. But this fight, because they were so focused on the Baron, you know, we finally saw a fight that started on Conviction's terms. They were able to pick one target and then move on to the next, while Winthrop, they were a little scattered. So it allowed them to win the flip, collect a huge chunk of gold. I think my initial estimate was way off, and they had a like 5k gold swing. And they're able to hit some pretty key item breakpoints. I talked about 4-item Tristana. Well, Cody's Son is there. We're approaching that 4th item for Insanity as well. Same with Tomio. So we're hitting some pretty crucial power spikes. The comp is still hard for Conviction, but I think the margin for error just got smaller for Winthrop University, because now any slip-ups can be punished that much harder.
Their capability to just get zapped off the map is much higher, for sure. And that, like you mentioned, the margin for error closes down rapidly. What they do have the benefit of now is doing such a good job controlling mid and bot waves, so that they have the bottom river virtually locked down, right? Tomio's gonna have to use Kiana's sleuth ability with the invis and the dashes to get over the wall to try and work their way in. They're using the Baron power to get down this mid wave, but Samikin's gonna TP back in, move about 2,000 move speed off of that TP, and he's got himself just that extra Blighted Jewel to bring the damage here. But Tomio's going to get hit with that Deadly Flourish, but Wilson is the target instead. GA popped here for Wilson. He will revive. The Chains Scrubs was just a bit too early there from Sniper. The Unleashed Power doesn't have enough damage. 4-man Scatter of the Week from Insanity, but again, nobody can get close enough to kill off Wilson, who limps towards the Drake pit that Conviction cannot get into. Wilson, walking the tightrope of death, will survive and earn Winthrop University Hextech Soul.
And that was one of the closest angles Conviction have had, maybe all series, and they weren't able to close it down. Now that's Hextech Soul. Huge buff for Winthrop University, and Conviction find themselves in the hot seat once more. Gonna try and get some turret plates down as they force Winthrop away to a degree, but ultimately what they lost is so much more than what they gained.
And now, with that Hextech Soul, right, any of these abilities proc, not just a slow here beatdown, but allow Tomo to just rip a Deadly Flourish, right? You get that Jin passive. That is such a valuable thing, because we've seen in all the Winthrop winning fights, most of them start off with that initial catch from Tomo, and now it's a lot easier than ever before.
Wow. Right. And again, gotta give credit. Conviction, they are fishing.
Tomio, there's the scout. Oh,
nice.
the petrifying
Nice.
gaze as Tomio turned to auto the blast cone. Precision timing from Winthrop's newest juggernaut mid laner.
That was some good stuff there, Sam. Again, you love to see it. And unfortunately, as a Conviction fan, you do not love to see anything that you've seen in this past minute.
They might not be
Now
done.
Kim down. I think they are, just because Kim down had the grand entrance over the wall. You know, just making sure that they can't back and give more time for Winthrop to hit this tier 3. He's fine. He's fine. It's okay.
No Baron, like you called out, but with that decent chip damage, Sandy a little bit hesitant to get up to the wave. There's the Scout of the Week, though. Gonna hit onto Wilson again. Samikin on his lonesome towards the top side. On to that exposed inhibitor with a massive wave. Winthrop are gonna move on over. They seem like they still want to play on 2 fronts, but again, Samikin, he dodges 2 bits of CC. No Chains of Corruption lands. No Scatter the Weak, so he can step up into Zyko, who has to flash away from Samikin. 4 shot from Tomo, gonna chunk Zyko out. Scatter the Weak gonna force out of Mikhail's, so the Barrett can get away from Conviction. All of these outplay maneuvers starting to swing back toward Conviction's favor, but they still just can't lock down Samikin.
This is really stressful for Winthrop University. They got to be careful because, one, Conviction, they are working with so much wave clear at the moment. And the other thing, too, is that Winthrop know that even though they have a gold lead, it is small, and Conviction have reached some very critical power spikes, meaning that, we said it before, one small mistake, Conviction can win a fight and turn that into a 1 game because of how late we are here at 37 minutes.
One
Winthrop,
fight make the difference.
For really either team. So Winthrop are being as cautious as possible, and I think are realizing that they can't slow push this game out without the Baron. So now that that's spawned, they're trying to get control of this area here, see if they can fish out a kill, but if not,
Zyko, Dredgeline engaged, but Kim Down's tanky enough, and Samikin walks in. Petrified Gate slows up onto 3.
They got him.
It's Sandy is mid-speed. Barrack TP's behind to find Cody-san and is able to land the stun.
All right.
Samikin goes legendary. Samikin calls series, and for the first time under his new team, he can say it. Throp's out for Winthrop. They're going to sweep out our defending champions.
and I love it from Wilson. A little bit of delay for the remaining members of Conviction to make sure his team can close it out. It took a while, but it's 2-0.
2-0 to the new look Golden Eagles, and the smile on the face of Samikin as he gets his first North American Challengers League win with Winthrop.
What a stressful win. I think it's funny he's the only one. I think maybe Kim Down was also smiling, but for the most part, you know, it's got to be a breath of relief after the last 10 minutes or so, where it really looked like Winthrop might have lost control of the game. There was a lot of cautiousness towards the end, and while they were largely in a position to have control of that whole game and very likely to win, I think maybe they were a little too cautious. It could hurt them later.
It's just, you called it right, such a stressful scenario where, you know, the best of the best really step up there. And that's why hats off to Samikin in that last play, just like seeing the angle, saying, guys, I'm going, I'm flashing. I don't even care if this Petrifying Gaze, he knew it wasn't going to stun anybody. They were going to turn and look at him, but it was just for the slow, just to call the game. And you know what? This damage graph, yes, you know, it does show Barrack at 7.5k, but what I will say for Barrack is I think he played the low resource, weak side guy pretty well. I don't think you know, a lot of the time they tried to overload, to dive him, to punish him, and a lot of the time he kind of just backed off and recognized, hey, listen, this isn't my game. So screw the damage numbers there, Barrack. I think this Renekton played a better role than the stats will show.
He did what he was supposed to do. And, you know, it's not always flashy, not always fun, but you know what? Better top wins.
Better top wins indeed. Yeah,
that's
that
it.
one.
I don't make the rules.
You don't make the rules at all. Wow. What a series for Winthrop. What a shakeup through 2 weeks, you know, because beat down after that series. We're now, you know, 2/5 through the split. We're going to be over the halfway point when we start next week. And our standings are going to be interesting. But before we get to that point here at Beatdown, we, of course, have to reward our MVP. It really felt like a two-horse race in this one, but we have to give it once again. We have to give it over to Wilson on this jungle performance. The Skarner was massive in being that front line, health bar that Conviction couldn't chew through. And, well, Phillips Norelco helped us out, showing why Lee Sin was as deadly as ever here in the Game 2 win.
Yeah, I think he had a great series. I think the Game 1 was, not as flashy, but I think he had a great setup. Like you said, he was a great frontliner, and he was so good at catching people out with the Impale, with the Ishtal impact, at such crucial moments at bringing people to his team so that they can take him down. Of course, the Lee Sin, we were all watching. It speaks for itself. Dude was frying. He was chefing up a storm in that last game. So, well-deserved from Wilson.
Well-deserved for Wilson, indeed. A bigger win here for Winthrop as they shake up the standings here for Group A and for Group B alone, but that will be a conversation we will have a bit down the line here, Beatdown. I have gotten word that we are getting prepped almost completely here for our post-game interview. So, Beatdown, I'll see you in a little bit, my friend, but I got to sub you out for the newest mid laner here of Winthrop. It's going to be a pleasure to bring Samikin in here. Sammy, it's great to see you, my friend. We've talked many times, but for the first time with you in the gold and red, the Winthrop gear after your first series win with the Golden Eagles. How you feeling getting that first big win?
Honestly, it feels really good. I think I've definitely become more acclimated with the team and just being in South Carolina in general. So it was predetermined, basically.
Yeah, I kind of, I don't want to derail this too much, but I do want to ask you because I know you were in the Northeast a lot for much of your life now, and how's it been moving to South Carolina? Has there been anything in South Carolina that you're like, man, I haven't seen this before in my life?
I've never seen prices these low before because I've only ever lived in Philly and Boston. I just look at I go to the Aldi's here. I see a $4 12 pack of Coke Zero. I was like, if I bought this off Amazon, it's $9. If I go to a Boston Target, it's $10. It's oh my god, everything's so cheap.
Yeah, some good savings. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know how much you really have to rely on transportation, but I'm sure the gas prices down there too are in pretty mighty fine scenarios. Let's of course though talk about the series because I feel like you had an absolute monster one here. But let's focus on Game 1 first because something we realized on the caster desk was, you guys were down a ton of gold for a lot of that game, but you were able to kind of rely on your scaling and just, stay true to that 5-stack behind your Victor and go for that win. Did you guys kind of realize in that game, despite the fact you were behind, that, hey, listen, as long as we get this Ocean Soul, as long as we play our game, we can make that Game 1 win happen?
Honestly, I was so shocked that we were actually down gold the entire game because I felt so strong in the game. I never felt like we were I never felt like we were on the back foot. I never felt like we were ever in a dire situation to want to force stuff. It was so crazy. When I looked back at it after the game, I was like, we were down 2k gold. When we finished the game, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, the funny joke we made on the broadcast, Sammy, was when you guys took the gold lead in Game 2, because Game 1 was 40 minutes, we were like, all right, we're basically an hour into the series. You guys had probably had the gold lead at that point for 3 minutes. But, hey, listen, whoever blows up the Nexus, right? You guys were able to get that win. I do want to talk to you. We got to talk to Tails a bit before this series, and he talked a lot about how, just kind of trusting the process of getting this new team together. But he also kind of talked about how much the value was of having Tomo in the lineup, in the player comms, being a coach before. He kind of called him Captain Tomo. I really liked that statement. How has it been playing with a guy who is, coaching, also probably helps coach you guys, but also getting to play with him on the Rift as well?
Honestly, it's been a real pleasure because back on Blue Water, since I've been there for 2 years, 4 splits, I was expected to be more of the basically what Tomo is to this team, doing everything, just helping the team get on their feet and just making the team so much better as a result. And it's it's a pressure that honestly it's really hard for me to do that and also play so well to the point where Tomo is still an LCS level ADC. He's probably one of the best ADCs in NACL. So I just can't imagine how he can do all of that while also being a great individual player. So I'm like really grateful to him for like having him as a teammate.
That's awesome to hear. And, this is a bit of a joke. I will push back on how much of an 80 carry player he's been recently, okay, Sam? Again, I see the champions he's playing, man. It's been Vlad, Talia, Jace, and then we finally got the Jin game. But I do kind of want to ask you about, from a draft perspective, the flexibility he brings. Like, do you guys feel like you and Tomo have kind of overlapping champion pools with how the bot lane mage meta is? And is that like kind of a threat you guys try and use in some of your drafts?
It's honestly really funny because the draft lines that we get to pick, because Tomo is such like, even though he's like such a great like traditional carry, he's like such an unconventional like character as well, like in his champion pool. Like anything I play, you can like put like you can say like 50% chance that there's a chance that Tomo will play it, like would be willing to pick it, even like if it's the first time, even if we've never practiced it, he'll still play it because he's like that confident in himself and like in our team to like just play around the pick that he's like just using, so we can get like better draft lines too.
Yeah, it's fun to see. I mean, both of the drafts, because I know you guys locked the Victor early and the Cassiopeia early. Both of us on the caster desk were like, this is probably Zamakin, but like, low-key, who knows? Like, this could be flexed towards the bot side. Speaking on your Game 2 performance, the Cassiopeia I thought was phenomenal. I really want to praise you. Your outplay ability, I saw you juke like 15 bits of CC in this game, man. It was really awesome to see. And I remember, it's also funny because I remember I talked to you when you played the Cassiopeia in the promo tournament for Blue Otter. We had a back and forth about the Cassiopeia move speed off a teleport. I thought it was funny to see you this game also. You kind of just TP'd in and it happened again. Did you see, were you able to see, I guess you probably don't know offhand how fast you were going this time, but I just remember you showed me the last time you were moving like, what was it, 2,300 MS off the TP with Cassiopeia? I'm sure you got near those numbers this time. But talk to me about, this champion, because it's one, that we see in the meta a lot, but I feel like you're really kind of carving out a corner as like a huge Cassiopeia guy, where I didn't really resonate that champion too much with you back, a couple years ago when you first got into the NACL.
Wait, sorry, I like totally blanked out. Can you repeat your question?
How valuable do you feel like, bringing out the Cassiopeia has been to like open up your champ pool, especially it being such a big meta pick for you now?
Honestly, I think maybe I just have had like the wrong like champion read for my skill set and abilities, because like these champions like Cassiopeia, Victor, like I've never like considered even playing until like up towards to like the last like 6 months ago. And even though they're like mage characters and I'm like quote unquote known for playing mage characters, I think like picking up Victor, picking up Cassiopeia has been like honestly a real godsend, because I'm no longer like the like control mage one trick, as like a lot of people like to call it. No longer, even when Zoe's up, I don't push for Zoe in like drafts, and like honestly, it's like it's been really good how the meta like turned out for me. So I would say I'm like pretty lucky in that regard too.
Sammy, it's been awesome to see you evolve that champion pool. I'm glad you're feeling good about Victor and Cassio, because you look phenomenal on them. My last question to you, though, my friend, of course, going back to being with Winthrop, how has it been getting to like be in person with your team that you're playing with? I know you got a bit of that with your other collegiate team before, but for like NACL and collegiate, how has it been so far just getting to like play with the guys and then, see some of them? I know not all of them in person right now, but, getting acclimated to playing with your entire 5-stack, and then get to go get dinner as a squad later on as well.
Oh yeah, I'm so hungry right now. Like the only things while acclimating here, the only thing we've had is like takeout. Like we've had like McDonald's at least 3 times this week, so like I'm trying to get some actual good food. Like I'm trying to start cooking. I'm trying to start like actually living here. So I'm like really looking forward to it after our really good series win today.
Well, you earned yourself a King's Feast, my friend. Zamakin, you know the drill. I want to give you the platform to thank whoever you'd like, and, just you get the final statement, my friend, as your first time on the interview desk as a member of the Winthrop Golden Eagles.
I'd like to give a lot of my shout-outs to my teammates, like Kim Down, Ethan, and Wilson, Will, and Foles. Like, they're all been, like, so detrimental. Not detrimental, like, the opposite detrimental. The positive. Right. They've been such a good, a good influence on like my moving here. Instrumental. They've been instrumental on my my acclimation to South Carolina, a totally new state that I've never been to before, and like having to move into a new apartment like right before NACL starts, like they've been like the best teammates I could have asked for. Like, and Tomo, it's like not here in person, but he's still like, I still talk to him a lot about drafts, about league stuff, so I feel like I've gotten to know him a lot well too. Fulls has been like coaching me with doing like 1v1s, like teaching me his techs and everything, and Tails has been like the greatest, like basically like big brother figure. Even though he's our coach and he's also like our big brother, like just making sure like everyone's fed, making sure everyone like is on time, like having good habits and everything. So like I can't thank them enough for our success.
Well, yeah, well, Sam, it warms my heart to hear that you're having so much fun and the teammates are helping you acclimate to your new kind of life here in South Carolina. Congratulations on, you know, making that first step. You got your first series win as a member of the Winthrop Golden Eagles. I'll let you get to your King's Feast that you'll prep. Hopefully not another bout of McDonald's. It was always a pleasure, Sammy. I'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we will say goodbye to the victorious mid laner of Winthrop. And hello, Beatdown. It's always a pleasure to talk to Samikin there. And, I think he's got food on his mind now. And I guess I played a part in that.
I think so. I think it's fair to say you were instrumental in him getting...
Not detrimental.
The dinner he deserves. Not detrimental. I was that was probably my favorite part about it. That was funny.
you know, the English language can be a confusing thing, man. Don't even get me started with some of the rules when it comes to learning this
rules,
language.
Man, this whole thing's made up.
You know what? Winthrop kind of defied the rules in a lot of this series. With
nice,
their 2-0
I
win.
like it.
As we look back at not the full 6-game day, but a very fun day, packed full of action and a lot of Lee Sin highlights from both our winners, Cupid and Winthrop.
What are my big takeaways? I'm excited for Winthrop. I like that Samikin, you know, has unshackled himself from the one-trick allegations. I think that's pretty critical. Just imagine the breaking wrist manacles gif. You know the one.
Yeah, I got you.
You've heard it. It's not a gif, it's a picture, but you get it. That's
Yeah,
my takeaway from it.
Yeah, you know, and it was really cool to hear that Samikin, you know, he's the mage player, but with how many champions we have that fit into the mage mold, like there are subclasses, and it's cool to hear that, like, you know, he's kind of carved out a couple new champions that, again, a year ago, I wouldn't have associated with Samikin. It's just showing how the guy is scaling up. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at those group standings beatdown that show off the first Winthrop win, and kind of what we were alluding to after that game. These standings are. Some places what we expected, but in others, definitely not.
I think the big one there is definitely conviction.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, these are previous split champions. They won the split like 6 weeks ago. And now here in week 2 of summer, they are 0-2. We know regular season conviction has been a bit of a meme this year. So hopefully they're able to, you know, figure out their own process, so to speak, so that we can see more of playoffs insanity.
Yeah, and, you know, down on Group B, it's interesting to see our second and third place teams at the bottom of Group B. Obviously, we're only 2 series in for most of them, maybe even some 1 series, but we've got more series to play next week, of course. We got Ole Miss taking on CCG, and then Blue Otter will be back against Contingent off of their perfect series record in the NACL all time after their first series win. So, Beatdown, what really draws you into either of these matchups for next week?
A good question. What does draw me into this one? I am curious to see more of Continental Blue Otter. I'm excited to see more of Blue Otter as well. Another team where, you know, a little bit of a bumpy start, but they played today better than they did last week, and if they keep that up, they'll be in playoffs in no time, and yeah, that's the dream. That's the hope.
That is the hope. One game win that they can build off of. You know, of course, where to come for those matches next week is we are sprinting through our regular season here for the summer split. When we kick off those games next week, we'll be over halfway through the regular season of North American Challengers League in the summer split here. I've said enough words for today, as you can tell here. I'm sure you have as well. Beatdown. Pleasure as always, my friend, to go through a fun day of North American Challengers League gameplay with you. We'll be back here, same live stream spot that you're at right now, for some more game action. So take care, everybody. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you next week for more North American Challengers League.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco.